I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, throw. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Yeah, they call me in just to murder the flow. Mr. Heathcliff Huxtable, my low sweater's dope. A little Ali, yeah, I wrote it a dope. Roper a dope, till down Frazier go. Last on the cash flow, off to the next show. This year OP, on the track smashing. Live off Michigan Ave, fresh out the mansion. Sale clerks say, he's so handsome. From Heathrow to LAX, I drop anthems. Put the words together and they fall so random. But when I say them, little dudes throw tantrums. Oh, grow up, I'm over your head like a viaduct. That's how it's what? Smoking something louder than a fire truck. Try and duck, but words penetrate ears. The man you should fear. Good luck with your career. Yo, I'm out of here. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, throw. You know, it's your road, it's your road. Definition of breakfast with your miss having a taste test. You could take 100 rulers, couldn't measure my greatness. Flowetry say yes, channel say bless. I'm just saying you stand would be the greatest. The champs lamping, load up, your future showed up. Yeah, I tried to listen to him. I'm like, so what? It's so nuts. Pecan, pistachio, cure the flow no matter sample. Or Casio, so casual like Hyro and khakis, bro. I know you know this would sound good on vinyl, colored albino, sticking out the bag of a fine chick riding a dino. Is Mr. Uncontested? That's my answer. Final. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat. I was buzzing in the bistro, killing off the free throw, foul, hit a heat, foul, hit a heat, throw. You know, it's your road, it's your road.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Do I stick it out now? Is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be every day. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. Slow motion falling into your emotion. Don't stop, yeah, you know I'm into it. Just put your hands on my body. Yeah, you already got me. Oh, come take me home. Fall into it, yeah. I wanna drift asleep, tangled in your sheets. I wanna hear you say my name forever. Tell me I'm ecstasy, everything you need. I wanna know you'll chase me to the clouds. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be every day. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover. I wanna be wherever you are. I wanna see the same stars. No, I don't care if you break my heart. I wanna be wherever you are. Take me on a trip out of the real world. No, I don't care if it falls apart. No, I don't care if it's where you are. I just wanna be with you. I can see it in my head, it's better than the others. I know it could be the best, yeah, I could be your lover. You don't cross my mind cause you're living it. If you were all mine, it'd be every day. Baby, let me love you, yeah, I wanna be your lover.
Know the game, no guesses. No, they won't forget us. Form a role like dominoes, they wanna get that precious. Follow me now, cause I know where to go. All the phones they lit up, look at how they glitter. In a VIP, you know, with me it's always better. Follow me now if you just join the show. Don't need a miracle to change your whole life. I ain't no mystery, sophisticated type. I'm just doing things the way that I like. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think. All the way, no pressure. No, my taste is special. When the light goes, let the night go, light the highs forever. Follow me, cause I know where we're going. Bag your phone, no pictures. Won't forget, won't miss it. On the door, say you know.
Listen, it's the wee hours of the morning here in the lobby, and we're with the earliest birds. The earliest birds in the morning. I just got to get a quick question in between the two of you guys. There's a lot of synergy between Device and Buzz, and I see a 2-on-2 ping pong team. Okay, a lot of teams show up. They play 1-on-1. What makes this duo the best duo in ESL Ping Pong Pro League?
Probably communication.
You agree?
Yeah, communication and movement.
Movement's important. Sometimes I hear you give him a nickname. I'm not sure if it's like
Bobby.
Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby.
Talk me through that.
It's just because Buzz is a hard word to say, so Bobby
Okay.
is a little bit easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I'm not too sure. Originally, it wasn't really my name, but all of a sudden he just started calling me, so I don't know what to say.
What about poor Borov? You giving him a nickname yet, or?
Yeah, his name is Joe,
Okay.
but we also call him a little bit some other things. I
Say
don't know
it.
if you can say it.
Say it, I dare you.
John Joe sometimes.
John Joe. John Joe, Bobby. What's his?
I don't know, man. It's just Deva.
Just Deva. Just the GOAT. Just one of the greatest. But currently, not the highest rated Astralis player at the event. Is Blame F really the star of Astralis?
Yeah, and the in-game leader as well. So that's pretty good. I'm not seeing any other in-game leaders.
And he just re-signed his contract.
Re-signed.
Yep. Yeah, sorry. Re-signed, not resigned. Yeah, re-signed. Are you gonna re-sign as well?
Oh, I have a long contract. If they re-sign me, I'm gonna play until I'm 40 or something like that.
Well, that's what Snappy's doing. So I think you've got to. I mean, you could do it too.
Yeah, I'm not his age yet. Soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to go talk to Borup real quick, and then you can continue. How was the time off in between the groups and coming back for playoffs?
Oh, it's been great. We've had a boot camp in and a few practice at home as well. So, it's pretty good.
Feeling fantastic?
Yeah, it's great. It's great. We've had some very, very good practice.
Individually?
Individually as well, I feel very sharp.
All right. You got your training in. I'll accept it. Good luck, boys.
You guys qualified a week ago. I would like to know, what have you been doing this time before the playoffs? Were you boot camping somewhere? Were you hanging around?
Yeah, we take a few days to rest and knew the city and just chilling.
Okay. Did you discover any cool places in Malta? Did you take some nice pictures or something?
Yeah, we are going to we went to the beach and something else? No, I think just the beach.
Just the beach, that works.
Yeah.
We saw the bracket last night. It was decided. What was the reaction in the camp when you found out about your opponent, VP?
Oh, the reaction was like, I think so. Yeah, it's a game, but we know them, so it's an advantage. I think.
How do you feel about this play style? We always talk about how it's special to play against them. For you as a team, how does it feel to go up against a team like VP?
Yeah, it's hard to play against them because they are very slowly and they don't do mistakes. So it will be hard, but it will be funny as well.
All right, awesome. Your comeback to make it to playoff was already very impressive. I think it got a lot of people's attention. Can you tell me a bit about your expectations now into the playoffs? What is the goal now?
I think the goal is win the tournament, and that's all. Okay. And against VP, I think we go win 2-0.
2-0. Holy hell, he's pretty confident. Do you share the confidence, the 2-0 against VP?
Of course. All my players are very confident. So
yeah, I can see that. They look very confident right now. I'm just messing. I've been there before. I know how it is. I know these Monday mornings media day. It's tough. I was digging a little bit about the history of the roster, and you've had this jersey on you for a long time now, if I'm correct. How does it feel to reach this point in Counter-Strike where you are now in a playoff of an elite tournament with 9Z on your back? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm very proud. Actually, yeah, I have been in 9Z, I think, almost 4 years. It's so much time. So achieved this with the guys. So I love them. I'm very proud of that.
You know, your group, you guys started off kind of slow. We were a little bit surprised. Then you managed to beat Heroic. You beat MIBR to qualify. You know, why did it go that way? Why the slow start?
Overall, every time we starting slow, I feel like, because maybe we didn't prepare right mentally in the beginning. And after, when we find our groove, when everybody show up and throw a fire to the team, like scream and help each other, it's getting better.
How do you feel about the playoffs? You know, the opponents. You confident?
Yeah, I feel like that right now everybody can beat everybody. So it's kind of good for us, for any team that's playing. And overall, I think we prepared, not fully, but at least we had some practice and some fixes, so it's good.
Are you having more fun now that you're not the in-game leader anymore, or did you change back again?
No, we didn't change back. And yes, I'm having fun, so all good.
All right, and what are really, you know, with CS2 coming around the corner, what's the goal for you guys for this tournament?
Any tournament that we play right now, the higher we can get, it's better, obviously, because Valve ranking is based on money price pool, you win. And that's what we're doing basically in any tournament. That's why we're playing a lot of CCTs and things like this, so we can keep up on the Valve rating. When CS2 come, we will be invited to some tournaments and things like this.
All right, thanks, SD. I'm going to bother some of your teammates now. Did you play CS2 at all?
Not really.
No?
I'm waiting for early rise, all the version.
How about you guys? Any CS2? All right, give me some thoughts.
Very good game.
You're not serious, or are you?
I am serious.
You are serious? You're such a troll, man. I don't know you, but I can tell. Waro, how about you? What do you think about CS2?
Good game. We played like 20, 30 games, and it's looking good. But yeah, they need to fix still a lot.
I talked to STY. He said he has more fun playing now that he's not the in-game leader. Do you have less fun now playing?
No, I have fun as well. It's good.
Fallen in a Furia jersey. I love it.
Hello. It's been a few months already, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
It just doesn't get old for me, man. Fallen, how has everything been?
Been good, yeah. Been staying in Malta last 10 days, I'd say. Practicing a lot for the competition. Excited. I'm going to play MOUZ sports. So yeah, been very fun.
You're not yet the oldest in-game leader here at Pro League, all right? But you might be the best.
But I will be soon. Imagine.
Yeah.
No, they're going to be... Catch. If I'm the best?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just... It's Kerrigan and Snappy in terms of in-game leaders. Do you have them covered?
I'm better with the DDP for sure.
Okay, all right. That's a good out. Very smooth, very smooth. Man, things didn't go super smooth at the start of Pro League. Was it a learning experience? And what did you learn?
I think it was pretty good. I think on the very early matches, mainly against MOUZ stars, there's a small fly.
Being assaulted.
Yeah, I think the first match against MOUZ stars mainly, I don't think we played the best we could, and there was some learning lessons from there one. And from that point on, I think we played super well. Played an IP, had a good chance against Astralis, a close match, and later on we played Game Legion and Greyhound. Convincing wins, so yeah, pretty satisfied with the things, the way they have been developing.
And listen, dude, K Serrato played like a god. Is that because of you? Have you activated him? Have you found the key to getting K Serrato back into the top 5 riflers of 2023?
No, bro, he's just that good. He's been playing well for the last years already, and he had a tough start, had some difficulties on his individual life from the very beginning. And of course, adjusting to a new system, having other voices in the game can take you out of the comfort zone for a little time. But a player like him can adjust fast, and I think he did just that.
He's getting back at it.
He's been playing pretty well, yeah. I think everyone on the team is performing well. I'm very surprised that Art has been playing well as well, like in terms of the ways he has been used on this team is a little bit different than he was using himself before. So I think he's playing even better than he was playing before.
Then I'm going to go talk to him. Thank you for your time, Fallen. I'll see you in a bit. All right. Art's been playing well, they say. That's the word on the street. But let's talk to the man on the street himself. Art, if I may interrupt, brother, I'm coming through. Good to see you, man. Welcome back to Malta. Did you go back to Brazil? Where you been?
Yeah, we went there to renew our visas, and now we're back here to practice.
Okay, I just talked to Fallen. He said that you have been playing well and that he is happy to see you used in ways that you weren't in the past. Do you feel like you've been on fire lately?
Yeah, on fire is a little too much, but yeah, I feel like I have more focus on my own game than on the macro stuff.
Okay, and it helps you. You're down with that?
Yeah, of course, yeah, definitely helps.
All right, here's a question. If you had a button in front of you, and every time you pressed it, K Serrato lost 10% of his skill, but you gained that 10%, how many times are you going to press that button?
I don't need to press that button.
No?
Nah, that's fine for me.
Okay, all right. You're never going to steal a skill, dude.
Nah, if you're winning, that's fine, yeah.
God, he's still got it. That in-game leader mentality never leaves. Thank you for your time, dude. Good luck out there.
Hey guys, long time no see.
Yeah, long time no see.
Did you guys miss us?
Yeah.
Wow, that was so convincing. That was so great. That's awesome. What were you up to in the 2 weeks before the playoffs?
Practicing, relaxing, and yeah.
What did you think about some of the results? Group D, especially, were you surprised?
I'll be honest, I didn't look into it.
Cloud9 and Liquid not making it, and Eternal Fire made it instead?
I think Eternal Fire played good. I kind of expected them to go through.
How about you, Exertion?
To be honest, I thought Liquid made it through because I thought they played some good games. So I'm surprised now, actually.
Yeah, they lost last night. They lost to Eternal Fire 2-0.
Wow, that's impressive.
Okay, so for you guys, in the bracket that you have, you're going up against a lot of old guys. Do you feel like that's an advantage for you? Or maybe the experience that they have gives them an edge?
I mean, I think we're advantageous every game we play because we need to play to our cards always. So, I mean, I think there's benefits and these benefits to anything, basically. And yeah, I'm just happy with our bracket no matter what. And we need to beat everyone to play good. So
All right, you had a little bit of a slow start in the group, but then you picked it up. How come?
I mean, I think it's every tournament like this, or at least it's a very stereotypical thing where you come into the tournament, first game's rusty, and you're just not as confident. But then you get going and you start kind of getting into the groove, and that's whenever you show your level. So I think that's something you need to overcome at some point as a team, and we're also working on that.
Are the We Play Academy League vibes fully back?
Hell yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, now I have to bother you guys as well. Impact, how were the birthday celebrations when you got back home? Were they better than what we did here at Pro League, or?
I think it was equal. I really enjoyed it. Like, I have a cake and stuff like that, and it's really nice.
How's it been so far, these first couple of tournaments, in the Tier 1 scene? Do you think like you're settled now? You can just play your own game? Or is it still a little bit of getting used to stuff? Thank you so much, Shui.
It was something new, but I think slowly I'm becoming like much more comfortable with the tournament and like playing itself, and like, yeah, I think it's just going better and better. And it was maybe a bit rough at the start, but yeah, now it's going well, I would say.
What's the one thing that maybe you enjoy the most about playing right now?
About playing? I think it's the vibes we have in the team. It's really enjoyable, and I really have fun when we are playing.
Torji, who's in charge of the vibes?
Of course, it's me.
It's you?
No, it's me and Shuha.
And what?
I mean, it's everybody, actually. I mean, everybody contributes, and I think it's always needed that 5 players need to have a good connection, to have good vibes, and yeah, everybody's just contributing. But yeah,
what is it that you do to help the vibes? Some massages or?
No. I think it's about like before games, we need to speak a lot, get in the zone, and also just have, cracking some jokes. So yeah,
you do look a bit of a troll. Look like a bit of a troll.
I am, yeah.
All right.
I am a big troll.
All right, and I mean, I don't know why is Shui bothering you so much. I thought you guys were friends.
Yeah, that's how he shows he loves me, and I appreciated it.
All right, and who are we missing? Frozen, what's he doing? Why is he not here with you?
Yeah, he missed his first flight, and then he got another flight in the evening yesterday, and his flight got cancelled, so he's coming soon.
Oh, is this going to be like a Patty situation? We have to go pick him up at the airport, all that stuff?
I think he arrived like now, like to the airport.
All right, so no funny business. Okay, and about your run in the playoffs, Furia first, then potentially G2, then potentially FaZe, then G2. How do you feel about going up against Furia?
Yeah, I mean, we came here pretty confident, I think. But I think Furia is a really good team, and I always personally, I like to play versus Fallen. So it's always a good experience. But yeah, I'm confident, and it's good that we got good teams. I think we can gain a lot of experience, and I think we just need to peak throughout the tournament, get better each game because we are playing really good teams. Yeah, hopefully we can show what we are capable of.
Did you guys play CS2 at all, Impact?
Actually, no, I haven't even tried it. Or like when it came out, like at the first I played like maybe one game, but like back then it was like really laggy, so I didn't really mind it that much.
Torji?
I played like 15 games, just the first 10 games and some with my friends. But
initial thoughts?
I mean, personally, I don't really like it yet. I think they have a lot of things to change. For example, movement, this spraying, yeah.
And if Valve decides on Wednesday to just release CS2 and we have to play on it, where does MOUZ end up?
I mean, I think we just need to take it then, and we try our best, have some fun. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
There's a lot of Nerf darts around here on the ground. Diha, you wouldn't know how all these darts got here, would you?
Hello, hi.
Bro, this guy is... I cannot
nice
say.
to finally be in here.
Say it.
It's like
No.
8
Come
hours.
on.
He's my teammate, I'm not gonna
Nice to
say.
meet you guys.
Is he your favorite
just
teammate?
Name down. It's,
Second
Connor?
favorite?
Is that right? Am I saying
Maybe.
that? Connor.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's...
but
Hey,
French
listen, man,
name,
that's not
like,
bad.
now,
Second?
He's what?
I'm his best teammate, he's lying.
Okay.
I want to get your thoughts on somebody special. All right, somebody. I think you guys are good friends. What's your favorite thing about Devil Walk?
I mean, he's just a really nice guy overall. Yeah, I learned a lot from him when I was playing in FPX, I would say. Before I joined the team, I was a crazy guy. I was always like crushing everything, full W, and then he taught me how to calm down a little bit. I think he's a nice guy, yeah.
You speak about Devil Walk with kindness, but you don't speak about Diha the same way.
I mean, I always trust talk my teammates. So.
Just once you know they're no longer teammates, then they get the golden treatment.
Yeah, then I'm nice towards them if we are no longer teammates.
All right, listen, there's a lot of guns around you, Madden. You're gonna keep it controlled today, okay?
Yeah, taking it calm.
And don't shoot anything at Snappy.
Yeah.
Deal?
Deal.
Deal. Let's go talk to Snappy quickly, if we may. Right now, you are ranked number 2 in the world. You are the second best team in the world, so they say. Do you feel like the second best, or are you number 1?
I think there's 3 teams that are pretty much equal. Us, G2, and Vitality, I think, is quite a bit above everyone else. And I think the winner of this tournament will be number 1. And yeah, I think it's really close. We are number 2 right now. Vitality are number 1 on the ranking, but whoever wins here is going to be number 1.
All right, I'm down with that. I like that this event should settle it for now.
And then the next one.
Yeah, and the next one, and the next one,
Until a team wins 2 in a row. I guess if Vitality wins this one, they are for sure number 1.
Undisputed.
But until one of us wins 2 in a row, it's going to be in the open.
That's fair, man. I think it was an event ago, maybe 2 events ago, whatever. Somebody was talking to you about how it's difficult to be the number 1 team at the top, you know, because people start to target you, change their play style and stuff. Do you feel like there's been any of your opposition lately that have started to figure you out a little bit? Do you feel like you've got that target on your back? Because I think for a long time, you went under the radar as number 2, right? Ents as a team was coming up, but now it's very established that you can win events.
No, I said it multiple times. It's bullshit, this thing. I mean, it's a difference staying as number 1, but being staying on the top as in top 10, it's the easiest. It's like, it just get easier because you get easier bracket draws. So Heroic is the best example. Like, you look at all their bracket draws in 2023 and they essentially didn't play a top 10 team, I think, every single time, right? So I don't believe in this thing that it's easier to harder to stay on top then. Yeah. So no.
You enjoying that high seeding so that you can just beat up some noobs too?
Well, when you get the good seedings, obviously it's easier to reach playoffs. So of course it's nice, and then the real tournament starts in the playoff. Yeah.
And then once you get to playoffs, that's when Diha and Madden become the best players in all of Pro League and win the event, right? Yes. You're watching The Lobby with Scrawny and
Snappy.
Peace.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Two angles and twists remains supreme. He can still sing it. He can sing it. Oh no, MOUZ, they've done it. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. Balls on steel.
Action. Next contestant, please. Next contestant, please.
Yes. Hello. Hi. It's nice to finally be in here. You know, it's like 8-hour. Anyways, nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Just getting your name down. It's Connor. Is that right? Am I saying that right?
Connor.
Yeah, but French Canadian, right? You got to pronounce the Connor.
Like an English French Canadian. It's just Connor. Just Connor.
Connor.
Yeah. Connor.
Okay,
Connor. Just like that.
Okay. Yeah. No, got it.
All right, Connor. It's been a long day. What do you have going on for us?
Okay, yeah, right. That's why I'm here, right? So today I'm going to be doing a classic. It's Guardian Bye-Bye by Matthew Trevette.
Bloody hell.
Wow, he hasn't made it easy on himself.
It's not an easy choice.
No, it's not. All right, well, let's see what you can do.
Thank you. Okay. Let's not count him out of this. He's already got one on the USP. and it's low HP as well on Guardian and Flamey. And he's trying to bait them out, trying to get them into one-on-ones as he dances back and forth between the boxes. Oh, what a shot on Simple. Guardian, bye-bye! And
I think that's plenty. Yeah, that's enough of that one. I think it's a tough cliff. It's difficult to capture those emotions, right? And inside the moment, it's hard.
Yeah, tonally as well. You know, it wasn't as diverse as we would have been expecting.
Yeah, bouncing between the boxes. I mean, it's pretty good, kid. Is there anything else that you might be able to?
Yeah.
Something from any other things?
Yeah, I can give you. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's
okay. Take your time. Breathe.
Yeah. Okay, ready? It's Inhuman reactions.
Oh goodness.
No, you didn't really hit the note.
Well, no. When you're going for the voice of Counter Strike, you have to.
Wait. What about stop blowing my mind?
Right, Harry Potter. Plenty of that. Thank you.
Look, it's we've heard some good things. It's not quite landing. Do you have anything original? We're trying to get to who you are. Is there anything that you have created instead of just imitations?
Yes.
Your own stuff that can show, a little bit
Original.
a little bit of soul.
Original. I can do original.
Okay.
I can do.
Okay.
Sorry,
Sure.
I'm amongst the greats. It's
All right.
Okay. Oh, Madam, that's a double. Furia 16-1. Woohoo!
I mean, yes. Oh my God. That's what we're looking for. Oh my God. That's what we
Really?
This whole time.
That's really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow, what a performance. And what a beautiful day to be returning to the Isle of Malta. This is ESL Pro League in its 18th season and the first day of the playoffs. 16 teams returning to be delivering us some chaos, maybe some calamities, but definitely some Counter-Strike. And of course, continuing on with that theme, Connor, you have well deserved a spot here.
Thank you. At least a golf clap for that performance.
I appreciate that.
Amazing.
That was great.
Thank you, Henry.
How did you come up with that original line? Was it, just ad-libbing, improv on the spot?
Frey, I don't reveal my secrets. I like to keep it to myself, but it's just inspired over the last few weeks of watching you guys. I had to pay homage to the greats.
Some of the best moments there, Harry.
Yeah, some of the best.
Morning.
That's all you have to say.
Yeah,
Harry.
good morning. Hello, how are we all doing?
Amazing.
Connor, it's great to see you, bud. Sorry, I only just kind of rebooted. I was like reinstalling the operating system, and now I'm back in the room. That was sick, Connor.
Welcome.
We are live, Harry. See that
everyone.
camera right there, that red light?
Hey,
That
everyone.
means you're on it. You didn't need to talk.
I came dressed as my monster
really
cat
did.
today, which is pretty cool.
Embodying another one.
Kind of
the greats.
Actually, it's
similar
pretty
colour
spot on,
scheme.
actually. I really like what you've done there.
I do blend in. It's one of my many
And
quirks.
everyone's wearing jeans today, I've noticed as well. No shorts. Yeah, everyone's gone for. You can tell it's the
Wait,
playoffs.
getting slightly more formal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Less
This is
legs out
exciting.
now.
Do you feel attacked a little bit? I mean, I do feel like you are Henry Jeans.
Kind of
after
my
all.
thing, yeah. I do feel like I established this look, but it's great to see it
Yeah.
catching on. You're wearing jeans as well. Perfect.
Can you rate the jeans, Henry?
Right now, that's a solid 9 out of 10. Like
Yeah.
no stains on them, no
Nothing.
marks, no food, pretty clean.
That's good.
Well, there's some stains can be good, I find. on a
Which
pair of
one
jeans.
specifically do you find on jeans?
Like maybe like a carbonara. or
Yeah,
something.
true. Yeah, a saucy
Like a
stain, just to keep
carbonara
things interesting.
in the
What is
groin.
it?
You know, oh no, I've dropped all the carbonara all over my jeans. And then you look down and you go, well, I actually look kind of good, actually, to be honest. So yeah, that's my thought
Sounds like
on the
you've been
carbonara jeans.
Well, we'll keep up to date with it. We'll keep up the track of everyone's jeans as the tournament progresses, I think.
Yes,
Right now, they're
maybe
clean.
lacking
Freya's
the
got
stains.
the open bottoms though. Nobody else went that way.
I've been, boomer shamed into not wearing skinny jeans
Same.
anymore.
I don't know how to
feel
get out.
bullied.
I don't know how to break out. How do you do it?
You just got to go for it, man.
Yeah?
You really got to go for it. They are
Adapt
actually
or
more
die, bro.
comfortable.
I can't. I don't think I can take these off. These are the only jeans I wear. So
They are part of your legs.
Yeah, exactly.
They're sprayed on.
Well, we've been
work it
talking
out.
about some of the greats. Should we talk about some of the greats that aren't actually here
Oh, there's
at
a few of
ESL
them.
Pro League?
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
I'm thinking the first one coming up is Heroic, off the top of my head, because
Yeah.
that was heartbreaking to see them lose in such spectacular fashion.
You know what? I want to come in and say, saw it coming.
Why?
Yeah?
Come on now.
Why would we
Group
see it coming?
stages.
Group stages, because of what had been this slight fall off of Heroic over the last few events. It went from expecting them in finals into expecting them in semis, into expecting them at quarterfinals.
Sure.
But more than anything else, it came from the interview out of Katie, and right before the event actually happened. He said, yeah, we haven't been able to practice. Yeah, we haven't been able to put time in. He was as transparent as he could be about the potential upsets that laid ahead for Heroic. And obviously, they're not going to come in and think it will happen in the groups. But when you're in the face of Frozen, top 5 rifler in the world, look at that. It happened. They didn't practice. Also, he was sick, so double whammy.
I think it was maybe required for Heroic as well. They obviously need some sort of a change. It feels like the mentality of the group is falling apart. I'm not necessarily meaning the roster, but maybe the coach. Maybe they need a new analyst coming in, because right now it just seems like their mental fortitude just isn't there, and this maybe is a result that had to happen for them.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about them, maybe needing some changes going forward, but the 2 other names did just make some changes, or I say just, obviously Liquids was a little bit before, but yeah, I'm disappointed not to see Liquid and Cloud9 here at the playoffs.
Yeah, but Liquid, that's a European problem now.
That's
so
true.
Deal with it.
Yeah. He's got a good point there.
Yeah, sound argument, actually. No, I mean, dude, the results from Liquid, I think it's really going to hurt. They obviously had like the kind of rough challenge when they lost to VP of having to embark on the 2BO3 day, right? So those are always tricky. But yeah, I think it's going to hurt for Liquid. For Cloud9, that's a huge one in my book, right? Like those guys continuing to kind of run into issues, right? Obviously, when we saw them, just what I can't even remember how long ago Cologne was now.
A couple of
months.
Like
We've been
that,
here a month, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there we go. But yeah, when we saw him back there and we had Buster in, it actually looked kind of promising. They made that run to playoffs. I think that actually kind of helped you get even more bought into the excitement. It was like, oh damn, they're sick, and they don't even have the full roster, and they've made this playoff run happen. But then we have them come here, and well, it kind of all fell apart,
they're not here
didn't
anymore.
it? No,
Yeah.
damn, Eternal Fire as well. Also the ones to like just kind of single-handedly cut through the favorite teams down in Group D. It was kind of mad.
It really was. Cloud9 as well. Like, it was promised to be the best lineup move of all time for Air. Like, every pro was airing it. Not even us as analysts. It was every single pro.
Every team you spoke to was like, oh yeah,
this
we're
is the team
worried
to look
about
out for.
Cloud9.
But when are they going to have even that flash in the pan map? Like, it seems this roster, it seems so underwhelming each and every time. Eternal Fire looked great this tournament, but they absolutely body bagged them once again. 2-0 and not a good look.
Hey, Connor.
What's up?
You smell that?
I didn't think we were going to talk about it, but sorry.
I'm smelling some
Not
facts.
again.
Hugo,
We talked
what have you
about
been
this.
cooking up for us over there?
Oh, I've been cooking, Freya. I've been cooking. I've shown up as well in my darkest jeans and ode to Henry G.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, big fan of your work, big fan of your style, and I've adopted some of that today. But here I'm at the LED wall for a segment of Did You Know? And did you know how many series and how many maps we've had played over the last 4 weeks? It's been 4 weeks, 4 groups, so many games, 150 maps of Counter-Strike played so far, 64 series. That's insane. 44 of those were 2-0, schedule fans loving that. Phil fans, not so much. And obviously the remaining 22 were 2-1. So we've had a very competitive 4 weeks as we get into the playoffs. But let's talk about the maps, specifically breaking them down. Coming off the back of Cologne, where we had a lot of T-sided games, a lot of T-sided maps. Vertigo fit in there, Inferno. Even Overpass ended Cologne as actually a T-side favored map. That's all swapped now coming into Pro League. Obviously a far larger sample size here over the last few weeks, and we've seen Nuke as the most CT-sided map at 60%, Mirage right behind at 57%, and another notable fact, fun fact, did you know?
How fun.
How fun, it's extremely fun, Connor, actually. Anubis, the 3rd most played map of the group stages.
That's
that was the
pretty
least
fun.
played map
That's good.
all the way
That's
back
good.
at Cologne.
That
We
is.
liking Anubis right now?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Favorite map to play and to commentate. So very happy to hear
Also,
that. Anubis
the
stands up in
largest
arms.
map in gaming.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The largest map in gaming. I think Overpass probably...
Whatever that means.
Is Harry okay over there? Do I need to come, like, pat his back a little
Yes,
bit?
please,
Wake him up?
maybe. Yeah.
I know what he means.
He's getting there, Harry.
You go, man. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt your stats segment.
Chug on that monster, Harry, and we'll get you in for a cast later on.
Give us some more numbers.
Let's move away from maps. Let's talk about the groups. Let's talk about the teams, right? You obviously mentioned some of the commiserations we had, some of the rosters we didn't have make it through. Other than that, the top 3 teams in the world right now in ESL and HLTV ranking in Vitality, ENCE, and G2 all top their group. What a reassurance that was.
I
Number
love
4
logic.
of Heroic did fall short.
Ouch.
Yeah, that hurts. And there were more teams that disappointed as well this season, not just Heroic and Cloud9, but Liquid as well, not being able to make it through the double BO3 day, Gamer Legion falling short, and a notable mention to NIP. But it's not all doom and gloom over here at Pro League. There's some great storylines as well. I think some of the most notable runs from the group stages were the 2-0 teams who all fell in those upper bracket seeding matches. It was Movistar, Big, and Complexity, all shocking and making their way through to playoffs here in that second round. So that's reassuring. Movistar are actually the lowest ranked team coming into this event as well.
The lowest.
The lowest.
Like the bottom.
The bottom of all the teams. Not the worst team in the world, Connor, but the bottom of all teams here in Pro League. Movistar, the bottom of all teams in the playoffs, it's Movistar.
That makes
sense.
Okay.
Did you know, out of the 16 teams we have in the playoffs, how many of them are speaking their native language? Give me a guess, someone.
4.
4. Low guess from Mr. G.
7.
6.
7. 6 is right, Freya.
Hey.
10 to 16. 10 international squads and 6 speaking their native language. That's kind of a surprise. We're in the international era of Counter-Strike. That's interesting, probably to someone.
To me.
To you, presumably.
I like this. Keep going.
I've got more. I can keep going. I can keep going.
Yeah, keep
You want
going.
some more
Keep
doom
going.
and gloom?
Yep.
Yeah.
Of the last place teams, 4 of them, obviously, 4 groups, how many maps do you think they accumulated altogether throughout Pro League? Those teams were Orcs, Rooster, M18, and Null.
I would say, I don't know.
Collectively? Like all 4 of them combined? Oh, God.
4 teams.
Like
They played
9?
3 BO3s each.
No.
9.
No, can't be that.
No, yeah.
that.
4. Each team got 1 except for 9 who got 2, and M80 didn't get a single map here in Malta.
Hey, they were close.
They tried. They got an overtime against Apex. That wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
I'll give you one more before we get out. We talk about those double BO3 days here in this large format. 2 teams who played double BO3s survived. That was Furia and 9Z, showing that South American grind set right there. But MIBR did not. They fell apart in that second matchup, and so did Liquid as well a couple of nights ago. So that's all we have from Did You Know for this time, but there'll be many more facts, many more fun, many more things coming up.
I really liked this segment. This was really good.
Thank you.
Hugo, wait, before we get rid of you,
Yeah.
I love this camera shot as well, because for some reason you look really
He
tiny.
looks big. Oh.
He does look small.
I look
He's
big.
I think he looks
It's
tiny.
rather large.
Actually, yeah,
Tiny.
Yeah.
So Hugo,
Yeah.
can you do like some maybe like tiny
movement.
based humor just to try and
Yeah.
like
What
you
is
know,
tiny-based humor, Harry?
you know,
You're putting
like
me on the spot
humor
here.
based in being tiny.
Oh no, I'm so small.
There
it is.
He's
That's
doing
working
it. He's
quite
doing
well.
it. He's
Classic.
doing it. Wait, we got to bring him up on the big screen, everyone. We got to look at this.
Harry, I'm sorry to rain on your parade, but we do
Get him
have
outta
other
here.
things to get to. We do
Tiny
have
little
Alex to
guy.
be checking in with as well, because there's an A stream and a B stream going on simultaneously for the first couple of days of Pro League. So, Alex, what are you going to be doing?
I'm hanging out here on the other side of the stage. That's right, there are 2 sides to this stage. We've got 4 setups in total. And I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that this is where not only the crowd will be joining me and everyone else who's attending will be able to watch the games live from Friday. We've got both sides of the stage active. We've got Fnatic, of course, setting up with Monty. And that's because we've got 2 streams running simultaneously. We've got James Bardolph and Hawker. They're going to be bringing all the action for the first 2 days on that B stream so we can get all these playoff games watched simultaneously. I'll be just doing check-ins throughout the day, checking in on the atmosphere on this side of the stage, as well as, of course, what's going on in those games, giving you updates and channeling you over to that B stream. If you want the B stream, esl.gg/TwitchB, nice and easy if you wanted to find it, but that's going to be coming for the next 2 days. I'm not going to give you the updates, but I'll tell you who else has got an update for you. It's Chatty B and his bloody bracket.
I love whiteboards. I'm in between 2 of them. 2 whiteboards right here, and I like talking about tournaments and formats and all that good stuff. And we did this on Sunday night, in case you missed it. We locked in our 16 teams. They're all here on the whiteboard for you. So we're just going to talk through what you may expect over these next 6 days of play. All right, if you came first in your group, these are all the teams: Vitality, ENCE, Na'Vi, and G2. And that's in order of how they qualified. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. All right, well, if we go down, it makes a whole lot of sense. Second place, third place, and fourth place. All these teams, the 16 out of the 32, locked in for these next 6 days. And we have to make it work in a bracket. So this is some of my handiwork over here. I should have used a ruler. I apologize to everybody playing at home. But it's a makeshift bracket, and this is what you can expect for this week. So we got our opening games, as Alex was just talking about. We have some games on the B stream. But on the A stream today, we have Astralis versus Eternal Fire as our first game, and we have MOUZ versus Furia as our second matchup. And as you can see, if you look at the bracket, it's broken up into all these different little gauntlets, as it were, right? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in these segments. These teams are going to be running through, try and make their way to the tippy top against the higher seeded teams. So as we can see, Vitality, Na'Vi, ENCE, and G2, they were all placed in this bracket based off of their seeding of the ESL World Rankings. So Vitality being the highest. You good over there, guys?
He's not going to leave, Jan. He's staying. He's staying. Don't
Connor, you
worry.
can stay.
It's his first day. His first day.
What's open and what's not.
It's all right, man.
Whenever in doubt, just keep your mouth shut. Connor. That's all I can say.
Do you like the bracket though, Connor? What do you think about it? What's
I
your
think
thoughts
the
on it?
bracket is. I was entranced by that, but I didn't want to miss my chance to go cast.
No, it's all right. You got plenty of time.
God.
We still got half an hour, Connor. We still got half an hour before we have to get there. That's all right. It's all right. Connor,
My bad.
I like how keen you are, Connor. It's good, man.
We got him talking now. We may as well keep him talking. Connor, which one of these little quarters of Gauntlet do you think is the most deadly or dangerous to get through, my friend?
Which of the quarters of the round one?
Yeah. Well, we can go just round one, I guess.
I think the most important one is for Astralis to take down Eternal Fire.
Okay. Yeah. And
I think that's the most important thing for them coming off of a top 4 finish at IEM Cologne.
Okay.
They've got to do it here and get back to at the minimum top 8.
Xantares versus Blame F.
I'm telling you.
Oh my God, what a game that's going to be.
I think it's all about Wakadia now, Henry. It's
I don't know. I'm still on the Xantares train. I'm sorry, he's still my king.
Train, man.
I was on the Woxic train. He didn't perform to the level I like. He didn't come last place, so what, I get third to last, maybe?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's better than last.
It's better than last.
Yeah, we all
That's what I'm
lost
here
in
for.
that. Only one person won, and that was Machine. So it's all good. You know, we all lost. But look, today we got 2 matches, and there'll be even more losers. 2 teams, actually 4, are going to be eliminated today. But in our first 2 rounds of matches, as mentioned, we've got Astralis versus Eternal Fire, and on the secondary stream, as Alex just brought to you, Fnatic versus Monty. And actually, we've got Alex with them for a bit of an interview. Let's check it out.
SDY ahead of your opening game for the playoffs. Fnatic up against you. You've been busy. I went to look at your match page and I'm seeing 3 different tournaments, 16 maps of Counter-Strike since you left Pro League and qualified for the playoffs. No risk of exhaustion? You know, your boy's not tired?
Yeah, it's always risk of exhaustion, and there is no perfect way to find a good practice. So we decided that there's a way that we need to do to feel each other, to just better synchronize, basically.
Yeah, and the last time you played, the only time you played was in Paris, very different rosters for both of you. You know, how does that play in when you haven't really got too much or any officials against your opponent? Does that change the way you prepare?
No, not really. We have the same preparation all the time. Our analyst guy watching a lot of demos, he's giving us the info that we need to, and everybody just focus on our game and what we decide to do exactly this game.
And so coming into this game, confidence high, vibes good. You guys going to be making a run here in the playoffs? It's a very stacked tournament.
Yeah, we just hope that we can show our Counter-Strike right now the best, the way we do it normally, just to bring the fire on the server and everything will be all right.
Okay, bringing the fire on the server. I'm looking forward to seeing it, bro. Best of luck in your game. Start strong. Well, look who I found here. Mezzy, fresh back. I feel like it was only yesterday you were hanging out with us at the casting desk. But you've had a haircut. What you guys been up to during your short break?
Just a few practice days. Try and fix as many things as we can in the short period we had. But I think it feels pretty good to be back pretty quick. I think don't have too much of a break and still try and ride that momentum that we have from the group stage. So hopefully we can still push on.
Awesome. Yeah, that was going to be my question. I mean, 10 days of prep, it's not like you're going to completely reinvent the team, but I don't know if you need to, right? Fnatic, you've been showing serious signs of life.
Yeah, I think mostly just down to ourselves. In terms of, like I said before in previous interviews, like this event, we feel like we've been a lot calmer and a lot more collected. So I think it's just about making sure we have that for the playoffs, because obviously it's the group stage. Maybe it's a bit easy to be calm, but now it's the playoffs and pushing on against just have that one life now, single limb. It's like now we need to really make sure we do it for this game as well. So I think we're still confident.
And you know, what has been your approach in terms of, because you know it's singular limb, you could be going home and packing the suitcase again tomorrow. What is the way in which you ensure that the Fnatic that ended the tournament, qualified for playoffs, is the one that's starting the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it's just about focusing on what we did previously, focus on the good things. Obviously, I think in teams it's really easy to get caught up on what we need to improve, what's gotten wrong, and I think for us it's just about, okay, we've looked at what needs to be improved, but now we need to focus on the positives and stay confident in this game, because you got to be strong from the start, and if you can't be, then you're going to get punished, especially against teams like Monty as well, who are really strong individually. So we've got to be strong from the start.
Eyes on the crosshair. Eyes on the crosshair. I'm really excited to see you two clash, and I think that's all we need as we get ourselves equipped for Monty vs Fnatic going down right now.
For both sides, Padian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
Bafazi bezala sonke si sexy sonke si flexy sizobusha shunga intuthu khala isigubhu olokaqa sizobumnandi sithamela ilanga sikokophaqa wozala shana wozala sidla ubusha.
Two rifles here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
Look at this, Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there. Not giving Elephant the space to breathe, but the spray now comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
Two players now for Fnatic, just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who is going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They've seen with the AWP now, and a desperate play into B comes in. See double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down and get a different frag. What is this flag from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major. He didn't even. He had one button on his mouse stand. He had one button. There was no zoom.
Sides, Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain. Just the one bar, and they get picked by someone from the heaven, gets himself a hat-trick.
Just seeing a quiet game on Vertigo, the first of the clutches in, the second, not secures it with the clutch!
Information on the first, an amazing shot on the second here. The HG might be enough, Alex. Touchdown, 1-3! And it is enough. Magnificent clutch coming in from Emma.
time for the 1xBet tier list, and today I've been able to assemble my brain trust, maybe the Knights of the Round Table with the theme that we're going with today. But we have got Maniac, a MOUZ, and a Yanko to take us through a bit of a talk about the top 16 teams and where we are going to place them in our tier list. Now, gentlemen, we discussed this beforehand. We're not going to waste any time coming up with categories, but I kind of feel overall the ESL Pro League playoffs are like a banquet. And these are all the individuals at the banquet. Who's going to eat first? Well, the tippy top, we got the Kings. We got the Princes, we got some Knights, they're happy to fight. Jesters could fall into a lot of different categories, and the Commoners, who maybe they just snuck in to have something
just
nice to eat.
Just happy to be here, just happy to get a scrap of the turkey legs.
Like most of us
and for once we have a classification that works. We don't have to argue about it. That's great.
No boxes,
we're only one step ahead.
None of that nonsense. So let's pick up where we left off going into the break, talking about Fnatic and Monty. That's our first B-Stream game today. So Yanko, if you're looking at a Fnatic and you're thinking they're at a banquet, which table are they sitting at?
I think I'd have to put them at the moment as commoners.
As commoners?
Oh, really?
A step below.
Yeah,
right.
well, because for me as well, I feel like Monty will beat them in today's game. And also, they're just like, they're not too spicy. Fnatic, they're a solid team, right? But still young in this iteration and will need more time really to do some real damage. While Monty on the other side of things, I mean, it's been from very good to not so good. But I think like they're jesters, they can entertain us.
I would have put both of them in the same category.
I would have put them both as jesters.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jason, on that.
So, all right, so there's pushback on the Commoners for
a little bit above the common man,
Fnatic.
Yeah, they got a Mezzy. That's a little bit more than common.
And now it's it's getting on to 2 months with this new lineup. We have to give time to Dexter to establish the kind of strike he wants to play. I think Afro was a very good surprise. He's already convinced me more than Nico does in 3 weeks, and it's not because of the French flag. I see you looking at me right there.
No, it's okay.
It's not. It's just
that wasn't even a thought that entered my head, but I'm glad it entered yours.
See, of course, I know you guys. I know I have to be ready.
It's all right.
No, I think Fnatic might deserve a little bit of a bump, just a little one.
So are you be putting them? So Yanko, unfortunately, I think you've been overruled by the majority here. But
That's
if we were to put both of them, I want to hear from the two of
sense.
you as why you'd put them into the jesters category as opposed to Yanko's summation of the commoners.
Because I think either of these teams moving forward into the bracket has a very good conversation against complexity. I don't think any of these teams have no chance. That's just not a fact.
And
I would
also,
imagine that.
For me, it's also like the teams that I have in my head as the commoner. I think Fnatic is clearly a step above in my estimation than that. So I don't know if I'd be able to put them
let's
down
not
with
have
the common
another
man.
category where we don't fill anybody in here.
There's going to be people in there. I'm just saying I think Fnatic is a step above those teams.
Okay.
That
And
will
if you
eventually
wanna,
be in there.
If you want to open this category, I think we can straight up go for 9Z. And there's a reason for that. It's not just inherent to the team. It's because of this specific VP matchup that comes immediately, which I believe means the end of the run.
They didn't even get a magnet that works properly. So
exactly. It's just a common
what we've seen
average
from them.
magnet.
Look, the comeback in the last chance bracket was beautiful from them. The problem that I have is that VP's playstyle is horrendous for like a new
and the
team.
head-to-head.
The head-to-head is horrifying. I think they've played 4 maps. VP won 4 of them. Never double-digit. They played in Argentina. That wasn't against VP. I cannot build a case for what VP would win this. And so I believe, as friendly as they are, this is the end of the road.
I think it has to be the case, though, right? Like, how could we put 9Z anywhere else? I think they've already overachieved to get to the point of the playoffs. So even to see them here, and that's not to take anything away from them. They still have to play good Counter-Strike. But going up against the top 16, especially VP in the opening game, I don't see that one falling in their fashion. Yanko, any pushback on any of this?
No, I'm fine with this. They are just here for the, to see how this all looks.
All right, is there anybody else we could quickly whack in towards the commoners? Is there anybody else that's tickling your fancy in that regard?
I think you'd put Mavi.
You think Mavi has a conversation?
I'd put them as the common man, yes.
Okay.
Although I will say I am pleasantly surprised with the Mavi star that's able to still be relatively competitive, but I too don't see them going super deep in this, and I think, much like the other team, I don't think they have a fully fleshed out team with which they can actually battle to go deeper.
They play second in their group, Jason.
Yeah, I know that. It's still not going to change my opinion. I think second in the group is nice. It was a great run in the group stage, and I think once you get to the playoffs here, I think we'll see it fall flat.
I'm not going to fight you on that. I would like your guys' opinion on Big joining this box of commoners.
The commoners? You're going to put Big in there as well?
Because I think that Big making it to playoff was maybe an anomaly
Also
to where the
came second
project
in
is
that
supposed
group.
to be.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They did take down Heroic, and I think in context this was huge. That was before we realized that Heroic was falling apart completely. I talked a little bit with them in the lobby as well, and even Tapson was a little surprised by how quickly they were performing, how to that level they got, when it's definitely a long-term project. You have people like Sin, people like Prozis. It's not supposed to be today that they're already fighting. So I struggle to see more.
I think their conservative approach sometimes as
maybe
well.
I'm being maybe I'm a little too rough.
Yeah,
I might be a little too rough.
I'd fill them in here as well. I think they're another team that have overperformed in our eyes, at least based off of what we've known about the roster. Crimbo's great. I don't want to see more. Happy birthday, Crimbo.
It's today.
It's today.
It's today.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
Gotta give him a shout out.
Vielen Dank.
Huh?
Vielen Dank?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know, it's some German.
You love Furia. Where are you putting Furia?
They're jesters.
Okay, well, straight away. And the justification as to why?
They're a joke.
Okay.
Moving swift. I think it's because they're still in their process of improving as a team, right? They still haven't figured everything out, not as far as we've seen. So there's still going to be a process for everyone to understand how they want to play. So, they might entertain us with some of the crazy stuff. They might even get a win today and get a win or two in the playoffs. But I think that's going to be where they top out.
Okay, I like that. Can I do this just quickly? And if I get any pushback, then we can.
I don't think we'll talk about that. We're not going to fight you on that. We're going to keep going.
Now, this is in no particular order, quite literally no particular order. But G2, ENCE, and Vitality is the kings. I think these are the top 3 teams right now.
Favorites to win the whole thing. All 3 of them have the chance, the potential.
They all top their group. They're sitting pretty, right? Yeah, I think for G2 it could be difficult if they draw a phase. I think a VP versus ENCE could be an interesting matchup. I think Vitality have no excuse for not making it to the semis. It'd be really difficult to see that not happen.
The category that's really interesting is who do we put as princes? That is interesting. Like, who's right below the kings? I'm
Astralis.
Well,
VP could be a good shout.
I was
VP
gonna.
are safe.
I was gonna say I would put FaZe up there.
You still have a lot of faith in FaZe?
I think FaZe. I mean, look, I
feel like they're knights. They're battle hardened.
I would put them as princes just because I feel like still, despite the struggles, we know that team, if it clicks, they can win this event.
But if you were once a king, can you then become a prince? Like,
I don't think in hierarchy.
Are we actually going to go down the deep dive of medieval rules?
By the bylaws?
I don't know how it works out there. Someone's head getting cut off.
Okay.
What do you think, prince, for FaZe?
I would put FaZe as princes.
Okay.
There might be some pushback on this
I know what
one.
you mean. Is the problem is for how long can you live off of what you once were? Because that's a little bit what we're doing here, right? We're saying, hey, FaZe right now is a bit complicated, but remember what they were?
Based off what they were. I'm doing it based off what they still can be, because this team still can be successful. Rops is playing at a high level. You had Brokey back with some stronger performances.
It is Rops in Pro League. They go kind of nice.
You just exorced me here.
I'm just saying they can win the event if all the conditions go right.
Does that mean Na'Vi are a prince or a knight?
I would probably say Knights. In fact, of the huge uptick
but
we've
even
seen,
though they beat FaZe in the group stage.
See, that's not how it works. It's not, what's it called, transferability in Counter-Strike? We're not doing this.
Counter-Strike maths.
Exactly. We're not doing A is above B, B is above C, so A is above C. That doesn't work. It never works in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, go on, Yanko, if you have something.
No, I was just going to say for Na'Vi, they've looked much better, but they've also played only 2 maps.
Yeah, they didn't have to expand. We
we don't know how deep their map pool is, and obviously in playoffs, in best of 3s against good teams, that might be a problem. Yeah. We just don't know.
And up until this Pro League group, they looked like a little disorganized mess. So it's kind of like, we got a nice glimpse, but can that actually continue?
I feel like MOUZ is a complicated task. MOUZ could be Knights.
VP is the hardest one, I think.
They're Knights, but they're that like little, young knight that just wants all the glory immediately, that wants to be in all the duels, right? And they still have to prove their mettle. So
I put VP as princes.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Just because I think, regardless of what they look like individually, that play style I think can probably beat anyone on a good day.
Even individually, it's not like they have anything to be shy about.
Complexity. Oh, you want to take? I would actually almost put them as jesters.
Okay.
I was hesitating between Knight and Jester, probably Jester.
I mean, the group stage looked great, but I mean, are you going to count on a big floppy performance again? Are you going to count on a big Halzerk performance again? Grim, this was a return to form. I think this team can equally surprise us for good or for bad in these playoffs.
You got traumatized a little bit by that third map versus G2. I think we all...
No, but that's something to speak of again for how good they looked in that group stage to just disappear like that against G2. It's like that potential is there to collapse.
Okay, so right now, commoners, 9Z, Movistar Riders, Big, Justice, Fnatic, Monty, Furia, Complexity, Knights, Na'Vi, MOUZ, Princes, FaZe, and VP, Kings, G2, ENCE, and Vitality. Eternal Fire?
Commoners.
I would have said Jesters, but Commoners.
I would have said Jesters as well, but I'm not going to fight Yanko and Commoners.
All right. Oh, there you go. If there's no pushback, we can place them there. And finally,
good lads.
This bloody Magna.
This one is just not,
sorry,
he's not cooperating.
Astralis. Where we place them
Knights.
Princes.
I'm kind of with Yanko.
That's
Bro,
great.
they were top 4 at Cologne.
Yeah, but they beat Heroic, right? That's a very
Yeah, but
specific
Heroic, they beat
matchup.
Heroic is still good.
It's a very
Heroic fell
specific
apart
matchup.
there. Like, they broke them.
Yeah.
Astralis broke Heroic, and they played good Counter-Strike.
We could go in
Device
between.
We haven't done that too much. We haven't done that too much. We
That's
could do
true.
it once.
Could we keep everybody happy?
I'd sign off
They're
on
going to
that.
get the
Okay,
promotion.
Chad.
They're going to get the Yanko.
They're
if
next
they
in
win,
line. They're next
if
in
they
line
beat
for the
Eternal
promotion.
Fire, they can get promoted to Princes.
They're
How's that
like
sound?
Prince Harry. Oh, no, that sounds horrible.
The other one.
If there was a middle one after
William. Prince William.
William.
Maybe his son.
He's the heir apparent.
Either way, let's talk to one of the princes of Counter-Strike right now. We have an interview with Device. Let's check it out.
Astralis first Eternal Fire managed to get a couple of moments of Device's time ahead of this one. Big one, obviously, single elim, playoffs. It's a notable tournament. And I wanted to start by talking a little bit about just the way the nature of Pro League is, the groups, and the fact that Eternal Fire practically just finished qualifying and picking that one up. For you guys, you've been off for, what, 3 weeks off now? Do you think that there's one of those is more preferable, one of those is more beneficial?
Oh, it's always hard to say, right? When you're in their situation, you think that their situation is to prefer, but for us it's also okay. Like 3 weeks is a long time. I think we're both pretty happy. One thing is that they've been playing games like elimination games. We didn't really have that in our group because you have like 3 lives. So I think they're a bit like warmed up with the pressure, if you know what I mean, and that's maybe a good thing. But it's also been a long week for them.
And watching them, clearly you were. Eternal Fire, do you have any kind of thoughts on your opponents? Their Counter-Strike seems to have elevated. They've got some real kind of gimmicks and moves.
I think they're a really good team. They've also been playing together for a long time, like with small changes here and there. So we respect them as our opponents. I think that we have a pretty good map pool, and to be honest, if we focus on ourselves and our prep, I think we'll be able to do what we want to do. But yeah, you know, it's a game and both teams want to win.
Hell yeah. And the last question, just a quick one. Youngsters in playoffs. Wicardia was a revelation for Eternal Fire. You've got Stare, you've got Buzz. When the playoffs turn up, you know, it can be more difficult for the less experienced to show up. How are you making sure that your young gun is ready for this kind of environment?
I mean, as you said, it's playoffs, but really, like, we just played Cologne a few months ago, and I think that's a completely different beast than playing here. No crowd today as well, so I mean, yeah, it's an elimination game, but we have that at almost every tournament, so I'm not thinking too much about that, other than like kudos to Wicaria. We saw him, and he's a big talent, and I also think we have some good ones in our team.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, plenty of talent in Astralis. I'm looking forward to seeing this game. Let's get it started.
Yeah, good to hear that Device is putting some respect on Eternal Fire's name, because they definitely deserve it. Really blowing our socks off qualifying through the last chance stage of Group D, and one of the biggest revelations, I would say, of the entire group stage. And it's interesting, Chad, when we turn to look at Astralis, because it's been quite some time since we've seen them in the server.
Yeah, and this is a difficult thing, right? How do you frame the team now? So you've had a couple of weeks off. What have they been working on? What's their map pool looking like? What have like they only found out who their opponent was on Sunday night. Is it better coming in cold? Is a team like Eternal Fire, who have achieved something that maybe they didn't think they'd achieve in a group with like Cloud9 and Liquid, are they still on Cloud9, right? Are they too focused on what happened from the group stage to recenter and be ready? There's a lot of different parts that you can pull and discuss for this. Yanko, I don't know, when you were coaching, was there a preference? Did you ever get put in a position where there was a preference?
Well, preference in what sense?
Did you want to go straight in towards the playoff, or would you prefer a break like Astralis have had?
I think probably a break, because there was always, in my eyes, something to work on, right? Things to improve, things to change. And I think, especially, you know, being in Eternal Fire's shoes, a team is coming in, they haven't practiced they haven't played for 3 weeks. You're like, okay, we can predict probably their pick, but you can't count on what you've seen so far in their games outside of the position, CTT side, but they're probably going to have an execute or two that you haven't seen yet. So you focus more on the fundamentals, and sort of, especially if you had to play as many games as Eternal Fire did, to really make sure that the team is coming prepared and as fresh as possible.
I hope everybody at home can hear that.
Yeah.
Bit of an
I was
atmosphere.
going to say, welcome to the
Yeah.
goddamn playoffs, right? This is none of the triple elimination, second chance, third chance, eighth chance. No, this is single elim, and already it's showing in the atmosphere. People are coming in
chance,
prep,
really.
people are coming in loud, and that's what we want here.
I think the main thing about Astralis is, and you could see this even in Cologne, this team is vibing. Like, you know, they have a great atmosphere within the team. You can really feel they're a unit, plus all the additional staff that they have around them, and they have great energy. And I think, you know, that was so early for this lineup in Cologne to make it into the semifinals, to be heroic in the playoffs. They also had a really tough run. I mean, they lost to G2 only actually in the whole tournament. They beat FaZe and Navi in the lower bracket, right? So I think that really helped them elevate their game, and that's why you can also see them as one of the dark horses for this tournament.
It's a clear shift, though, with that. I'm trying to get the label to stick. It hasn't yet. I'm trying to call it the attitude era for Astralis, right? Because before they were like the, you know, doing everything with the blueprint, and but now they're this team who they're not the best team in the world, right? They're definitely not one of the top dogs, and they're battling to be. And it's a whole new iteration, right? It's just Device left over, and now they're showing this personality. And we got the veto on screen.
I can't wait for this. I feel like Astralis have the edge in the veto right now. Their overpass is on a 7-map win streak. Eternal Fire love Vertigo, but Astralis have had decent results on it as well, and they've got Ancient in their back pocket as their best map, so obviously that's forced an instant ban, but I don't think Astralis is going to be uncomfortable with Vertigo as Eternal Fire's go-to pick, and there's plenty of recent data.
I was really curious on if we were going to have Overpass crop up, because we covered Eternal Fire last in the group, right? And we were saying going into that Cloud9 game that the last Tier 1 team that they'd been able to beat on Overpass actually was Astralis. So yeah, it will be left to the third. There's actually been some good success for Eternal Fire in this specific matchup on that map, and they had the win over Cloud9 to close out the group.
Keep in mind, they've not played since Glaive was in this team, right? So it's a very different looking Astralis, like off the back of Yanko's point, talking about Cologne. For me as well, the question is like Stair inside of this team, because he was meant to be the star, and he hasn't looked like the star. If anything, has been Buzz taking the reins. So if Stair can step up on a low stakes in terms of being in the studio playoff, I think Astralis could make a run. Those first two BO3s looking good for them.
Vertigo will be interesting. I think Astralis are 3 on the trot in terms of wins, and Eternal Fire just beat Cloud9 on the other day and 9, which are two massive Vertigo
beat 9 down as well. That's
pretty wild. What did we love from that Vertigo? The game we were doing with the nades, they were doing the double nade stacks. Zentara's constantly nuking the top of the ramp, stopping the plant. So that'll be interesting to see how that kind of meshes up between the two teams.
We've got quite a passive Woxic this tournament as well, right? He used to be
He's not off the leash. He's not
off the leash. He's not the super aggressive, in-your-face, chaotic AWPer, which is probably for the best, right? It's more sustainable, this approach. He's not setting the scoreboard ablaze. He's not having the best performances. Device should have his number, but he's getting the frags that really count. He's hitting the shots he has to, so that's something.
Well, we do need to find out how this one's going to go down, but not before a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be the map pick of Eternal Fire. Up first, it's Vertigo after this.
For me, it was a really good decision to return to CS again. Over the years, like, my body really took a toll on all the stress and stuff, but ultimately what made me come back was like the competitive desire, but also the feeling that I was still gonna be at a level I wanted to be at. My expectations weren't like set on any individual term, it was just that like being good enough to play in Astralis as the opener. I do stuff like very differently than I did before, but it's also because when I was a bit younger, I kind of just never respected like the signals from my body. I just kept going. I think that now with the reflection, it's become easier to prioritize it as well. You can feel the passion of all the players, and it just affects everyone, and I think it's a good thing to have, because like some other teams can seem more fragile because they've kind of just been like put together, whereas I think that we like chose each other in this team and are working towards like getting closer to each other.
Welcome to ESL Pro League. It's playoff time. 4 long weeks, now entering into the 5th, and we can decide who's wearing the crown at the end of the day. Connor, it's your first week here.
It is. This is my first day. I've already derailed Chad. I've already taken some shots. You know, I'm glad you guys are treating me properly, even though I'm coming in late.
Yeah, I think your introduction was as good as it could be. It was actually perfect.
It really, I thought, you know, there'd be like camaraderie and tight-knit, like a unit I could have to try and somehow break into, but you guys have made me feel very very welcomed right out of the gate. And for that,
oh man,
I'm appreciative.
It's week 5. There's no camaraderie. It's all frayed. It's all splitting apart.
Oh.
We're dying. We're losing here. We needed you. We needed the fresh legs.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay.
I did my job at week 4. Now it's your turn coming in.
All
with
right.
that
Yep, I did my job
energy.
at week 3. Now I'm broken like the rest of them. Maniac's broken like the rest of us. And
any advice for the new guy then? Like, how do I make sure things don't sink around here?
Just avoid Harry.
Oh, okay. I'll do my best. But you know what they say, where there's a Hugo, there's a Harry.
They do say that.
They will find a way.
I've heard that before. Pistol round is going live. 3 seconds to it. We're going to start on Vertigo, a map that Eternal Fire very surprising on throughout the group stage. A surprisingly strong map for them. Some solid wins on it. Blame F and Device both with dualies. The heavy hitters of Astralis picking up an extra gun.
That one extra. Maybe enough to stop off what's going to be a slow ramp play with Util. 2 sets of frags. A couple smokes in the mix, but we get active here. Eternal Fire. They don't even realize it. Instead, starting to press up along the Xbox. Peek from Crane denied. It's Major and Wakadia with 1 each. Device holding on for the time being. Where's that flank at, though? What's going on over there? Major holds it back.
They have the info. They have all the information.
Easy.
EF is rotating back to B. They've seen 2 figures. Wikadia staying alive, trying to maintain some pressure onto Device. He's going to fall, not without doing a little bit of damage. 18 HP on Device.
A lot of damage. Look at the health on this. This retake ain't doable. Like 1 bullet and these guys are both down, so I don't even know if Astralis, they might not even choose to go for it, considering the HP. Save the armor, save the pistol. Sarah doesn't even have armor. But this will be a pistol round for Eternal Fire.
Does Major's position reek of preparation to you? Major was ready for that push. He waited with the deepest, most off angle you can have into T-base.
Sure.
Got that kill. Probably called to his teammates that this was what was happening. This is the pistol round I thought would happen. Come back to B. We're going to be fine.
Now, there's 2 things in this match where this pistol round kind of comes to a conclusion, an inevitable conclusion that I want to kind of highlight is what I'm going to be looking out for. One for Eternal Fire, Wakadia. He's been absolutely excellent. The next generation of Turkish Counter-Strike. They've been searching this core of this team, have been bringing in various players over the years to try and find someone who can encapsulate that next-gen player, the next-gen of Turkish CS. Wakadia has a great group stage here. It's been wonderful. This is a big step up for him. Highest pressure he's had to play under in his young career, so let's see how he does. On the other side of it for Astralis, the #1 team in this tournament in terms of opening kills on both sides of the map. They've been excellent, and it's mostly powered by Device, obviously with his AWP, and Blame F as well doing a great job in opening kills, and they win those rounds when they get them.
I do believe BlameF has an absolutely ridiculous opening kill success. When I was looking at it, it caught my attention. Whenever he
80% success rate.
What?
My brothers, 80% success in opening duels if you're BlameF. He chooses when he fights, but when he does, he wins.
Man, we used to bully those kids.
We'll get him back. Ooh.
Zentera's on the jump up. But the numbers are here. Straight up, Astralis have the numbers in the right spot. Zentera's doesn't make the most of catching them off. Blames Nade, catches the back player, and with the smoke in front, it's all good. They come out of that with a 5v4, Woxic 2 health. Sure, it's going back the other way, but it's 5 men standing for Astralis.
That old classic Astralis utility to net them 98 damage on Woxic and a kill in the opening stages. They're playing this very well, and Eternal Fire's plan A has been forced back. Now they've got to readjust on the map, and that's a lot of resources and time. Look at the nades they have to work with. They got nothing. They got 1 flashbang, Eternal Fire.
And they didn't have any sort of map control or information towards the A side, which is why we see them rotating very slowly, very carefully. I like that they leave Calix behind, which means if Astralis gets a little too curious and want to refire that rotation, they will get punished. I think this is what EF is trying to accomplish here, a little bit of A pressure and trigger the cat to come in and look what's happening. Zentaris is being very noisy about it, but so far Astralis ain't biting.
Trigger the cat?
Yeah, because you already killed the cat.
Sure.
Does that not work?
You know, it works. It's a little unusual, but we'll allow it here at Pro League.
Thank you for that generosity.
Swiss, after all.
Oh,
Deagle.
well, Deagle, after all.
You feel that? Major returns the favor. Close clear almost goes unchecked. Blame F's up next. It's only Device who's been able to answer elsewhere. Gets him a Galil, which keeps it alive, but a nice squeeze from Eternal Fire. I mean, you saw how scared they were leaving that B site because you know they are in uncharted territory. That was never a part of the plan to head the other way. They kept it tight-knit, slow, and once they saw that little rumbling out of Stair giving back the ramp control, they figured, let's collect, let's hit, and look what happens.
Very well handled. 3.9 V5. That's what it was, effectively. Woxic was down to 2 HP after that first skirmish. We have to talk about how much utility Astralis used in that first volley as well, because it meant they would basically be naked after it once EF decided to activate the second part of the round. So they avoid the banana peel. Well handled by Major.
That's actually so well handled. I mean, that's great control over your team if you're Major as well, to slow things down, have everyone pause, readdress, and come right back at it. Now things get a little bit easier. This time there's not the nades and utility for Astralis to slow this down and disjoint anything. Mid-stack for the defense has seen absolutely nothing at the moment, and Major still has his eyes on it. Give him a flashback, baby. Come on.
But he's waiting. He knows it's coming.
Pack of merry men go pushing down towards mid. I love it.
What a legend.
Okay.
Fair enough. Alex has to be careful. I think Major's called him away. I threw away the AK-47. There's nothing you got to worry about, except for the push.
I can imagine his grin on his face as he throws away the AK. Ah, you ain't getting it.
This is my rifle.
Or nobody's.
Nobody's.
Now, you would like for Wikidia to be involved in this round, not only to make money, because he's got the MAC 10 and we know about the bonus round, but I think for this young player, as you were talking about, it would be great to just, you know, feel the game early on, get a couple of kills, and you've just been put down.
And it's gone the opposite.
Not what the doctor ordered.
It's gone the opposite direction. Now it's no longer a feel-good moment.
Oh, no.
Oh, one more kill. They get a save an AK-47 in the hands of Borup. That's lovely for Astralis. They're going to be pleased with that one, but a third round for Eternal Fire.
We'll have to keep our eyes on it. I mean, we know he's been playing here in the studio already, and the environment in itself is not that much different. But still, we're in playoffs now. I think the gravitas of what's happening is different. It's single elimination, and usually for these young kids, the beginning of the game has a huge impact on what is about to happen. The more you get kills early on, the more you feel like comfortable, the more you feel like taking risks. We'll have to see if he can warm himself up to the game.
Those first 2 or 3 rounds can go really, really quickly, right? And it's like when you get settled in, like sometimes usually after like a pistol round, right? But like get a couple frags under your belt and all of a sudden the game kind of comes back to its normal speed. But they can disappear in a heartbeat if you're not focused, if things are going the other direction. You can feel like you don't even remember the rounds you've played. Nice thing for him is they just played a day ago, so he's going to be very comfortable with this studio setup. There's the AWP on device, repositions after giving it away, and already pressure applied by Eternal Fire.
Yeah, let's see if Astralis can give us something else to work with. It's the guns. It's where the game really begins. And it's back to ramp out of the gate. Santerez, huh?
Ooh! Bang!
Straight through device. Easy does it.
Oh, he was looking at a teammate's monitor. He was looking at a teammate's monitor when that started burning him, and he couldn't get out fast enough when he realized it. That's a tough frag to give back.
Man, what if that's the ticket? What if that's Stair's chance to come back, prying around short, clear out Wikidia, see that everybody else is gone. If Wikidia gets out of here by timing, all's good. Or just win the duel. That's not as bad.
But it's information gathered. This is what we're seeing Borup run towards Buzz right now, because Wikidia, although finding the kill, gives away the information now. Major has to think about what Astralis know currently. The A ramp is clear, but do they leave one player or do they rotate out? And he's been calling the bluff right now. He's calling it.
Yeah, Buzz might have used that smoke a little bit early over towards the B bomb site to get a deep angle, to get a little bit of a one-way, so it's all on BlameF.
Broad shoulders. We've seen already Eternal Fire in a similar round. Group backups, but they made sound. They made sound. BlameF's on high alert, and Wikidia was the one that was low, so his first is easy. And he won't shy away from a fast reposition. Dodges the flash. They almost line up for that crosshair to get snapped back. Not the case.
Oh, good molly, good nade combo.
Yes.
Another utility kill for Astralis. A 2-on-2, and Borup's telling his teammate you can come through the smoke. Careful, Woxic. Careful.
Just reaching, man. Stretching for that AK. Does get it. Flash setup here for Major. Woxic's going to swing with it, gets one off the backside, then it's Borup from the top rope, falling down onto bomb, taps it to just cause panic, and panic sets in. It is Astralis to lose it again, despite all of these tidbits of opportunities almost coming back their way.
Praise the utility usage by Eternal Fire in this round. So many traps they could have fallen into. BlameF is in a great position to grab a second kill, but the pop flash from Major is perfect, forces him off the angle, the timing is clear. Same in that 2 versus 2 post-plan situation. Woxic is ready to act on the flash. And you might think the flash is a bit long, but it bounces off the wall and it forces the CT to make a decision. Do I let that flash blind me or do I turn? And that's exactly why Woxic finds a quick kill that was very, very well played from Eternal Fire, and also being able to survive the multi-kill from BlameF, which is, after all, his signature move on the CD side.
Yeah, lesser men have fallen.
Going for a little bit of a boost up pretty quickly in the timing. Oh, and he catches Buzz, adjusting position, transitioning back, and that AWP is in middle. It can't have an impact on this round until it's in position just now, but he's way too wide. Xanter's already unexpected. Ooh, almost gets himself.
He's coming.
My Lord.
He's coming.
He
hungry.
He's cheesed. He's cheesed about that Molotov, man. And I would be too. They're just trying to get that weapon out. You can run, you can't hide.
It's a relay race with this AWP, and they're dropping it every step.
Yeah, but Wikadia is already in position. BlameF ain't saving that gun. It's just a matter of time.
Hey.
The pincer move is happening.
BlameF knows how to save.
I'll give you that.
If anyone can do it.
No,
not this time.
Never mind there. And that's one, that's a feels-good kill for Wikadia. You did the right thing. You were in the right place. Add one to the tally. Board looks better. Keep this going, because it is an Eternal Fire 5-0 start here, folks. It's live.
Yeah, this is a very convincing 5-0 start as well. They've had to do it. They've had to recover a couple of rounds. You think back to that second round when they had to recover a good opening from Astralis. They've been able to break into an A defense with a nice execute, with nice utility usage, and now they're kind of mopping up those little half buys, those little pistol buys that Astralis is bringing out. So all tests have been passed so far by Eternal Fire. Here's a glimpse of the B stream.
Hey, Monty.
Oh, wow, 2 ass whoopings.
Yeah, we like that.
6-0 in the lead on that of Anubis. I am sort of surprised by how Monty have been dealing with the loss of Boros. I had expected them to take a stronger hit after that roster change, and actually they're just staying right up there.
Yanko's back there in the green room like, see, I told you Fnatic were the common man.
Well, but he also wanted Astralis as Prince. So
True.
We got him.
True.
Don't worry. We're safe. We're good.
We covered. Covered. All right, full buy. There we go. 5v4 Astralis. Make it a 5v3. 2-for-1 special. Trios on sale. BlameF into middle. Damn, all right. Just when there felt like there was some semblance of mastery out of Eternal Fire, we just get a faster one out of this. But Device is kind of
the net.
But he's gonna surely walk into him, right?
No.
No, he's invisible. Wikadia's invisible now.
Oh, this is crazy.
Lord.
If he can wrap all, I don't think he'll be able to get past Stair, but now he knows Device is behind him. He could still do some economic damage. Oh, now it's in the glimpse. Now you're no longer invisible, and there's no one shifting over for you to catch either. Device is going to grab this with ease. Oh, jinx.
Okay, well, 2 kills.
What did you do, Jason?
But the bomb belongs to Astralis. Wikadia hopeful that somebody else is just rotating, but they all took the low road. They've all stacked on top of that bomb. This is not a round that Astralis will ever give away.
With the right smoke, he can make... Oh, never mind. He threw the wrong smoke.
Unless they all line up for the most magnificent spray Pro League's ever damn seen. There's the first!
Oh. Look, 1v5, you get 3 kills, give the man a high five. That's not bad. Because that was about to be a gift to Astralis to get a win with 5 people surviving, money in the bank. They like the fact that he gets 3 kills is absolutely spectacular, is wonderful.
Definitely a great victory. Eternal Fire trying to pick up the pace here a little bit, but Astralis had the right setup with that double rifle straight into B stairs. Flash coming in, Buzz in that 1-2 punch combination with Borup, cleaning out immediately, putting them in that strong position.
And they didn't recover the op either. That's one other thing to keep a hold of in terms of the economy. They had to buy it back in the next round due to the saved AK-47 previously. So that's a big investment that they're forced to put their cash back into.
Comparable to that 1B round, though, where it's at least the right players in the right places. Astralis, this is not a defense that'll crumble without some clean ones, but there's so much util usage. I mean, 10 grenades back and forth between these sides. Bora, triple, comes out around the site and clears it. But couldn't you feel that tension like building up with each volley of the nade? And it felt like EF thought they could capitalize, and they did for the first.
Well, that's why Astralis could feel that tension as well, which is why they were able to rotate a 4th person over. There was no trickery in that. That was Eternal Fire just banging on the door like, we're going to try and come in, regardless of what you got going on, and obviously coming out on the losing end of it.
And most of the utility that Astralis put down were in order to slow down Eternal Fire. When you see that Molotov that's in front of site, it's because they expect a very quick pace. They expect Wikadia to be right up there. He gets a kill, that's job relatively well done. 1-for-1 trade on the T side, but still, Astralis were not caught off guard by this change of pace. And now Calix is tasked with the same mission as Wikadia was prior, trying to get a little bit of damage in. 3 is the magic number. You want 3 weapons on the ground. It's already 2 on the side of Astralis.
They're letting him pick it up. They want to hear the cue. They know there's only 12 seconds, so using the time, using the clock as a teammate. And Calix, he wants one kill before he does it. That was the opportunity. Now there's nothing. Borup gets his 4th in the round, and Astralis clawing back.
And we'll take a Borup multi-kill. I think that, you know, there is, again, if we're going to have a conversation about the return of Astralis, then obviously that is painted with Device and Blame F on the banner. Borup and Stair had some hype behind them coming in, Stair more so. But we've tapped on how, like, if this is your 4th and 5th best players, then maybe it won't be enough. You know, I've heard the critics, Matsu, they're out there.
They are.
I've heard them.
Rightfully so.
So you give Borup a 4K early on in an important matchup, good for him.
And I think this is exactly the type of scenario that Borup loves, which is being sort of in flux and arriving as the fight is breaking down. So he doesn't have to be the first line of defense. I think he might be at time a little bit in jeopardy whenever there's an execute straight onto him and he has to answer the call immediately. But whenever he gets that chance to be the second line as the skirmishes is happening, then I think he's pretty good because he's got that aim, he's got good spray control as well. Here he made work with the Famous, so this is the poster child of a round that Borup likes to shine in.
Hell yeah, I like those rounds too. I like being the guy coming in second when
good.
everyone's looking elsewhere. Like that's everyone's going to capitalize on that one.
So you're saying you could have done what he did? Is that what you're saying?
In that particular round,
it sounded like it.
In that particular round and situation, I think I could.
Wow.
Easier said than done.
Caster 5-head.
Here's a man who won't have a helping hand nearby. Blame F is the next point of contact towards middle. Oh, and Buzz just gets blasted by the Tech-9. This is not what Astralis can really afford. It is just the upgraded pistols, and Borup also just caught out on top construction. They're going to flood in. Blame F able to cheat around the side, but again, trade frag so swift. Stair gets the best of it, and Device killed Calix. Another moment where Eternal Fire have to keep Astralis on their feet, and it feels like Device has blood in the water as he flanks this, but Woxic could still leave. And more importantly, just grab a weapon. In the meantime, Stair ready for it. EF's pistols pop on Buzz, but they don't get much further than that sight.
That's a huge save, and that might have actually even been worse. The flashbangs that Eternal Fire throw during that hit actually fall short, so they're not actually blinding the player up on top of the box, right, or up on top of the boost towards mid. So if those get a little bit blind, maybe one kill doesn't go their way. It's a harder retake situation, but obviously utility a little bit off the mark.
And yeah, you talk about utility being missed, but also just not being there at all, not available for Eternal Fire. You would have loved to have a couple of smokes just to slow down the pace of the round and have the ability to use the weapons you grabbed. That wasn't the case. Astralis is always there to trade. Speaking of trading, very much willing to fight into this round. We're going to see Stair lurking down, trying to make his way through the smoke. He's using the gap.
Great damage from a spam, though. Second volley also with an extra tickle, but Wicadia completely smoked out of this one. Astralis' answer is smoke.
This is an early win, though, for Eternal Fire. Great damage on the Device. They forced out so much counter utility, so many of these smokes.
Stair will have to respect that smoke now. I don't think he can afford that peak. Wicadia will have it booked if he does. Yes, he got it. That's an easy kill for Wicadia, although I say that, it gets a little labored.
It's a kill. It's a kill. He gets there.
The dink sounded much worse than it was. That was like through the steel, so that's only 58 HP still left on Wicadia. He's going to be very happy with that opening frag. Calix, meanwhile, tries to find his 1v1 at the B bomb site and loses that out. I don't even mind that risk, realizing you have an isolated defender there. It goes the other direction.
Santeras with the molly. If Blame F is going to be countered out, now that he's fired, you'd think that has to be destined for him. They throw a frag. They still have the Molotov on Santeras. Device on site, Borup up close.
Ooh.
Has to give it back. But look at this position.
Look at the HP, though.
Man, look at this position. Oh, watched Wicadia. 10-7. Doing what he has to, out of the gate, and then back on the entry. Buzz with a double. He could have been the guy this round. Getting his frag over towards that B site made the A defense feel a little more impenetrable, but Wicadia, key piece, 1, 2, 3.
And he's not afraid. I am loving what we are seeing from Wicadia. And it is going to be one of the questions that we're going to flow throughout this entire cast, this entire event here in the playoffs is, are we seeing a regression in terms of maybe a little bit less aggression, maybe more timid, maybe more shy in the way he approaches rounds? Here, none of it. He goes, when he has to go for the kill, that right there is round winning. Pushes Blame F out of the position with the nade, great adjustment of the crosshair, puts him down immediately.
And Blame F in that position with no smoke realizes if a Molotov comes in, I'm screwed. So he's trying to make his evacuation a little bit earlier. That's a nice pop-up and peak. Santeras now wants to step into the action, spots one at default. Realizes more than often than not, though, that Astralis has some utility to counter with in these rounds and shies away after showing his position.
I'm not throwing shades, but if you want to know if Eternal Fire is expecting an eco round, just analyze Zentaris' speed. Because when he's fast, that's when an eco round is coming. They use him
when he's fast.
Go, exactly, when he's fast.
He's
he runs up
thirsty.
that ramp immediately. I mean, why not? Why not use a player like that with that skill to have all of these duels versus an armored piece? Absolutely do it. Or Wikidia, either or. I don't mind them.
Yeah, that's all fair. Take those fast duels against USPs. There is an M4 in play that's in the hands of BlameF, but it hasn't even been involved in the action. He's all the way back at T-spawn. He's already thinking about saving the weapon, so he'll survive. And Eternal Fire brute force their way into the A-bomb site yet again.
What I like is there's that burst of brute force. Whew.
That is
that's a tough one. Yeah, burst of brute force into, as Maniac is saying, right? What could have been just an immediate unraveling isn't. And then again, a nice collection from Eternal Fire. I haven't seen too many Eternal Fire players dying out on their own. In terms of like pack spacing, they've been very clean with it. Whether that is at a disadvantage, whether that is even in a 4v3 where they could be a little brutish, but instead, keeping it tasteful.
We probably also have to talk about how Device has been a little bit neutralized. So far, there was a round, the first gun round, Zentaris peeks him, quite literally. This is where the name comes from. Immediately put down. Then the utility was very good. Device has never really been in a position to truly assert dominance over that short sort of area of the map, where usually an AWP is very good at peeking any rifle that comes in dry. It wasn't the case so far. And also financially, we've been very critical to how Eternal Fire was putting pressure on Astralis, always finding players, even in the rounds that they were losing, making sure there is no bank that's being filled, or bank account that's being filled. And once again, the AWP comes in for Device, but there ain't no money behind it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Eternal Fire's done a great job of neutralizing him. Here towards the B-bomb site, the defense decides to get aggressive and shut down Calyx immediately. Saw a couple more players there from Eternal Fire, so they'll just delay this. They're just going to shut down those B stairs. No access for the attacking side. And that'll probably cause Wikidia to start looking for a fight that he enjoys. But you're exactly right. I think getting Device into this game for Astralis and for Device himself has got to be a priority. He's another one of those players that BlameF, really, really high percentage of opening kill win rate. It's at 70% where BlameF was at 80. Still an incredible stat to have throughout the group stage. They need this AWP to start ringing out on the map.
Here he comes. Huge timing.
Oh, but that third player.
Huge timing.
Nice snap. Bomb as well. And dives back. 5 health to spare. That could have been the end of Device.
Yeah, that nade afterwards as well. Device stayed forward instead of eating the nade at the corner. That would have certainly been his death. Oh, he's gone now. Real gone.
Woxic sets up Zentaris. Zentaris keeps pressing around. Stair is able to put one up with the FAMAS. We talked about little utility. That could come back to haunt them on the retake because the T-side volley blocks them off from exiting out CT, from even peeking beyond elevator. And you know Zentaris, where there's space, there's a chance to catch someone off guard, and he's going to slip right into that. And this is so daunting for Astralis because, yes, it's a 4 versus 2, but you know you've given up all of this site control. Although I will say, Woxic, he's kind of left Zentaris on his own, immensely so. And by swapping out to the AWP, he misses his chance to peel them off. It's still not the defuse stuck.
Might have to save.
A save instead of reposition. Astralis clearing out Zentaris, not forgetting about that close corner. That's the only thing that gets this retake looking so smooth.
Yeah, but once again, you have to say Eternal Fire, like this round, they don't get a whole lot of production, but what production they do get is massive in terms of taking the AWP away from Astralis yet again. Now, I think it can be afforded and dropped over by BlameF. It would put him light on utility, but I imagine that AWP is going to be a priority yet again, and the fact that it only gets like 1 kill in this round, we're still waiting for that impact and that presence from Device.
I'm still surprised about this one, that Woxic was running away to grab an AWP.
So the only problem with that position is that Zentaris had a smoke that he could have used to make the clutch more survivable for them, but it would have given away the game, would have given away his position. So he snuck himself into that corner, couldn't use the smoke anymore, and then Woxic completely abandoned him because he wanted to play from far back. So a nice attempt. We also have to mention very quickly, as we have have that B stream update, rather Fnatic, coming back into the game. We checked in on a 6-0 scoreline previously. We have to talk about how this is the second time that both Buzz and Borup double up and fight stairs at the right time. When Astralis did it the first time around, they shut down that aggression, that assertiveness from Major, trying to take the B stairs with Eternal Fire. This time again, they punished. It's been well read by BlameF.
And as soon as they start having like a solid A defense, oh, I thought he was going to drop for a second. As soon as they have a solid A defense that can actually stop the progression of Eternal Fire, this map's going to shrink massively for the attacking side. Options will become limited. Ooh, given some space, you have to know the position of Device, and this is where the rookie can sometimes fall a little bit short. Are you over-eager, over-peaking some of these angles?
It's just a fake. It's just selling activity.
Big moment for Buzz, perhaps, if there's a follow-up from Xantares. What was a fake, now suddenly a bit more threatening. Okay, well, Cadia, he has surpassed that phase of the game where we're like, it's the new guy gonna be nervous at this next stage. Now it's the whole, don't get too crazy just because you're 13-9.
Look at the utility that both teams have right now. It's a smoke and flash nade at the A bomb site for Astralis, and then it's basically 4 full kits of utility for Eternal Fire. Whatever execute they have, not a whole lot that can disjoint it.
Unless it's Device's op in and of itself. One man on the big green with a teammate over towards short. That teammate just being softened up. And that big volley.
Where's the flash?
Nowhere to be seen just yet. 25 on that clock. Xantares inside of the smoke. Device is going to rail the first shot. He gets peaked, but Stair holds on. And that leaves Device in the perfect pocket, even with the nades sailing by. But they're able to get the better of him. Stair's still over. They know it. He holds on for one more. Outside of the smoke comes Borup again. We've already seen him press through that exact position. 4K on the FAMAS last time, and a critical shutdown kill, so Woxic can do nothing yet again.
It's these slow hits at the A bomb site. Astralis very much realizes that when these slow progressive hits with utility are coming in, Eternal Fire's not leaving people elsewhere on the map to apply pressure, so they never have to be concerned about the other bomb site. They never have to be concerned. Mid's been mostly ignored throughout this entire half so far, which allows Borup to cheat over with such confidence.
And you were right on the money when you mentioned the utility situation for Astralis. That is the reason why we see both Stair and Device being committed in front of the first line of smokes. Astralis are not in a position where they can afford the execute to come through and then retake. They don't have the utility, they don't have the smoke, so they play ahead of them and they grab the players first, just like Buzz is attempting. But once again, put down by Major. It's the second time he finds the opening with the pistol, putting them in a 5v4 in a round that could change the entire turnout of this half.
Very crazy, man. I mean, he knew that he had somebody isolated because of the molly. He knew he couldn't have run back. Takes a duel towards B by jumping over the woods, sets up Eternal Fire 5v4. They make it one worse.
Device not able to get anything going 13 rounds into this half.
That saved op.
And a 5-on-3. Woxic even has a Molotov, so if they want to come up towards this A bomb site, you have something to force Stair out of this position. He's got no smoke. Borup does, but he'd have to throw it from the bomb site itself.
They're keeping eyes on it. They're
Certainly
not going to forget. They're not.
Ooh.
He stepped. He stepped. There must have been hurt. It must have been hurt. Borup's position. They have to be ready for it.
Sees the shadow. Op's trying to walk in. Tries to get back around with the flash from BlameF. Oh, they stop the bomb. And the next player's lit. They grab it, they hold back, and that smoke comes down. Then they're going to run. All three of them, shoulder to shoulder towards that B site, but BlameF is walking, and he will definitely arrive in time. They're coming up this ramp, and BlameF has a chance, a glorious moment for him to recover what was lost by Astralis, what felt like a shoe-in, and down goes two. Calix's Galil, and it's Borup on the spray down. Nobody more essential at the moment than these Borup late round rotations.
Yeah, he's doing a wonderful job of playing off the point man on some of these hits. I'll admit it now, Maniac. A few rounds later, he's doing a great job of being in the right position and taking his opportunities. But you got to say, huge save from BlameF. Not only the kills at this bomb site, the flashbang to stop the initial A hit was a perfect moment as Borup was getting tested by two players swinging on him, and that flashbang stops him cold in their tracks.
And maybe what was the first real mistake of Eternal Fire here, that decision to go back to the B side. Blameless was firmly in position, but they don't let that get to their nerves. They stay aggressive. Kylix this time found with Wicadia once again on the prowl. He's given out the information. The AK has run through. Device has been shut down the entire game, but not this time around. It's one of the first opening duels that he finds.
Again, a little stringiness. This one felt a little looser. Astralis kind of set the tempo with that bottom B peak. Eternal Fire tried to bring it back, but now Device is on the prowl. And he's on the top of these boxes, making sure that no room can be given to EF. Maybe Major can punish this B site again. He's trying to find a chance to strike Buzz out.
A second Molotov as well. That's always depressing if you're trying to find a pick at this B bomb site.
Have a nade.
Yeah, just for your troubles. Not a whole lot of openings. Double stack is going to cover the teammate baiting to bring them closer to Buzz's position at boards. They're going to be focused on Borup, and that should give Buzz the chance.
Borup, a little drive-by on that one, and Buzz jumps up to close it. Astralis starting to make a, something of this. Remember, 5-0 start for Eternal Fire, must be stated.
Yeah, 7-3 at one point as well.
I cannot let go of the feeling that round 13, this 5v3 won by Astralis, might have just changed the story of this game, the story of this map. You were looking at EF on a half-buy in a position to convert and break Astralis, and then that flash that you were talking about, from BlameF to Borup, induces Major in mistake, going back to B, being fought out. Oh, this could have been an entirely different half, but good job from Astralis to staying alive and regain some control.
That's what makes them a team that we've been saying is getting stronger and stronger, is those kinds of utility usage, those kind of plays, the Borup rotations, the teamwork and cohesion from Astralis. What looks sketchy maybe in the first 5-6 rounds seems to have finally got a little bit of momentum, a little bit of energy behind it, and they're fighting for the lead going into the halftime break.
Got stair pressed down the ramp as well. Majority for EF to hit the B site. Dare go around this corner? No. But there's nobody inside of B here to actually give a peek. There's nobody in it at all. Buzz over towards CT spawn starts to come back as the exec's already in place. Xanterra's with a chance to take his head off, doesn't.
Oh, this is going to be such a tough retake. This is Eternal Fire taking advantage of a big gap that Astralis allowed them to have with no presence at B. Still going to be a very strong retake. Look at all the nades and utility. A flank coming in as well. One out by Stair, and now it gets real difficult.
Right. And the bomb's down, so you know Eternal Fire going to turn a couple heads back. Astralis definitely have enough to get the retake going. BlameF with a whole entire belt. Buzz, it is gun out and press out. And he sees one falling back, hasn't cleared behind green. Wicadia, this could be a glorious moment as he catches Borup. They know they're still back there, but Device cleaning them out one after another. BlameF by his side, Astralis fighting for that 8th round, and they'll take it. They get on top of the bomb with just enough in it. A 5-0 start, a 7-3 lead, and an 8-7 half by the end. The Danes are putting up a fight.
Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
An Astralis roster that boasts an impressive stat between BlameF and Device, 80 and 70% opening success rate between the two of them, and yet only one opening kill each throughout that half. It was Eternal Fire, 9 5v4s, 7 rounds off the back of it. As you brought up, Maniac, so aptly, that 3v5 from Astralis towards the A site really did feel like a turning point.
It could come back to haunt them, Connor. I am right there with you. Astralis saw an opportunity and they seized it with both hands. Beautiful team play, beautiful read of the situations as well. We complimented Boreb for his rotations and the timings. We'll have to see if he can keep going with that rhythm in half number 2.
Grenades over the top, wasting no time. Molotov for the lane, and therefore not the sandbags, where Wicadia sits behind. Stare, it is his contact that flusters the site ever so slightly. Boreb decides, I'm out, because you're right, Moses. It belongs to Astralis.
As baby's wide open, a little bit of a fake thrown in here, and boy did Eternal Fire bite. They're going to set up aggressively to stop even the turn to try and get a fight before the retake begins. You got to retake the map control before you can start retaking the bomb site, and all of Eternal Fire is forced back, and there's a flank coming in from A.
Oh, but Device, having missed a few shots, peels back, leaves Buzz on that island, and with him going down, it then starts this rolling ball forward, and they all get cleared. It is 4 instant headshots all out of Eternal Fire. Now Stairs coming in from this flank, sure enough, but they have the kit, they have everything they needed in that moment, because Device had more than 5 chances at getting that kill in CT, didn't do it, left Buzz, and the whole thing comes crumbling down around them. They lose that B site faster than they took it, Moses.
Yeah, that aggression from Astralis is cool, but I thought they would back off after that initial contact. Once you're there, it's so hard to get the numbers advantage you have in those positions fighting at the same point, because every time someone swings, they're exposed to a new angle. No one can really play off that front man, and they get absolutely smacked.
281 damage from Calix by this man Dinner, because he was the reason that retake went so smooth with the USP close quarter against the Glocks. And here he is, boosted in confidence going in for the aggression, but he'll back off and play a little bit slowly and careful. We do like to see it. For the people watching at home, I do want to point your attention towards how important this round is on the CT side. You cannot afford to win the pistol and get reset. Highway to hell immediately.
You know, throughout that first half, we did have a good little sideshow entertainment between Calix and Buzz over on this B site. At times being hyper passive, at times going in on one another. So Calix switches sides, has no teammate nearby just yet.
That flash scares him, though. He backs off, and he actually has to call Woxic over for support. So 2 players now guard the B bomb site for the moment. But they want to re-clear it and get information. Calyx here's nothing with that nade. Astralis readjusts to A ramp. There's 45 seconds on the clock to make this work.
The timing is good. Currently, the defense is at its weakest on the A side. Wikadia spots a shoulder, will have to back off. Still, a Molotov he can put down, even a smoke to slow down the hit. So the defense should be in position by the time they are needed.
They look a little shaky right now. I'm not going to lie to you. It feels.
I agree.
Exec over the top. Oh, that's a wonderful nade. Could not have been better placed. Blame and Stare both down to sub-half health, but Wikadia's Famas can't find either, and the squeeze! But Major, he still stands! And Device with Blame F next to him, clear them out. The HP left on those two is near nothing. Borup's late lurk through middle is going to find contact versus Calyx, but Eternal Fire, who said it? Who said they look shaky?
Yeah, that would be me, Professor. Yeah, they looked really awkward shuffling between nades, not realizing where they wanted to be positioned. That all looked so uncomfortable.
Man, and it looks even worse if Major gets cleared out when he's fought by sight, but like there was a moment where Xantera saved him for at least an extra second.
It feels as though they had the right utility. When Wikadia puts down a smoke with 33 seconds left, and there is very clear audio cues that the A side is going to be the point of attack, you'd feel like the defense is going to be here on time, but somehow, between the rifles on the A side and up on the box boosted, and Wikadia, there was no synergy. They were not fighting at the same time. Wikadia took a little bit of an elevation, misses the duel, gets found, and at the time, Xantara speaks out, but he's already the target of all the attention because Wikadia is cleared out already, so a bit of a disjointment here. It makes me feel a little bit uneasy.
You can see the difference, too, in the defenses when those A hits are coming in, right? Astralis was taking that fight from short like a little bit more shallow. They were letting the T's kind of swing into them. Wikadia was peeking it way wider to take a fight towards sandbags as well. And once again, that's an angle that it's going to be very difficult for your teammates to support you into. So on the back foot already, as Eternal Fire lose after a fantastic pistol round, they're back to just pistols once again. M4 on Calyx. He managed to save that. A little bit of utility, but not enough for the whole round. Not against this Astralis attack. That's going to bounce you between bomb sites.
Oh, man, give us something special. They're all there. All 5 of them coming at him, and there's nothing to be had. Blame F, instant headshot. Now the pistols in the background.
Miss smoke, though. That could cause a little bit of chaos. They're kind of lucky they're only going up against Deagles and 5.7s. I say that.
Just Deagles?
Just Deagles.
Just that one Deagle that blew Buzz's brains out?
Yeah, but that's all it's going to get. I hope.
Don't hold your breath. Device starts to slide along that smoke.
They're pulling back. They realize that retake is not happening.
Yeah.
It's only a smoke. It's not enough to play with. If you lose that, you're going to have to be bare bone on that next round. You don't want to have that at all.
Yeah, another save coming in the next round, so just save these weapons, try again, see what more you can do, see if you can get any deeper production. Missing a little bit more utility in the next round, you'd imagine, but it's going to be 10-8. Astralis have taken a 2-round lead.
And big picture, if we're going to put the screws on Device a little bit in the first half and how it took time for him to warm up, I feel like Woxic's a name that's been eluding us for quite a while. We haven't really mentioned Woxic at all, and he's going to be very much needed on the A side just to give Major and the defense a deeper, longer peek into the ramp so you can allow the defense to be proactive, not reactive to what's happening. Unfortunately for him, financially speaking, this is pretty much the worst case scenario. It's going to be a little bit of a minute until he put his hands on an AWP.
You know what I think holds me back the most about talking about Woxic?
Tell me.
His sensitivity.
Ooh. Yeah, I think it's been a topic of conversation a couple times already.
It's a bit crazy.
It is. Was that a problem for you when I played inverted mouse?
Yeah, I mean...
That's still a problem. Nobody has forgiven you, Mathieu.
There's many reasons why I didn't talk about your positives back in the day, but the inverted mouse was at the top of that list.
Trying to set trends here, not working.
You think you're some kind of pilot?
I guess. It's how my cousin introduced me to the game.
Well,
I could see it.
Have a conversation with that cousin. He's done you dirty. Wikadia trying to make something happen. He gets picked off, and now it's just a matter of time. Astralis in a 5-on-3 have the entire map open available to him.
I'd like to bring something up from 2 rounds ago. Cool. It was when we had what was looking like a B hit versus Calyx solo B. And he was playing behind wood. He drew Woxic over. It pulled off the mid play. And we said, oh, they're going to re-aggress the stairs as Astralis had left.
Yeah, I thought it looked like they were lining up.
It looked like it, right? It did look like it. But then they showed a certain level of timidness as they then had to scurry over towards the A site with no flank in place, with not this, like, maybe you know, a little certainty that A hit was indeed coming, maybe that's what would have prevented the A hold from looking as flustered and frustrated as we saw. And that could have been solved by Calix going for that extra step. Now, moving forward, I want to bring it up now because when guns come back into the equation, I'm curious if there will be this timidness towards B, whether Eternal Fire put it on Calix and Woxic confidently enough for them to take those kinds of risks. A push to the bottom of the B stairs as a CT can cost you a round, can cost you a map. So moving forward, will they be given that liberty?
They should be able to do what Buzz and Borup did on their CT side because they granted Astralis a couple of man advantage situation with that double push immediately. But you're talking about this level of discomfort that we see from the defense. I'll even go ahead and say the pistol round was exactly the same. We talked about the heroics of Calix in that retake and all of the headshots, but the truth is, Eternal Fire got faked completely. We could hear the comms, we could hear the intensity of the comms in the studio. They thought that hell was breaking loose on the A side. Everybody was running, everybody was gunning, and it was only 2 players from Astralis with the rest and the bomb on the B side. So currently, I don't think Eternal Fire is feeling in sync with the game. I think they're a little bit lost as to what's the point of attack for Astralis. When are they doing it? Might be the reason why we see a timeout coming in now, because the music is going a little too fast. The maestro is trying to get his flutes in the right time, but it's not working.
I think you can see the CT side. We might be looking at a half where it crumbles. I think it's going to be really hard to read this Astralis team for Eternal Fire. I think this is the half where you're probably going to lean on some individual performances to help you out and bail you out of some missed rotations. It's not going to be as clean as what we saw from Astralis in the first half. So you're going to want guys who are anchoring bomb sites to get you that double kill, get you a triple kill once in a while. Anything they can do to ease up the tactical nature in which Astralis is going to be able to punish.
He knows. He's seen that HE. He's seen a trajectory. Not able to inflict damage.
Was looking for something quick. That quickness fizzles out and we settle in for a second. Gonna watch for the side peek. Wakadia also looking for just something, a glimpse, a glimmer of an opening kill to be had.
Do they know about Device? Have they processed the possibility that he would be so far forward?
It's a tense moment. Look at all these challenges. Oh, Buzz can't track it, can't find a clean one. Santaris doesn't need to be here anymore in a 5-on-4. He's got to be very careful about when he gets this information. Now he hears the running. Now he's going to back away, but they're out in the open. They come back for more. Dangerous, and here comes the rest of the defense.
And that molly on short prevents the T's from scaling all the way through, but off the flash, they're going to try to test this. And then those short players looking blind, but tucked in. A missed shot from Device. What could have been a double spray down turns into a painful moment of disappointment. And Blame F also with nothing to get this one rolling. So maybe we don't replay that Device spray?
He got a little bit blind right at the last second, but that's also a round where Eternal Fire comes in with the quickness with these rotations. That's one of the times they look great.
Was here. You have to imagine, Major is the one finding the opening kill onto Buzz, and he is still needed in that sort of a defense on the A side. With 5 seconds left, Blame F is only about damage. We're not talking rounds here. We're not talking of a W. We're talking about damage.
He does go down. Did he die before the time?
Yeah.
Okay, just barely. Just made it happen.
But we could feel the same urgency in the defense, I felt like. When Wakadia and Santaris are rotating away from the ramp, you're thinking, oh, it's about to happen. And then finally there's a little bit of stabilization with the smoke being put out at Crane and Major coming in with a bunch of flashes as well. As you mentioned, Device, flash, unflashed, flash, unflashed.
Look at where those fights take place as well. The bodies drop pretty much right in front of the default boxes. They didn't take that deep fight towards the sandbags. Now, I mean, that's also because they themselves got flashed. They couldn't take that fight when they perhaps wanted it to. But it makes it a lot easier for the rotating Eternal Fire players to be involved in the action. And Device peering over the smoke looking for a pick. It's not even going to be offered to him.
Calix takes a quick glance. That whole Buzz versus Major debacle of the last round. This time I think that's a better protocol. Clear it out with the Molotov. Oh, I thought he was going to hold the angle that Major surprised him with, but instead they both walk away.
But that's enough to keep Major here. Astralis are very 9-esque in their approach right now, as it's very complicated to know how many bodies are towards A, how many bodies are towards B. We've seen utilities being used, a couple of flashes and mollies on B, but Device also had a smoke on the A side. That's why we see here the respect that's being given from Eternal Fire. The amount of information they're going to get is very late, and that smoke is a little early for my liking. We see the boost, maybe it gets a kill. It kind of have to because a lot hinges on it, not a whole lot of utility being used behind it.
Oh, they're fixated on the sandbag. Somebody's going to jump up. Someone's walking up that ramp. Molly at the base of it. They don't get anything for their efforts. They've got Device on the line. He sees the body, easy pickup on Woxic, and suddenly those CTs feel so stranded, so incredibly stuck in the mud of this short side that these flashes again have to come and bail them out, but Device plays it perfectly, peeking around those sandbags, and he makes sure to shave off the front runner. But we're talking 15 seconds, and that bomb just got picked back up. 5 to spare. CTs with one more frag grenade. That bomb's going to get escorted in under the cover of the smoke.
It's low. It's low.
And they stop it, but just enough time. No spray can find him. Borup will punch in the digits, and Eternal Fire, that close proximity to the bomb site for like 35 seconds. You thought the nade had it, and it did. But 2 extra seconds makes a world of difference for this Astralis 12-9 lead.
Yeah, that's a really good round from Astralis. Device getting into the position he did, picking off Woxic, and then just chilling sandbags.
Yeah.
Device with the op in that position for like 30 seconds is like nightmare fuel.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't want to be a defender of that site in that situation. Now, it's not all lost. They have to back out. They're saving this round. Xantares will be able to drop a rifle over. But then they really need to put a stop to it, because after that, if you get destroyed off the map, if everyone gets taken down, you're staring a really rough comeback in the face.
That kid right here. This is what unlocks the entire situation. It allows Device to go towards the haystack, being strong in position, and Woxic is suffering here. I would argue it's a bit of mismanagement to not be aware that there is a risk that you open your shoulder up like this. Obviously, Astralis are scaling up the A ramp. There's been a whole lot of utility being put on that. You have no doubt about it. And Woxic being found is exactly what they needed.
And then throwing some re-aggression into the mix might have been a bit
But
crazy.
that was a panic. That was a panic reaction.
I don't know what the good decision would have been to get aggressive, get passive. Not a whole lot of utility for a retake. It was a risky play regardless of what they chose to do. Obviously punished in the previous round. So Woxic is back on a Deagle. The extra M4 is passed over to Wakadia. And we play on into round 22.
It's the furthest forward we've seen Calyx in any of the B setups yet, finally going beyond the staircase. And that Desert Eagle is the only other thing that's meant to stop him. Now it is the only thing inside B.
And that'll pull Major away. He shifts to middle.
They saw it, right? They heard that Deagle firing mid. But Buzz is low.
If Woxic falls, it's over. Woxic has to be really careful. He has no help whatsoever, and he still has a smoke to play with. Death would almost immediately mean the round. Wakadia here hiding with the USP so that the model doesn't betray his position. He'll see
Oh my goodness.
And the device is locked onto him. I think that should be enough for a double kill. Wakadia, great adjustment. It's all in control, and a third one, just not a bullet shy from it.
But still the job is done. Still, he has set it up perfectly unless the B site crumbles. Buzz comes up the stairs, and now Borup could catch off a player, but Major slides in just as he was coming down. A Molotov inside of the bomb site could deny the plant for enough time for that third player to get over for EF.
Peace.
Kobe, done. No bomb in just yet. Buzz will tap. And they aggress. They come down on him, also peeking top construction. Wakadia saves them. That USP to M4 swap, so smooth.
That's a wonderful pounce. That is a huge round to grab if you're Eternal Fire. You get to continue fighting on. 3 players alive. Device doesn't have the angle to prevent this swing out. It was almost there, and he almost even goes down. Good utility work from Major as well, realizing he doesn't have to press the issue after clearing close up. An Eternal Fire fight on, 12-10.
That could be the turning point moment, I think, in this half for EF. If we think about the Astralis 3v5, we put a pin in the Wakadia 3K ramp.
Potentially, but you still need a few more things to improve if you're Eternal Fire. One of them we already referenced, Woxic, 6 in 13. He's got an AWP in his hands, needs to have some impact in this game.
He needs to punish that flank. Depends on how aggressive Borup is going to elect to play. I'm not sure I'm big of a fan of that position. I would like Woxic to be a bit more involved in what's happening. We know he would need 1 or 2 kills just to start being a bit more proactive the way we saw Device come alive.
He's being proactive now, baby.
Half.
He's pushing middle. He's pushing to get the angle in towards the ladder room. He's got it, but they drop away. Utility spent for Astralis towards the A bomb site, but no one even flirts with the ramp.
Oh, man.
And they're going back to B.
If this is the round, Woxic goes top middle, pushes further away from construction, leaves Calyx infinitely more alone.
on an island.
And then 4 Astralis players hit B. Listen, the call, it could work out for the Danes. Calyx given a chance at a second frag. Stare still over towards that ramp. Woxic pulls back in time, but the flash finds him on the first peak. The smoke doesn't cancel all his vision. Oh, he's going to get so fixated on that until they take it away. Xanterra slides out, and Device caught off. Spam damage almost enough to take Blame F out of this. That would have been the bomb plant with hands busy. But Woxic, again, we want something out of this AWP.
I don't even know if they can go for it, though. Like this, they're going to do it. They're going to try.
Wicadia at the front's going to smoke off the bomb. Oh, it's instant. I bet that one stinks.
It really does. I mean, you can understand maybe the frustration from Woxic, feeling like he cannot get the game going. He cannot find the kills. You mentioned that gap in the smoke, but no one breaks that barrier. They wait for the second volley of utility before they swing. Woxic once again neutralized, and his position, that's just unfortunate. The call from BlameF is perfect. Calyx is completely alone on an island. He does 1-for-1. We know that's in favor of the T's, and once they get rolling, the utility, the protocols are good from Astralis.
And now that kind of negates that triple kill from Wicadia. We kind of framed that as it could have been the turning point in the second half to get Eternal Fire back into it, but immediately you kind of shove that idea to the side because they get returned upon immediately. Can't build anything off of the rookie success.
Yeah, emphasis on the could have.
Huge.
Ooh.
As in, this could also be another one.
He was never gone.
That's what you were implying, right, Jason?
Yeah, exactly. He's going to have another chance to create a turning point. I bet they wish they had Woxic up in middle of this round because that ain't doing anything.
But there's a whole pack of players sprinting out mid, and if Buzz got a little too excited with the players behind him, then maybe they would have walked into the open. Instead, it is a tempered approach to that B site. Or excuse me, it is we've got 2 on the ramp. We've got Wicadia in a similar position, and they are both running, and they have both gone by him again. He doesn't press his luck. He will not be greedy.
I like that, playing within himself, just realizing the advantage he's already given his team.
And no one is on the B side. Once again, all the doors are wide open. BlameF is going to be able to grab so much map control, and I'm looking over to the EF side, and we're not working with a lot, not a smoke, not a kit. A flash, and that's it, just a bunch of dreams.
Only 2 sets of Kevlar. Woxic's job that much harder. Bomb plants in, boost over top. They slide off of it already. Device now give it a chance to put that scope up, but they're so concerned with the possibility of a flank that it is BlameF, hidden quad for now. 1 flash. And already Woxic out of this one. Repeat is delicious. And that 2v3, so clean.
No, this shot's from Device, man. He knows it peeking out. He's got the first one, sees the other one along the wall, knows where to track it, and just keeps going back for more. You might expect him to hide. Would have even made sense in a certain world.
I know. And listen, there are different schools of thoughts. You can look at the way Eternal Fire is playing this, thinking, okay, they have the number advantage. They give away control of the site so they can retake together. The problem is that that assumption is that they have a full kit, full Kevlar, and they can play a full retake. That is not the case. I will argue that 3 versus 2 here for EF, they are still at a disadvantage. It is not a good 3v2. Woxic doesn't have a Kevlar, they have no kit, they have no smoke. You have to take a risk. I would have wanted to see Xantares get stuck in immediately, trying to get that 1v1, that 1-for-1 trade that would have allowed a 2v1 in a bomb plant situation that would have been much better. But they allow Astralis to settle, and when you leave Device and BlameF in that 2 versus 3, it is over. Pack your bag.
Space, nothing to harass the op with, nothing to keep Device from peeking you, nothing to hold them back, nothing for them to be afraid of.
You know, if somebody told me I could only open my eyes and watch Device when he's in a post plant, I wouldn't even be that mad. That sandbags moment, this one now, I mean, it's where he thrives. Good grenade over the top in what is not the prettiest purchase. Eternal Fire trying to keep Astralis off 15.
It's survival. It truly is survival right now.
This is their map pick as well, remember.
Yep.
Picked by Eternal Fire. It's a map that was good to them in the group stage to even get them into the playoffs. Second map would be Inferno.
But there's reason to believe in a buy like this. I think, you know, EF have already given us multiple examples of doing more with less.
Is Eternal Fire winning this round, Connor?
No.
Okay.
No, but don't.
There are reasons.
But don't open up another tab if you're watching, is what I'm saying. You know, there's.
Look at what Astralis is doing. Once again, making it look like it's an A map control, but throwing towards the mid side. Major alone. He's about to be caught in rotation, and just like that, the rabbit comes in. The carrot was a fake. You have been trapped. Wicaria is fallen off by the design of Device, and it's a 5 versus 3 in what we prefaced as a survival. I can't look. I have to close my eyes.
It's got to be so frustrating. Astralis has really only attacked middle when they feel like the economy is at a low buy or a half buy. This is a huge push.
Calyx, yes, 2, 3! Finally given a chance. He had not gone beyond that staircase, and yet it was glory on the other side. Still, it could be taken back. So again, will they win? Maybe not. Well, but that was a reason to watch.
You have Blame F in middle to cut off rotations, but it's actually just going to be a double flank. And here they come. I think that should give away the sound cues. Now they all know. Now Borup and Blame F both know where the players are retaking from.
And a flash from Blame F to try and set him up. It's going to come down to timing here. Borup, if he's given the perfect flash, could just mop up both. But the peek from behind Tetris pushes this onto Blame instead. He sees the second cross. Low health on one, smoke on top of bomb, challenge around the side. It's a repeat, and it's an extension from Xantares that gives them what they need. It's an extension from Eternal Fire, as they do indeed win the round.
There's that individual heroics you needed when you're getting booted off this map, off the round. What, a 5-on-3 into the Calyx push, right into a 2-on-2. That is so well saved. A big risk pays off, and in a narrow corridor where nobody can fight together. Well done from Calyx in a post-plant retake 2v2.
I mean, he couldn't have caught them in a better spot. They're even layered on the staircase so that he's shooting through the gut of one into the face of the second. I mean, you know, you catch them coming out the door, maybe one wide. No. Perfectly lined up.
I love this camera shot. I think production realized that. A whole lot of people realize that Woxy currently is probably feeling himself that if he just came alive, if he just came with a little bit of contribution,
honestly,
this would be it.
He doesn't even probably hear what the coach, what the in-game leader are saying right now. His whole brain is just like, I need to find a way into this game. And that's what I was touching on before the triple kill. When Astralis goes middle, it's against Deagles, it's against 5-7s, it's against SMGs.
But why is he middle?
Every time they've put someone in middle with a rifle, Astralis is going elsewhere. So when they've devoted resources to mid, it goes to waste, and that's got to be frustrating.
Eternal Fire stay alive in this game. For how long, we'll have to see. This is once again a must-win round.
This is the breathing room, though. If they can win this one, Astralis is out of money.
Not a lot of breathing. They're like at the peak of a mountain. Oxygen is very, very scarce.
That's very Swiss of you. Stare. Top of a
mountain in the death zone. Starting to get delusional.
Apoxia is at the door.
Damn, man. That door's locked, at least towards B. The climb over the wood goes poorly. And now, it is Astralis with no utility, but humble rifles upon a ramp.
That position's been a problem in the past. Do they realize Stair has made his way? It feels like they don't. It feels like they've completely been obvious to that position.
And he has options here. He can go for these kinds of fights. Oh, he can peek in and try and take the duels. Missed the opportunity on the first one. Oh, there's the nade. There was a time limit on how long you can stay there fighting, and he didn't get the kill immediately.
You know what they say, man? Fifth peak's the charm.
I'll get it this time.
Yeah, you know, shame with the nade, right? Frag comes out and gets him. There was a chance, that much is for certain, but that chance stripped away.
It at least passed over information to Astralis and how much space they have to work with, right? The defense is mounted at the bomb site, behind the bomb site. No one's really aggressed. No one's really forward. It's not going to help too much when you don't have the smokes to block off the angles, but it lets them know they can kind of walk in a position and try and make something happen.
That's the guarantee.
The bomb plan is what they're going for at this point.
Well, it'll be a tough one to get with Major behind them.
Take your time.
Still drop device. It's the other two that were already tagged up.
Inverted mouse would have lost that.
Probably
not. Would have had 3.
Inverted mouse wouldn't have been allowed to sit down in my studio, Jason.
My man.
Yeah.
That's an unfriendly environment we're finding ourselves in right now. I don't know where this is coming from.
I told you.
One second we're talking about mountains, and then I'm being sensitivity shamed.
No. You can play whatever sense you want.
That's part of
If you push your mouse up and your crosshair goes down, though, we have a problem.
A big problem.
Listen, I would argue against it if I didn't change halfway through my career. So.
Okay.
I did not think that we would
tried everything, huh?
I mean, at
tried
some point,
everything
Jason,
to make it work.
Listen, you even turn on the monitor. Gets too complicated at a time, you know?
A force, huh? Okay. Let's play
Moment. Is that a mistake? Will that be a mistake to force at this moment?
Let's find out, shall we?
We're going to find out together.
Emboldened by maybe some of the buys that Eternal Fire have pulled off. Astralis think anything you can do, we can do better.
They only have
time he's got backup.
They only have one play really in this round. They have 2 smokes and 3 flashbangs. You don't have time to work the map. You don't have time to kind of throw fake and go elsewhere. The resources to do it. You've got to pull the trigger and go and be successful.
Well, the rumblings of the B presence very much heard. Calix's most successful rounds on B have been beyond that critical top staircase.
This is nice, though. Actually, Astralis does a pretty good job here, considering they've just forced out a Molotov. Calix only has a smoke. Major only has a smoke, and he's going to play behind the quad beam, so he's just using that smoke for a Molotov if it rains in, which it won't. But they're choosing not to block off these stairs. Oh, that's a gift. That is a gift.
Yeah, by Borup again. Major stuck over towards quad. Peeks out, though, catching Buzz. He's going to be able to hold on to this position. He gets another duel. Walks Expire, spreads out, kills Device, and then he peeks into Borup. They've got them so stuck into that corner. But there is still enough time for this to fall against Eternal Fire. These smokes will soon fade. They can pick up what they need. At the very least, it is rifles for Stare and BlameF to try and piece together a 20-second 2v3. And the CTs are not going to give them anything ahead of that bomb plant. There is no incendiary to stop it. The frag's just not enough. And BlameF has to give cover. If he gets chased down on the plant, then they've got bigger problems. Stare comes up, peeks in, 2 confirmed. Right side, excellent. BlameF next up. And that spray down that you wanted, Astralis, just isn't there. A force buy that doesn't get them in with a win.
It got dicey, but this time a little bit more controlled approach from Eternal Fire. They knew they had the grenade on Zentaris. There was no need to commit to a fight prior to the bomb plant. That damage would be inflicted whatsoever. And then finally also Woxic finding a little bit of oxygen in this game with that double kill. Sure, helped by a Molotov, but when you're so down in the dumps, all you need is a little bit of light, a little bit of hope, feeling like you finally have an impact. He puts his hand on AWP. If he finds a double kill in this round, I'll pin it entirely on that Molotov before.
Okay, sure.
Uniquely.
Sure.
Another low buy from Astralis. Armor and Deagles across the board. Device saving for the off. They have... They have a 3-round losing bonus built up, and a missed shot from Woxic in middle.
I didn't know you could sing, Jason.
Yeah, you like those?
Nice,
I had some notes there.
Well, you know now?
I know something. I know Calix just got his head popped.
Yeah, Buzz can sing. That Deagle can ring out.
Oh, Woxic.
Come on, Woxic. It's your round.
This is it.
That's an op, though, inside the bomb site against a low buy.
Yeah, but he's Woxic. It's an op, and he's Woxic.
And he's got 9 sensitivity.
That's what he needs. His moment.
And they need him.
I love this. The peak on the top of the wood. That's a nasty off angle. It gets spotted ahead of the chance, but
he's going to get cut off by Stare, surely. You don't realize one's already up. Although I guess being on top of the boards, you should be able to notice. There's plenty of defense here now to recover if that op does go down.
Deep vision as well for Wicadia.
He's left alone. That's a lot of responsibility, but he's got that deep information, allowing the defense to be so strong on B, and Woxic will be tested. He switched over to the silencer. That's the second kill, triple on the dot. Will he go more aggressive? He's got a little bit of help with the smoke of Major right there, and that's the angle. You are not going to pass that bomb side. Finally, he's back.
What a Molotov in the last round.
Yeah!
Yeah!
I told you!
We got Maniac pumped, dude. Okay.
Have a little bit of empathy, okay? It's not great to have 9 kills when you're playing here in playoffs of Pro League and your team is trying to stay alive in the game and you feel like nothing's working out for you.
Yeah, but it feels great when you get up to 13 and you're the reason they're still alive in the game.
It feels better.
Can't have the good without the bad. He gets the off at the end of the day as well. 14-14, fourth and final timeout used by Astralis.
That force buy in round 27.
We talked about
Don't forget what you did to yourself, Astralis. I'm also still surprised Stare didn't really get away with much more, man. Felt like he was kind of left on his own when they decided to get going. Maybe it was the swap to the A1S that really sold it.
Yeah.
Regardless, a 30-round game of Counter-Strike to start the playoffs of Season 18. What more could you want?
A aggression on the menu again. Device is holding that little bit of a gap information. Wicadia, that's a lot of damage onto Stare, minus 65 HP straight from the very beginning. Stare also has been relatively silent in this second half. He's going to be trying to grab a little bit of map control. It's a strong rifle duo as well. Wicadia and Zentaris on the A side.
Yeah.
And Woxic, oh, this is your time. You've been baited, you've been bamboozled, and as I say it, you leave the angle.
Gives it up.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. He's going to come back. We've seen him go for the deep angle as well. Little bit of utility coming in. Woxic is going to back away. They actually want nothing to do with this fight, despite the fact they had two players in position.
That's kind of like the fight they most certainly wanted until they decided otherwise. And Borup, timing here. Ooh, all Borup.
Great opening.
Buzz has slid down beneath him. Not sure who's made audio at this point. Calix's position sure as hell known. And Device has a gap between the smoke and the sandbags. A is where the Danes want to sink their teeth deep. Device sees the trajectory. He knows what's going on. They're piecing together the picture. Over the construction goes Buzz because Calix has seemingly disappeared. And Woxic gets ripped apart for it, but still, they do decide to move that bomb back. They are heading towards B.
Perfect.
Device is here to just try and lock in this frag, but he's given away his chance. 20 seconds to this clock, and Buzz is just looking to prevent the CT push from getting into the site. If they get close enough to stop plant, big problem. Calix finds timing. He gets that one player towards A down. Wicadia tries to press out. He goes first, but luckily Calix still here to pick things up from the other end, and he can now just buy his time. What a squeeze. Xanterez, more patient than anybody else, sits back, CT, blame F dead, Buzz pinched, and if he doesn't shine right here, then it is EF to 15, frag goes far, and Buzz drops the ball. EF, one away.
Calix gets an ace. All 5 kills on that flank. That is, with his flank previously, he has been a real nuisance whenever they wanted to come to this B-bomb site late. Huge deliverance.
I thought the kill onto Woxic was the end of that round. I thought Astralis had found the way in. They had found the gap. Buzz puts down the smoke, stays alive, ensures rotation, but it was without considering Calix, as you mentioned, his deep flank, punishing Device, putting the attack in disarray, not knowing, do I have to worry about the flank? Do I have to maintain? What a round for him to come alive. And 4 players now in Eternal Fire Camp, around 20 kills. It's been a team effort.
That's a big, deep sigh of relief for Calix to get himself centered. I think that's a 4th and final timeout called by Eternal Fire that we're coming out of into this final round of regulation. That's more to calm them down after a big moment, a big clutch, and a big round. One chance for Eternal Fire. They're 3 wins in the group stage on this map over Liquid, over Cloud9, and over 9. Widely considered to be the best Vertigo team in the world. They've got chops on this map.
The spam from Wicadia last round did great damage. Sandbags player, locking horns with Stare. Xanterez is stuck. Wicadia kills Device, 5v3. We've got the answer back from Buzz, but at what cost? Down to 12.
That's great utility from Eternal Fire. They've softened everything up. This map is in their hands. They have control of their own victory. Very concentrated towards A, but you have to know with the way this half has played out, there's going to be one last move from Astralis. There's going to be something that's going to make this confusing. And now they also have to realize it's been a long time since you've been on this half of the map.
Does Borup have the nerves to take control before his teammates join him? Apparently he's waiting for the pack to join, and Calix is respecting it. We're going to have a retake situation on our hands in round 30. I cannot imagine this happening again.
Sign me up.
With the execute, though, I think actually Calix is going to say, okay, if you're fully executing like this, you don't have the information that it's clear, so no one's actually in. He can get an advanced position, blocked out by smoke. It's not going to do him much good, but utility delay the plant.
Yeah, can't throw Buzz in for the bomb plant. He has to sit back. That nade finds its mark. Smoke keeps him up. But smoke on site like that also creates a pocket for Calix to maybe wrap around. We're going to get another flank in this one, and it is indeed Major, looking to probably just buy his time. Let the green players get going first. Let this war machine roll forward from the CT spawn, and now that that smoke's faded, it is all eyes up on this site. Blame F needed that kill. Calix comes through, and that is all she wrote for Vertigo, folks. It is indeed the Eternal Fire, 16-14.
What a comeback.
are reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on.
The kings of Counter-Strike, juggernauts, and an unstoppable force. That's how you could describe Astralis' blazing hot form in the latter half of 2019. There was almost nothing they weren't able to win. However, the semifinal in Cologne against Team Vitality just wasn't one of those days. But they didn't bow out without a fight. After being demolished on the first map, the Danes showed their true colors on Inferno, and after an intense battle managed to bring the game into overtime. Now was the time for heroes to rise, and Device was the one to heed the call.
They do have a three-man stuck on this side. Device, who's had a really rough game, flashed, he's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
Dear father, how are you? I'm good, but I'm also very exhausted. You know how your legs burn after the longest hike you ever did in your life? That's how I feel right now. We went all the way, you know? We played every game to finally reach the top, and we did a great job. But now, even after sending Liquid home and that a win 2-0, we are not even halfway there. That means focus now. Getting the legs back on track for the next Summit Storm. I have to stop writing now, I need to protect my wrist. Lau Woxic.
And back on track for Eternal Fire indeed. This was a crazy map to start off this series. We're talking Eternal Fire being 5-0 up, Astralis then biting back, reaching 14 first, and then Yanko. What happened then?
Yeah, I need to, I'll do my favorite thing. I call out someone who can't reply and say that Chad was in the backstage wondering why didn't they go, you know, for Anubis to punish Astralis. I was like, bro, I think it's fine. You know, they played Cloud9, they beat them on Vertigo, they're feeling it, they've just been playing, just do it, right? And it's, you know, he said it at 14-10 and now it's 16-14 for Eternal Fire, so what up now?
What a collapse that was, though. I can't believe it. It was looking like they were done, they were out, they were shrinking on their CT side, they were to be done there, but it was Calix at the 14-10 moment with the backstab. The B flank started coming through, Harry, and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. Astralis can't hold on, and a resurgence like I've never seen before here at Pro League. Remarkable scenes.
It was crazy. That little like backstab from Calix on the FAMAS, that was like the one that it changed them into Internal Fire. There was a fire lit inside this
Even workshop on that one.
It's one of the jokes today.
You see how subtle that was?
It was
Henry?
very subtle. Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you weave it into the broadcast.
No, but this is the clip, man. Like, that's crazy. You know, it's rare that you just get a straight-up corridor fight in 2023. Everyone kind of trapped in a small space.
They like to take it outside nowadays.
Exactly.
And this was wild because look at the money for Eternal Fire. This was their force, spend everything, right? If they lose this round, it's most likely 16-10 for Astralis. Still comes down to a 2v2, and we saw a couple of these late game that Eternal Fire was able to convert.
Yeah, certainly.
This put Astralis in a really weird spot where they like double forced off the back of this, then had a deco half buy, they almost won. Woxley had to swap off the AWP to actually mop up eco kills, and yeah, Eternal Fire closed with some crazy clutches at the end. For me, the big one was Vicario as well. Sure, Calix takes the the grain at the end in terms of impact.
Takes the grain.
He takes the grain. CS2's coming soon. But
I'll eat your cake, Harry.
but the first like 20 rounds, it was all Vicario. Like he's such a young player, such an inexperienced player, but we see him avoiding making massive mistakes. There was a round. You don't agree? You don't
I feel like he was great. I watched
the last 10 rounds was all Calix.
Exactly. Well, the first 20, the first 7 rounds were looking great. Vicario was amazing. He actually was up to like 12 or something. They were walking into the A bomb site. The thing is, when they were getting the fights on the A ramp, that's when they were hitting their shot. That's when they looked really comfortable. As soon as Astralis peeled off and they started playing a more defensive setup, bear in mind, it was Eternal Fire up 7-3 just because they were getting the A jewels. time and time again to that ramp. As soon as they kind of couldn't get them, though, they were more defensive. That's where players like Magic had to step up. He actually had a real amount of performance there. It was actually a great amount of impact, and when they had to slow the game right down.
This could have been more dominant for Eternal Fire. They got like 4v2 first half. They lost all the momentum. Astralis snuck back in. Had a great recovery to the end of the first half, but rare to see Astralis just break like that.
Sure.
We haven't seen that yet, really. You know, we saw them at Cologne. They exceeded expectations. Sure, they didn't show it against G2, but that wasn't the expectation. Here, Astralis, with the situation they were in game, it felt like they should have taken it.
Yeah, I thought they had like all the runway that they needed, really, to be closing this out. I don't think anybody was banking on Calyx really, showing up that dangerously, particularly around 29. We just saw it there. Gets a nice little ace to
and I think
really cement it.
a player overlooked in that round 29 is Xantares, because he's still on A while everything is developing, while his B anchor died, and he is so aware. You know, Device was holding sort of for someone to rotate back to B, and he jump peaks for sort of jump shoulder peaks, right? And Device misses that shot, and then Xantares is able to fall back, and Calyx is waiting for Device to get on the rotate back. So all of those little things came into play. You know, towards the end, I think Astralis will definitely regret a couple of those 2v2s that they just didn't play a little bit more together. Sure, they were kind of complicated because Buzz got the entry kill and then pushed to take control of the site, and then his teammate was sort of watching for the flank, and they couldn't play together. But at the end, it was the slow start. They were down 5-0 in the first gun round. Was just Xantares entering on Device towards gap, towards short. Well, Device had the op, and that's the first gun round, and you're 5-0 down all of a sudden. They came back to recover 8-7 from being down 5-0, which is great. Had a strong lead in the second half, but just couldn't close it out.
Hugo, do you want some Arcadia highlights?
I'd love some Arcadia
highlights. We got him. Should we play him?
There was one crazy round where they were like 3v3, and he makes a swing out gap as Astralis are like coming back to A on their T side, and he kills one, and he makes like anyone else, any other young player would have, could have, should have maybe just swung and taken two.
Yeah.
He like resets, they still lose that round. We were saying in the green room, like, it's actually crazy how safe he can be.
This was the big round.
Such an aggressive rifler on T side.
He got three entries really in round 9, which was a reset round, and that got them from 5-3 to 7-3, and that was all the rounds they won on their T side. So in the end, it was really crucial for them in the first half to build some buffer in the second half that allowed them to mount the comeback.
What are we thinking for second map then? Obviously, Astralis pick, going to Inferno.
Oh, I don't
How you
know.
feeling?
We haven't seen Eternal Fire play a whole bunch of Inferno recently, so this is a bit of an unknown quantity for me, I suppose. I will say that in terms of the AWP factor, Wox, it wasn't really had any impact there whatsoever. Maybe that's a good thing with Inferno coming up next. Not really an Orpus Paradise, I'm not sure, but I don't see a 2-0 here. I think we're going the distance of 3 maps, almost certainly.
Yeah, I think we're also set to go 3. I think that Astralis should be able, like the fact that this one goes the full 30, it's very sick that Eternal Fire are able to kind of course correct down the stretch, right? But I feel pretty good that with what Astralis bring to the table there, I think they're going to be way more comfortable on Inferno. And then Overpass, I think, is super exciting as a third between these teams, because I've actually really liked what we've gotten out of Eternal Fire on that map as of late.
Yeah, definitely.
So, and it's a proven like good map for Astralis.
Astralis are on a 7-win streak on Overpass, so praying we go 3.
Yeah, let's see if we do. We do need to jump into map number 2, but not before we do a quick B stream update, because Chad, Alex, I hear we're already on map 2 over on that side of the booths.
Yeah, things are moving quickly here on the B stream right now. Fnatic, of course, going into map 2, their pick, Overpass. But how did Anubis fare, Chad? Any observations?
16-9 was the scoreline to end that one, but it started 0-6 for Fnatic. They were really struggling. Dexter was the only one really finding any impact. Roy was very, very quiet. He was like 0-9. But right now, can already see Crims with a smile on his face. Things are starting to look better on their map pick of Overpass. Now we found ourselves here. So yeah, 1 up to Monty. It was great on Anubis. Overpass, I think Fnatic on the T side, they're already hot to trot. I think this will be destined for the third, which is Vertigo, I do believe. So yeah, good to see Fnatic looking back in action.
Yeah.
And good to see him putting in some good rounds.
100%. Astralis Eternal Fire, map 2 Inferno. Got a couple of words from the analyst of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, Yanko didn't like what I had to say with the veto very much, did he?
Yeah, okay, but apparently Inferno, Eternal Fire were expecting it and have high expectations for their CT side.
Okay, all right.
CT side, so keep your eyes on that. Map 2's coming up after the break.
Twist will remain supreme.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
ESL Pro League Season 18 playoffs. Playoffs, keyword folks. It is day one of the playoffs. And yeah, that's right, you heard him. He has managed to sneak his way onto the casting desk. It is nobody other than Hugo J. Byron.
Oh, the J's in there.
Hugo, little do the people know that you and I used to actually be commentary partners.
Yes, for a long time.
Well, the last event we ever cast together was Zotac Masters 2018.
Yeah, all the way back in the day when Yanka was a coach, picked that up under the MIBR side of things. Connor, it was glorious. You know, me and you running the DreamHack circuit. Now we're here.
Oh, we were running
the Pro League playoffs, and I feel reunited. Yeah, you know, it's great having you here and having Matthew between us.
How has Harry been treating you these last few years?
He's been doing fantastically, in and out of the server. You know, he looks after me, I look after him.
Okay.
It's a bit of a shared deal.
Symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, we both have custody.
Feels like it's functionally dysfunctional.
Yeah.
It's great to look at them. It's beautiful. I love this.
It works.
Balance.
And then
I love the energy.
Of course, you need no introduction. We'll give you interactions.
I'm not going to get one anyway.
We'll give you interactions.
And let us introduce the Kikers.
Oh, here we go. We're getting exotic with my last name. I'm loving it.
He is here.
And actually, Matthew, this is the first annual of many years to come meetup of the Wicardia fan club. You and I, as the members right now. Connor, would you like to join us?
I think as somebody who backed Astralis as hard as I did, I'm not allowed in.
That's fine.
You are.
You can stand at the door. You can look through the window. You can sit in a chair in the corner of the room, and I know you do. Big fan. And so am I of Eternal Fire after that first map, stealing it away in the dying lights of Vertigo as we now head to Astralis' map pick.
Yeah, it was an incredible comeback. And now it's up to Astralis to change the tune. And so it starts with BlameF's beautiful entry. We've been talking about his abilities all throughout the cast. 80% success rate in the last 3 months. And he's not done quite yet. He used the P250 and the big legs of his to take all of that map control, making sure Major is completely alone. He flashes himself out, but his time on Earth is limited.
Well, you think so, Matsu. Do you? Oh
no.
Look at this. What a BlameF situation.
Oh no. Oh no.
Get it? He's alive. That's what matters. He's alive and kicking and distracting. It was all part of the plan. This is part of the plan. This has always been what they needed. A good, strong distraction inside construction. Buzz is now meant to close this, and you know what? I blame Buzz.
You blame Buzz.
I blame F.
Oh my God.
That was one of the rounds that we can forget.
Is that a normal occurrence as a caster? I don't know how to keep composure when this is happening. I just don't know.
Scream.
Like, that's how it felt like. Internal scream.
Yeah, there's different schools of thought. Grab whichever one feels natural.
Fair enough.
You do you,
I made
Matthew.
strange noises in that interaction, but I don't regret any of them. It's how I was feeling adequately to what was happening on the monitor.
Eternal Fire are shocking Astralis right now. They are burning the soles of these Danes' feet. Probably.
Maybe.
Hey, feet have souls too.
That's true.
Respect the feet.
You're the doctor.
Those souls got holes right now.
Calyx tucked in. This man did wonderful things back on Vertigo, but will be sidelined in round 2 of Inferno. They are also smoked out on this rotate back around. He was the only piece of defense. But it doesn't matter if you lose your sight if you're ballsy enough to challenge through that Moto smoke.
Was it worth it?
Wait.
Well, they got one.
I can't understand the logic of that setup. To have Calyx as the sole lane / big pit player being that committed towards middle with Woxic on the opposite side, which one smoke can completely cut out of the action. Sure, Calyx misses the spray just a little bit. I'll cope to that. I'll agree to that. But even if he had found a 1-for-1, Eternal Fire would still have been in the losing side. I'm not buying into the setup. I'm not a big fan of it. And Astralis, they seize the opportunity right where it's presented to them.
You don't get many rounds where you can play out of spawn on T-side Inferno. So Astralis just throw it in round 2, hoping Eternal Fire are heavy on B-side, knowing there's not 5 Molotovs in play. And they do exactly what they did on Vertigo. They steal away that second round force buy on the T side. Eternal Fire can't get comfortable early.
Just like that. If you ever needed evidence that gambling's worth it, just run it. Just run it every once in a while.
This is not financial advice.
I was going to say, is that advice, actually?
I'm legally required to state that.
Get in there.
Good job, Hugo.
That's what the Danes have did.
Missed opportunity for Eternal Fire to set themselves in a perfect position in this map number 2. Now they are obviously buying back. They're not ready to give up quite yet. The strongest weapons on Zentaris and Woxic, that will be towards the A site, and it seems like they're about to be tested immediately.
Oh yeah?
Well, it did seem like it.
Yeah.
And then it didn't.
Just immediately in a bit.
Just immediately, soon TM.
And then some.
A cache of explosives sits outside of that B site.
And that's a key to me, because even the Eternal Fire analyst said after that map, yeah, we have some things on CT side. And when we think about Eternal Fire's util on CT Vertigo, man, it's gnarly. They're changing the game with some of the nades Antares throws. I want to see if they can keep that up against a name that is synonymous with util, at least if we go back a few years. 5-on-4 comes through for the Turkish side, and Astralis take mid back.
Nice reposition. Xantares from short now into Arch, leaves 2 dedicated into the A site. No real moves from Astralis towards Banana. That continuation of utility just coming out of EF's B defense at the same time. And Xantares still just floating, being given the responsibility of finding next contact.
Bit of fate activation from Astralis here. It looks like it's going to be a deep wrap, but Xantares is ahead of the smoke. Damage, but no kill. Stair does well in finding the opening, puts Major in an uncomfortable position. He pushes.
Yep, gets a little overzealous, huh? Woxic could still save it. Bomb's coming up Banana, that second player inside of the CT spawn. Device killing Wakadia. And now the pinch is in here for Woxic. What a tough spot to fight out of. No hope at that point, and so it's an eventual squeeze indeed.
Oh, Blade.
It comes out of Astralis, gets towards that B site, and the big man gets rowdy.
Juiced. Nice 3K as well. What a jump check CT Sports.
They squeezed him.
We had one example of a horrible jump and one example of a great jump. Major jumping round the corner, committed on Banana, and then Blame using the jump to spot CT. That's not it, Matthew.
The only way this weird jump makes sense is if Major had anticipated an A pincer move, an A wrap, instead of a B wrap, thinking, okay, the whole lot of T's are towards A long. They found Xantares. They're about to wrap the A side. I'm going to push. But that's such a dangerous gamble. If you're wrong, you're immediately dead. And it's a very valid possibility that they would be splitting the B side. So a little bit of an alert here. I'm going to throw the yellow card as a referee. That's a yellow card for that jump.
Okay.
There were 2 guns jumped in that round for Eternal Fire, right? Not just Major going back down B, but even Wakadia rotating out of A gets caught by Astralis. Patient on the long side. So already the experience on this map showing through. There were definitely questions for Eternal Fire's Inferno. And that's why I feel like this game,
oh no,
dear,
dude,
deserves to go all 3. And Blame might just drag us there.
BlameF doesn't need to drag anything. He'll just pick it up and carry it. I feel like that's a distinction that should be made. You know, you and I, we would have to drag him. But the other way around, Hugo, nah.
One in each arm.
Yeah. There's no resistance.
He's pushing 2 boulders up the hill.
I'm not really so in the European football. I think that's what they call it.
Soccer.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking yellow cards. I'd like to kind of make that a trend throughout this game. Let's keep that up, okay? So right now, 1 yellow card on Woxic.
Major,
excuse me. It was Major, by the
way. Well, it happens as well in sports that referee gets confused and give the card to the wrong players, but they have
and now,
ways now to revise it.
It's 2 yellow cards for
a red card.
Okay.
Which is you are being absolutely.
And how do you get the blue circle?
The blue circle?
Green triangle, I think.
Oh, okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm
seeing shapes.
Throwing away shapes and colors. This isn't Mario Kart.
Okay, 2 yellows, 1 red. And with the red, we drag him out of the player booth.
Yeah, you first.
Yeah, go ahead. Go get Blame. I'll watch.
Okay. Major's going to peek down around the Banana.
It's good map control. Considering there are only 2 CTs, that's a whole lot of real estate being purchased, or in fact, just taken. Xantares with the same off angles. Woxic finds the kill onto Device. That was very important. Flashed, but not pushed away from the angle.
Those are the worst deaths to receive when you know you nailed them with a flash. You just think, if only I peek later. Or didn't even flash. Maybe I would have got that kill. 2 come through for Eternal Fire, and that seesaws Astralis back to B. They just get re-smoked.
That's
no
an early
easy
smoke.
entrance.
That's a very early smoke.
Luckily,
still
rotation.
comfortable, but
Little gap. It's perfect for Major.
Oh god.
But he decides not to take the chance on it.
Can Woxic get 1 more?
I think he should. Tries to get on Coffins. Makes that a little weird. Stair dies out to the spam from Wakadia. That's good. The little that was left of him, not enough to get any kind of an entry. No openings. Major, passive as he needs to be, will get pushed out by Buzz. Wakadia still yet to chance that CT smoke.
Uh-oh.
Remember, it's Woxic with the op over on Coffin. That smoke grenade has now faded, but Woxic stoic as he sits back and waits. Nice! As he snaps the op shot up. It is a thing of beauty. BlameF presses against the smoke. Can he really manage 1v4? He's not the first, but Woxic. Nasty.
That's probably the best round Woxic's had in the series.
With
already.
the AWP, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's the first time we see him actually being impactful.
I'm not counting that 4K against Deagles on B-side
Listen,
vertical.
we were trying to gas him out a little bit. He needed that at times.
You did a great job there. Don't take anything away from him. Don't let Hugo take anything away from your hype.
I'm taking away from Woxic. I'm saying I want more out of him.
That's
you
fair.
know, and that is more. Tantalizingly more for Woxic. Some big flicks, a wallbang shot to shut out a clutch, and Eternal Fire on the board.
And Zentaris being a little aggressive towards lane and finding the kill plus information really allowed Eternal Fire to roll it out to be Major was fully in position. He's got the support from Woxic as well with the AWP. A little bit of a change of pace here. There were 2 CTs aggressive last round, this time 3, so they were expecting possibly a bit more resistance from Astralis. They want to make sure they have the right numbers if the training game is starting. There's going to be a couple of fallen flashes above Major, and he'll peek on it. That's exactly what's happening. Damage through the smoke. It's a dangerous game to play, and I feel like the HP battle has gone Astralis' way.
Yep, definitely. He got out better off last time. Tries a second chance. Not ideal.
4th rotation freed up as well, but Astralis are starting to take middle, so this is the right time. Eternal Fire giving mid. They're welcoming Astralis into their bomb site. Please push this stack, they say, but the bomb's back in T-ramp, waiting for aggro. We've already seen Major make that mistake, and he won't do it again as the solo B hold. Astralis can't afford to leave this too late to go back to Banana. Major still has this smoke available. Last time it was preemptive.
They're going to need to either retake information or change the setup. Major cannot afford to stay that defensive. And I think Astralis is aware of it. Astralis is anticipating an overlap of rotation towards the B side, and now they're about to execute 5 versus 3 firmly on A with the massive amount of attack, mostly towards A apps.
It's a Calyx round. He has a smoke. It's just gone out in
timed.
apps
Oh
at 30
God, that
seconds, and he has pit. This is the power position. Wakardi's the first line of defense.
What a tough spot to be in, but he'll take his peek. He gets his early damage in, cleans up a second. That's what they need out of him. We've still got Woxic in the bomb site. Calyx empty-handed, other than the damage, bomb dropped, and this is a rock-solid defense. Every piece of that 3-man defense put up what it needed to.
For a second, I thought he could maybe lose too many HPs. I don't know why. I got worried for a second. I was just like, oh. Never
Trust the
mind.
device.
I'll be careful with my notices. We'll get them in control.
Sick round for Wakardi.
Yes.
It almost looked like he wanted to flank B there. Almost looked like he wasn't ready for 3 coming out of Boiler side. Gets aggressive, lines up a double kill, and Woxic hits his one.
He pretty much wins them the round with that position. Double kill plus damage on the back of it. The only issue is if you get a flash, this is a position where you're committed. That is it. You're standing your ground no matter whether you flashed or not. You have to stay. There's not going to be any turning around, and you're definitely not making it back to side. So you better have a strong basis, a strong center of mass, and just...
That's how you do it. Down the street to Switzerland.
Hey, you know, them street, they get rowdy in Switzerland.
They do
you
get
never
rowdy.
know. Someone could just come up to you and give you cheese. Like,
wow.
I don't want that. Leave me alone.
Ooh.
I'm lactose intolerant.
Are we throwing shades now? Is that what's happening?
No, I don't know what.
Wait, are you lactose intolerant?
I'm not.
Okay.
Good.
Well, somebody out there is. And that guy's afraid of cheese. AK and an op. Device and Blame F, the stars of the Astralis lineup. Each equipped well enough to win a round on their own. So they'd want you to believe.
Major keeps taking and keeping Banana on his own. This is a massive risk in and of itself, and I believe Astralis at some point will realize what is going on. He's just used his last smoke, and I don't see one on the map close to him. So this is a very all-in-ish angle for Major, and if he gets pushed away, he's going to have nothing to slow the push down. Zentaris is getting a little curious. Good for him to stop himself in his track, because the AWP device, probably they suspect his existence. And now Major realizes he's got to respect that area, calls in for rotation, but still a lack of utility for my liking.
Yeah, they spot the orb. They know what Astralis are doing, just trying to drag this round out to let Device pick, but eventually the pistols will have to be thrown in.
They have nothing on B, Hugo. They have nothing on B. No smoke, no Molotov. You just have to trust... What, are you going to tell me Zentaris?
They have Zentaris.
And the frag grenade. You know, a frag grenade and a flash on Major. Maybe?
They have
maybe?
Zentaris.
Oh. Well, they don't have Woxic. Buzz with the laser around the arch side. Zentaris is going to do a little, holds on as that Glock connects.
Whoa!
Device just finds it because he can.
Look, I take no pleasure in seeing them in disarray like this, but how could they imagine that this would actually work out great?
Hold on. No pleasure?
Maybe a little pleasure.
Maybe a little pleasure. I'll take it back.
Just for the sake of the Counter-Strike in general.
We
We always talk about how complicated it is for a duo setup to withstand an actual B execute. And the only way you can really do it is if you have some sort of utility to slow down people, or maybe a smoke to create yourself a little bubble of protection. They had neither.
And in contrast, I liked what we were getting out of Major with the banana control. Like, there have been instances of solid B play because of the extension beyond that bomb site, and then this one is just a total regression.
Yeah, I think that's a device effect. Xantares saw him spotting down mid with the orb on that jiggle, and even though Major's jumping, I think there's a certain part of you thinking, like, Device can hit this on the jump. Like, I'd rather play with my teammate in the site than get caught jumping in banana. But Device hits everyone in this round, Vision or not.
And listen, hindsight is always 20/20, but did Major really need to throw down his smoke at 1 minute and 20 seconds when there was no pressure banana? You would argue he can remain in the information grabbing position, pull back when he has to, and then he has that smoke that can allow him a few seconds to reposition or slow down the execute. He puts it down immediately, and Astralis, no, there's a timer on it.
More forgivable if his rotate has a smoke available.
Fair enough, that wasn't the case.
No, you're right, nailed it. And Eternal Fire, they welcome pistols into their bomb site, they leave with nothing.
And now that A site's just understaffed out of the get-go.
Huge
Something
call.
they've been doing so well was floating that third, but you know, something he's been doing well in this series is putting up critical kills when needed. Ooh. And Calyx, the nade, will not take down Bora, but he's done his job. He has literally turned away a 2 versus 1 coming out from balcony.
Maniac's not liking this push.
I got really uncomfortable for a second.
He almost sent it.
But Calyx saved the defense. Calyx saved the defense. There was an obvious gap, an obvious weakness, and then he stood strong. Woxic with the AWP, tested, punishes Device. That's the 5 versus 3.
That's what you need. Woxic versus Device, op v op, and he gets the better of it to maintain what is now a 2-man advantage and then some.
Still remaining solo B. Major's cheating back over, but they get spotted up short. Astralis have a lot of space, but we have a double pit bait and switch. Calyx dying for Cardia. You could justify a save right now. Astralis have nothing but middle, and they're only being goaded into this A attack. Tap doesn't connect. Calyx stalling out at 30 seconds. And this looks like it's never going to get started, surely.
You're out. You're done. You cut your losses. You walk away.
I cannot emphasize enough how that first duel from Calyx decides the entire round. Astralis had called the perfect idea. You have a very weakened A side, 3-men start on B. You have an open CT who's willing to take duels towards Abs, and he actually withstands that test. He gets the first kill, plus 90 damage on the second, forces him to slow down, and the CTs can readjust in time. This could have been over in a matter of 15 seconds.
Yep, and then when the re-aggression comes out, BlameF tries to throw the frag grenade deep pit. Calyx, ahead of the curve, had already repositioned into the little pit instead, then takes his position back up before the end comes throughout, just in case BlameF wants that last attempt. Just solid positioning, solid fragging, and did it all quite quietly. You know, that's a humble round out of Calyx.
But one of impact. The numbers might not be there, but the impact is.
Exactly. When given his chance throughout Vertigo and Inferno, the impact is indeed real.
And he hasn't been the hard carry in group stage, right? It has been Xantares putting up massive performances. Wakadia has been breaking through on T-halves as well. Calyx has not been the center of attention, but stepping up in a must-win playoff match on single elim.
Love that. Major just quick glance, smoke back behind it. We've seen him take a check, clear that previously, and more often than not, nobody actually be there. But Stair is the first victim of round number 9.
Woxic trusts his flick ability. Just holding mid line towards middle with an open line to Boiler. The smoke being put down on B side with 1 minute and a few seconds to spare now. Xantares and Major, when forced to be in a defensive setup, have struggled in the past. Xantares has a smoke, which he now utilizes. That's 33 seconds on the dot. When that smoke is going to fade, it's still a whole lot of time for Astralis to execute and be comfortably into this side.
It's baiting for Major on the boost. Fires off from CT, repositions. Good grenade as well, because he hears their pins get pulled, and he's ready for this hit. It's about to come through.
A player's nowhere nearby. Wacadia's already on the fast flank. Now he's just bolting back behind them. Orange's player, perfect distraction for Major. Didn't have to do much.
Oh.
Wacadia, though, maybe needed. Hold on, hold on.
Team flash.
Blame F. A double kill right back. It's Blame F and Device in a post plant, and I tried to hype him up back on Vertigo. You put Device in a post plant when he can work a multitude of angles, and you're gonna get something out of him. And he's fixated on that CT player, gets what he wants. Calyx dead, skewered. And with the 2 CTs now left back on Banana, they're gonna flush one out from the new box. Blame F is setting himself up to close it, and he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to get both. Bomb beyond the halfway point, challenge into the backside. Blame F cannot close.
Woxic is not missing right now. Where was this Woxic on Vertigo? It might not matter. He showed up at the right time in this series. He hits 2 crucial kills onto Device in a perfect one-and-done position, wide on pillar, and then he trades Blame F out with no room for error, with 1 shot to hit. Woxic is giving us the goods. He's given us the form we needed out of this Turkish AWP star.
And he bails out EF. He bails them out of this situation. This was supposed to be an easy round. When Major gets the double kill with the MP9, falls down, you think all the pieces are falling in order, everything is going to be fine. Then BlameF hits the rebuttal through the smoke. That's a second kill. Wikadia gets team flashed as he's about to pounce on the bomb. And now we end up in a very uncomfortable 2 versus 3. So good for Woxic to save them. A player that was, oopsie. We've all been there. Player that was needed on Vertigo didn't exactly give us the show that we wanted, but now on Inferno, his impact is felt, finally.
It's getting nervous for him. Felt like Wacadia and Calyx were going to steal the show.
Wow.
These are the nades we're waiting for here for Eternal Fire. Great utility on the CT sides. They light up Astralis in this round. It's only pistols, right? BlameF has a gun. And he's waiting. He might get delivered something. Leg comes through, but there's a rifle to cover. Only one. Woxic follows up, and this one gets mopped up fairly efficiently. Device is AK dead as well, and Eternal Fire will not be letting this eco get out of hand.
Good. These are the rounds we want them to just rack up. Close out, continue to tear it up. Woxic, yes, sir.
Feed him.
Easy close for Woxic. 3 on the round this time.
And if he's getting confidence, if he's hitting his shots, finding multi-kills, winning rounds, I fear for Astralis, right? When he's believing in himself, we know just what this player can accomplish. We've seen him, you know, past his best now. But we've seen him at his best.
And it's a very by-the-book type situation from Eternal Fire. It's perfectly played. You call in an additional player which allows you to be a little bit more aggressive, taking risks, maybe foregoing a flash or a smoke, because you have the numbers. Even if Woxic gets a little bit caught off guard by the position, it's all right. Major is right behind him. He kills the only T that could be a danger. It gives time to Woxic to rezoom, rescope, and just clean up house.
Even just say he just wide swings mid there. You know Device can have an AWP in this round. He just went for it. He tried to fight T-Ramp before the G2 smoke came down. Like, he's taking fights now. He's taking initiative, and that's a good sign for Eternal Fire. We'll see if it goes too far, though. Because Major, he's been pushing the limits of Banana himself. Another take, shoots down the bottom, returns to the top. And this time he has a smoke. How will he utilize it? 1:10 on the clock, Astralis up brackets.
And he sends Zentaris to the A side once again. We have already seen Astralis try to break through that side with 4 defenders here. Now, this is where Major has to play it correctly. He's going to be pushed away. That's the call here. A couple of flashes. He can't withstand his position, and he stays. And he doesn't call for backup quite yet.
Damn, Device was posted for that. They wanted some kind of a peek out of A. They got what they wanted, but the flash comes through first.
This is stubborn, but it might work out. 40 seconds, they still have mid-info.
Do you dare peek into this? A jump from Borup, but a perfect spot from Wacadia. Zentaris and Woxic. Mowed down.
Just keep spraying.
Oh, they thought they were going to get past that brackets by what? A jump? You thought Borup's jump was going to offset a rock-solid A-site setup that has been tested and succeeded as many times as it has?
I'm rock-solid.
But how can you...
Sorry, carry on.
No, I was just going to let that one slide.
No,
or be in the air for a little bit. I thought it was worth it.
Okay.
How can you fault Astralis for that decision when they very clearly push Major out of his position, and the logical train of thought, or chain of thought rather, should be a rotation to B. This is what is supposed to happen. You push away the rifle on Banana. He calls for backup because he uses his smoke. But what does Major do? He says to XANTARES that he should stay on A. He very clearly said, leave me alone. I got it. I got it. And what does that mean? It means Eternal Fire can be aggressive towards middle. They have a rifle along, and they have the double setup lane, and they even have Calix in pit. How can you see it coming? It's a beautiful read. It's sort of a gamble, but it's a beautiful read.
Could that flash on device as he was holding the angle, could that have been the red flag that maybe Astralis should have respected more so?
It's possible.
A little rumbling towards top mid. Little did they realize what was really behind it.
They've definitely, been one step ahead on the game plan here of Eternal Fire. The fact that we've continually seen this quad A late in the round, even on B hits for Astralis. Eternal Fire know what they want to do, and once again they do it. XANTARES makes that early rotation. It's actually a swap here. Woxic, he fired off in middle. He's going to take that AWP to B. Nothing wrong with this. He can post up Banana if he can get there soon, and he still has blocking utility. Smoke left in CT spawn. Woxic gets put up on the boost. There's only Deagles in this round. Should be a chance to feast.
I'd like Major to not, or to stick around rather. Against pistols, there is a risk of being overrun really fast, so he decides to stay with Woxic.
He just wide peeks back down Banana. That's
But
audacious.
all good.
Ugh.
All good.
It's just scary.
Hugo, turn your brain off.
I know, I should.
Don't worry about it.
Why do you dare think?
Don't worry about it.
Playoff match.
They've only got pistols.
It's only single elimination.
And we're winning 7-4.
No one's ever lost from this score.
I got an AWP, bro.
XANTARES has the ball.
Come on. No sweat. No stress.
But really, no, you're right. 8-4. This, I don't want to jinx it at the end of the half. This can be dominant. This can be...
You can't jinx anything.
Resounding.
You have no power here.
That's what you think, buddy.
Just remember.
I've been testing my curses for 4 weeks straight.
Okay. Settle down, Harry Potter.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Astralis have two problems they need to address. One is Major is getting away with way too much map control and information. He needs to be pushed off way quicker from Banana. And two, they need to be a little bit more, I would say, generous with the util when they try and take bracket control. They're trying to forego and they're trying to be a little too dry on the approach. They've been immediately punished. And Eternal Fire never really had to sustain a full A pincer move. It happened once, and this is when Major made his mistake to push through the smoke, which turned into a B split. That happened only once. Other than that, no threat on A. Absolutely not.
Oh, flash play. Spots him in apps. Won't commit to it. Astralis managed to pull back out of that.
Damn,
XANTARES doing anything but gets a spot down Banana and forces a reposition. He won't go any further.
And now's the time to not go swinging around the half wall, and they choose accordingly. The threat very real here, as Astralis will group up outside of the B site. The Major XANTARES duo. No boost for the cross, but instead just sitting on that smoke grenade and looking to put it down at the perfect moment. Does indeed drop it ahead of time. But they try to press through. They get through, in fact. Borup, fast trade. Major around the side of Coffin, can't get his. Yeah. The flash looked like it set him up enough so, but now the plant. And it seems like Astralis have gone ahead to steal a 5th in this T side. What's that come down to? I mean, I feel like XANTARES, there was like a 2-second gap between any util from either side. The first man goes through. They're not going to retake, are they?
Major needs one. They have so much money. That's the issue.
They should contain.
All right.
Yeah. Play close.
Be enough.
If Astralis give away a kill, send it last second. I mean, this doesn't look like a round winner, but...
You mean like Woxic Device just standing in the open like that?
He hits his shot, and it doesn't really matter, does it? Save does get called for Woxic, and Calix has to fight his way out. Device dead, but so are most of Astralis at this point. They're not going to make much money unless they skedaddle pronto. Buzz will be dead. No, it's just Calix instead. And Astralis get out with 3, more than you would expect, given how close Eternal Fire were playing. Major needs 1 there, though, doesn't he?
Yes.
Off the flash, he needs 1. That's the way Eternal Fire get back in. Less players in the post plant to deal with, less positions harbored. Eternal Fire had Molly, they had double flash. They could have retaken a 3v3.
You see on Borup's POV, I think, is the key to your question, Connor. When he is already halfway through pool is before the smoke even booms on the CT house. So he really wanted to be aggressive and quick, which is why XANTARES, even though he smokes reactively, is beaten to the punch. Finds one, immediate trade, and it's all onto Major. Had Bora being a second behind, you would have seen Zentaris go multi-kill.
Right.
That would have been an absolute discretion. But because they decide to be a little bit ahead of their utility, they make sure that doesn't happen. Great, I would say, trading from Bora.
Double peek. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, faster than Woxic anticipated too. An instant headshot out of Buzz, and the Major tries to just peel around the side. He's going to fall back. He wants to get out, but he's not going to write off the possibility of a force forward. Little exchange of util.
Ooh,
He's got a pocket.
He doesn't know.
Oh,
He
no,
didn't really ask.
maybe
Yeah,
no.
Stare's ahead of it. Done. Oh, poor Major. And you can see Stare looking back at the flames. Astralis very quickly tabulating the possibility of just reapplying Major pressure.
I'm so surprised he
And
feels
down
the
he
need
goes.
to still fight down there when he has a full belt. He has 4 nades. He's solo B, has the AWP, doesn't want to play just close on B, go for one more shot, go back new box. He has multiple shots still available, but he wants to re-push with an AWP.
It's been a theme this entire half. We talked about it. He was getting away with a little bit too much. He was cutting corners at times, being very ambitious with the information and how deep he had that information. And I can respect the idea. The problem is, if you play roulette, you might be ready for that bad beat. He stays close with the 8-repeat. He gets beaten by a pop flash. That's it. Round is over.
But not deserving of a second yellow card, right?
Not quite yet. I don't think I'm feeling like I want them to play 4v5. That wouldn't be great.
Hugo's got a power trip in his eyes. I can see it.
I've got my eyes on the prize.
All right.
I won't dish anything out just
All right.
yet. There's still a winning half for Eternal
Okay.
Fire, but Astralis getting some morsels at the end, Connor. A nice tasty snack, perhaps.
You're saying
the B-side is like a buffet for Astralis right now. They're getting all they want out of it.
All you can eat, and they've brought their backpack. They've broken the rules.
You're that kind of person?
Not
Go to
me.
all you can eat and just stack up in a backpack?
He always fills his purse. It's enough.
Don't forget my fanny pack. Full of spaghetti right now.
Who, Harry?
What an image.
Ready for another nade down banana, but there's a fallback from Astralis, who I feel like were just 2 rounds ago about to be written out of this half. You know, I'm thinking 4 is all they get. I'm thinking the rock-solid A defense, the Major process towards B was enough to keep them back, and all of a sudden, that lead of EF in question. Calyx back up inside of the apartments, not going to bank on the AWP and the potential threat of that double peek. Just dropped all his nades.
And we have our usual suspect. Now, Device and Stare are about to be pop flashed into Banana and Major. You cannot afford that opening. He pulls back. He still has a smoke, and now he has to decide. We've talked about it. Does he call Zentaris for backup, or does he stay alone and take that risk? He hasn't put down his smoke quite yet, so he can technically breathe for a little bit longer, but the information is being taken. Zentaris didn't see anybody.
Now they will indeed move Woxic over towards the B site. Major pressed against it.
It's a fake.
I love this.
Alert.
Yep.
The most info denial they've done on A this map, it's felt like 25 seconds. There's only 2 CTs here. The flash is lovely, though, and they hear them coming up short.
And he gave that to Acadia not long ago, who jumps back into the A site. Calyx can't manage the second, needs the reload. Zantares pushing out and pushing them back indeed. Third man in is the key, and a 3-round lead. We'll see after the break if Astralis have anything left here in Malta, or whether the Danes should get back on that plane.
Be streamed live right now, a 12-3 T-half from Fnatic on their map choice. Right now you can see scoreline 14-11, another bomb down. It looks like Monty are mounting this comeback. All the action, twitch.tv/ESLCSB. That's with Hawker and Bardolph. Are Monty going to pull this off 2-0, or can Fnatic take this to the third of Vertigo? Find out now.
A supposedly eternal fire that we have never seen burn just quite this bright in all of the seasons of Pro League, that we've seen them and welcomed them and hoped that a group stage performance could net them something like a playoffs run. Well, this is the one, folks. Season 18, don't you forget it. 7 rounds, and they eliminate Astralis.
And they were 2 rounds from the playoffs last season against Fnatic, but this time they've showed up at the perfect time and go into a dominant 2-0, or at least that's the aim for Astralis. This bolognese is very watery.
Ugh.
The spaghetti is sliding through their shorts. And it's getting rather uncomfortable here on Inferno. Can they heat it back up in the microwave, Connor?
I don't know, man. I'm getting nervous.
Bolognese in the microwave can be really good on a second burn. Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Rep plus rep.
The water will evaporate. That is a benefit, perhaps. But have they got the power? Is it plugged in? Because this pistol could suck the life out of Astralis.
Dual Berettas in the backside. Rotator coming over. Here's him running in. Oh, double. And a third. Device. Is he enough to hold off because his 2 teammates are dead? Xantares returned the favor with a double kill. And then we get this fast flank out of BlameF. But still, there is a staircase on Graveyard to hide behind. BlameF stops the bomb plant. A chance for Xantares to continue to churn them up. He has 3 kills in this pistol, 16 frags on the damn map, and a chance to give EF double digits this quick.
He saw him.
30 seconds for him to have to cross over, surpass the danger zone, and get that bomb plant in, but Borup, the most quintessential rotator of the series. Astralis will hang on for now.
Such a high impact kill for Borup. The pressure you must be feeling to win that 1v1, 3 kills deep for Xantares against one of the best mechanical players on the planet. That's not easy. You know, we talk about the Star of Stair never have appeared for Astralis. Wasn't even the big ticket item in their Cologne run. He's gone absolutely silent on this map as well.
Nowhere to be
3
found.
kills. But Borup saves Astralis' bacon and maybe sets him up for a nice tasty carbonara.
Yeah, that was critical. You would almost like Xantares to cover Major a little bit more here. You feel like he sold his captain a tad. He had the timing on BlameF, but he elected to stay hidden. Good on the trade, but Borup puts him down whatsoever. This was a must-win for Astralis. And quite logically, the force buy comes into play from Eternal Fire. We're working with 2 Mac-10s, 2 Tech-9, a Deagle, a Smoke and a Flash. So I would probably argue for something simple, something with punching power, a la Apps Pop.
Well, here it is. And ahead of it lies Buzz. Incendiary and Smoke. Majority of the util still up. Oh, playing with nades as the push comes in. It's dangerous, but it could still be enough as Stair's there to crossfire with him. Device will lose his angle because of that smoke. That pushes everybody into Stair's vision, and now Device tries to activate with the Tech-9. Oh, Lord. We have 2 players tagged up for Eternal Fire, but they have a bomb plant as they have pushed their way through short and into the post plant.
No one peeks. There's no reason to go for this for Astralis. Major can just tuck in right now. He gets avoided. Headshot could welcome Astralis round on this Apps flank. Borup buying time for Blame, but no kit. The clock may decide this round. It may already be double digits, and so be it. The low health, inconsequential in this post plant. Eternal Fire find their force.
The issue in the protocol that the defense just used between Stair and Device is when Stair puts down the smoke, he's not allowed to white swing on the left-hand side. He basically makes Device useless.
Yes.
There is no possibility of trading because the smoke is here to make sure that Device doesn't see anything. You put down this smoke, you retract towards the middle of the site, and you force the T's to come to you into the open arms of Device, who has a rifle, rather, silencer at that, ready to pick up all the fruits coming his way. But if you white swing the way you do it, you render your teammate useless.
Yep. You're dead on, Matsu.
Right
Look
there.
at this. Look how exposed he is.
Completely exposed, and he lives there. That's even worse. These are the kind of death that takes your teammate with you. It's more than a death. It's a death and a half, because once that threat is out, all of the eyes of Eternal Fire can be focused on the site, which there is very logically another player at least close by, and that's another yellow card by the referee.
Okay, official.
1-on-1?
Official.
That's a yellow one.
It's worse. It's a death and a betrayal. You know? And if you've got a death wish, that's on you.
Don't take it out on me.
I got nothing to do with it. Keep your distance. Distance between these two teams probably feels greater than it is now, with all of that swing going the way of EF.
Well, that comes at such a cost, right? Winning out the Force by War. Presuming they do it now, they get 2 more rounds, 12-7. That's how the game feels already. And there's very little resistance to get us there. Someone has to be a hero right now. It might have to be Device and Blame. They have been the only reliable players really in this series for Astralis.
The setup's
Device
known.
smokes his teammate, but he fights ahead of it. We need a trade. Xantares provides. Swing out for Buzz. He felt like he was on the clock, and maybe he is. Dead after 1. 3-on-3, and this round is done. That 12-7 is in our crosshair.
You can hope that a Deagle connects, but not right now from Stair. No, sir. Bomb plant's good. And that's a moment where with the brackets control that they had, I thought maybe Eternal Fire take a glance up short and just find it completely free. But instead, they saw the presence from the CTs, they played it appropriately, they cleared out both frags, making sure that there was nothing left to annihilate.
They can get away with 1 AK. I wonder if there isn't any other gun of value. I think it might have been a MAC-10 that's already on to Blame F, so that's not going to do the trick. Major is trying to give a little bit of breathing room.
Why are you hanging around? Yeah, this is...
You're not welcome
here. I think CT spawn is going to be fine. CT spawn is going to be fine, and they also make sure that no one is going to come to nade them. Look at the nades. I think they were ready to Doja nade them.
Yeah,
that's what they wanted to do. And that was red, and they escaped, and 2 of them dies. Anti-Doja.
Don't lose fighting. This. Oh, that was this round was cooked. They were through nades pit. They died a bomb, and they almost lose the AK.
Can I take a timeout for them?
Yeah, I think they need it. And they don't call one. Bloody hell.
They lose a FAMAS and an MP9. Or a MAC-10 and an MP9 maybe. So it is just the SMGs, but still, bro.
It's the equivalent of trying to push your mate into the water and actually slipping and falling yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, that sign got removed for a reason. That bomb radius is too big nowadays. You cannot nade pit and get away with it.
All right. Well, Stair's going to have to be the hero. And there's not much heroic about 4 and 13. Will connect to Major at the very least, but second AK in position, and a dangerous one at that in the hands of Xantares. Acadia has already found footing out towards top mid. It's a solo defense by Buzz in the graveyard on nothing but a vanilla USP.
And they should know that they can take the distance. They can take the map. They've located the AK. Buzz finds a quick hit onto Acadia. That's
sure.
Not what's supposed to happen.
One is all
He's
he
supposed
gets.
to be traded. Oh, that's another headshot. should be enough. Everybody stay calm. Everybody deep breath. We're still very much battling towards round number 12.
This is still a crazy result if Eternal Fire can close it out. 12-7 now. Save again. Looking for the gun. It's nowhere to be found. JRES scrambling right now to pick it up. But it's gone. Oh, no. He found it.
Listen, the way Astralis is playing this round is relatively logic. I have no problem with it. You have 1 AK. You're trying to set it up with a couple of flashes to take the peek towards Banana. He finds one immediately. Great shot, but then Xantares is in a prime position to trade. Here, I don't really think I agree too much with that move from Device, just because it allows a whole lot of breathing room for EF. 4v3, you don't really have to stress out. Buzz could have made that a little bit eventful. In fact, he did, for my money. 12 rounds. 4 rounds away.
Blame Mev's going to throw a nade into the pit. They're all going to go down.
No. They're fine.
12-7, and the dethroning of Danes with Heroic unable to even make it into the playoffs. Astralis may get first rounded here in Malta. Singular Limb, you had your chances, you had your times to take L's and fight forward. This is not one of those times. 4 rounds separate Eternal Fire from their next opponent.
And I think this result as well is going to start to erode at what happened in Cologne. Because in Cologne, we were given a moment to believe that a roster where Buzz is the 3rd best player could get into top 4s. Because Buzz went above and beyond back in Cologne. I mean, like, went total God mode, right? And we were thinking to ourselves, well, Borup doesn't have to be a difference maker. If this guy who's super hyped up, I mean, even Pimp, obviously reigning from Denmark, right? Representative of the country and very much convinced that Stair had what it took.
Yeah, I think we all did. What we saw in Sprout was phenomenal.
We were ready.
He gets upgraded with his teammates. He gets put in good positions.
We were ready.
And he still can't perform.
Yeah, that has been a
that
little
is
bit
a
of a letdown.
disappointment.
It's been a little bit of a letdown, even though Buzz kind of counterbalanced by being way more efficient than we thought he would be in slightly different positions as well. They were very vocal about it. His roles would shift a little, and we have to admit that he's delivering much better numbers now. I don't want to take anything away from what Astralis did in Cologne. This was very commendable. I still believe that the Astralis versus Heroic is in and of itself a very unique ecosystem with maybe emotions coming to play, but you know what? Different topic, different time.
Yeah.
We have an A-Pup on our hands.
And we've got a gun round, right? If we've got anything left in the Astralis tank, feels like it's got to be right about now. Stair extended out on short side. He's got a player with him just beneath the porch. Flash finds him fantastically, and that is 3 sets of feet falling down into the pit. They know this bomb site's compromised. They feel stuck in. And just when you feel like you're stuck in, you get stuck. Wakadia able to just gun down 2 point blank. Nothing to be done here. At this point, this is not just a win for Eternal Fire. They are looking at a mauling of Astralis to make a statement in the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, Wakati says, oh, Academy player? No, that's me. I'm him. And he really has been him all tournament long. Fantastic double spray, spacing poor for Astralis. Stair didn't even shoot. He didn't even give away his position on the flash. It felt fine.
It felt like, I didn't keep an eye on the radar, but the moment 3 players successfully got out from pit, whatever else they had towards middle, just very happy to hold back, to not give away a kill. We see the short players, I think, kind of scramble, right? Both members of Astralis turning back towards porch because nothing does come from mid. It could have been there.
Yeah, but they used their smoke to extinguish the Molotov, which was here to pressure from Eternal Fire. And when you use that smoke, you give a strong signal. You basically admit that you are here in lane. You're ready to fight. So the flash is perfect. Stair cannot puncture anybody as they're jumping out, and you end up in a position where 3 Ts with the long smoke, the scooter smoke, of course, giving them a wall, they can just wide swing onto you. It's a perfect position to be in for Eternal Fire. It beats the setup as well, and the utility is on point. Stairs completely blind.
And they made it look like it was a mid-take anyway with the molly smoke on long. Like, you don't often throw the long smoke before you go for the apps pop because you don't want the long player to rotate round Moto. You often smoke Moto, you'll pop out apps that way, but they fake out Astralis completely. They get them stuck in the mud, as you said. And right now, we need some new trainers for Astralis. Pick up some pace, pick up some rounds, for crying out loud. They had the pistol.
Do something.
That's it.
Give us a sign of life.
You feel for Stair. We were talking about Stair, and we were putting him under the microscope just a little bit, and here he's got the keys to the castle. He gets completely pop flashed. No say whatsoever in the round. That's 5-15. It's tough. It's getting tough.
I don't think this is going to be any easier either. We get a 3rd player from Astralis towards Banana, but the flashbangs are fantastic yet again. And just the scaling with utility from EF into an A site. Look at the diversity in the approach right now. We've got Zantares hanging up above. We've got Major trying to wrap around Moto. Buzz is given a chance. Because of that arch kill, there is suddenly a small opportunity. Or maybe it's bigger than we think because Eternal Fire pull back.
Hello, Astralis. When are they going to realize they're still 4A? They still haven't gone back. Borup starts to run as the footsteps certainly got heard from Buzz resetting there. Astralis will get here in time early enough. Maybe Borup can even drop the smoke. That would be a problem. Eternal Fire might have to go through. There is no one in the bomb site right now, but they don't know that.
Okay. We had a couple scrambles from them on Vertigo that didn't go their way. And that smoke will not be eternal. Borup able to push out, does bring Wakadia with him. He's now got a 2nd player here on Calkins. Zantares wins the duel. Blamef loses his head when he can't shoot back, and Stair trying to squeeze out the bomb plant in front of him, and Eternal Fire on for a solidifying 14th round here.
a psychotic half of Counter-Strike. 5 saves in a row for Astralis on this CT side. The better team is winning today. There is no doubt about it. And, you know, this was a question coming into this game of what's better, having the 3 weeks off where you can prep, where you can improve your map pool and you can get ready, or coming in like Eternal Fire, red hot after taking down Cloud9, taking down Team Liquid, beating 9 on Vertigo, and going straight into your playoff games. Right now, we're getting the answer.
That was great spacing from Eternal Fire as they crossed that smoke. You feel like this could have been a make or break moment. You had Borup in position, but because the first player, the first attacker is so far away on the right-hand side, the crosshair of Borup is taken by, it's dragged by that player who is already ahead of the pack, and then the trade is inevitable. And then you have to command Zentaris. His duel versus BlameF decides everything. BlameF is the third line, the third CT ready to fight. He gets put down immediately, and with that, the round, I even thought the rotation was a little bit hopeless. That rotation from EF was loud. It was very clear they were going back to the B side. It's not like they had all of the utility to exit on B. They didn't even have a smoke for Coil. They didn't have one.
So long in that smoke at top B, the Borup is sitting coffins. He thinks, oh, I have time to get in the bomb site. He crosses into dark, then they hit him in the open.
Yes, sir.
It was the delay on that B hit. Astralis had the numbers there. They were 3 strong. But
like a deer in headlights, dude. Borup just...
And that's sort of the good decision, like the solid thinking they didn't do at times on Vertigo for Eternal Fire. We saw them scramble a couple of these rounds, these late rotates where they got pressured by time, and then suddenly you get sloppy, you make a mistake here and there. Not this time around. The scoreline obviously helps. It's easier to be level-headed when it's 13-7, but still you command it.
I also like how Woxic just hasn't even bought a T-side AWP here. With the way Eternal Fire playing, we see apps pops, we see late rotations, we see A-wraps on splits, like... You don't need AWP. He started this game. He got Eternal Fire in the hot seat on CT side. Just go back to the rifle. It's working out fantastically right now. Him and Zentaris leading the fray. And Astralis, one final chance to stay in this series.
Device is where you want him. BlameF right ahead of it. Blame gets battered. A second peek out at Device. As he's trying to fight for all of this control, Calyx takes a glance out middle.
A Device being here is a huge tell. This is why you're seeing Eternal Fire dabbling with the idea of going back, but now they're trying to take the counter of it.
I mean, listen, you move Device around. As far as Eternal Fire are concerned, there's no other firepower across this board. You've got Borup, Stare, and Buzz looking like shells of themselves. And simultaneously, that is a death sentence for Astralis, so it seems.
Start the clock. Start the clock on that smoke, because if Borup doesn't have a backup in about 20 seconds at best, he will fall. So Device is very aware of that. He's going to run back towards his teammate, and he's got one flash.
Yeah, I like this. Play new box, throw it over the top. Maybe Borup can fight, but he still needs something in the sight. Device is going to get smoked completely. He wraps round. They don't have Coffin smoked down, and they never will. Device can fight alongside his teammate. Borup gets one off the spray. Device has to be the hero, but that would be nothing new.
Leans back as well. Now the pinch starts to begin. Zentaris thinking he can just get through that doorway, and sure enough, he can. Buzz,
got the bomb.
Too many paces back, but you don't need the bomb if you got the headshots. Grabbed and nabbed by Calyx. Stare's going to try to run him down. He's anticipating the coffin peek, but Zentaris again has gotten back out through that doorway. It goes both ways. Or in fact, it only goes one way. All of it going to Eternal Fire.
And to Zentaris.
Map and match points.
What are you supposed to do?
Dude.
When Calyx forgets the bomb and we're thinking, that's it, the clutch is going to fall, he immediately, a blinder of a shot onto CT. What the hell was that?
And this one came close for Zentaris. That CT player was almost there. Perfect two-tap burst. Zentaris just swings into Stare, because why would you fear the children on Astralis right now? Eternal Fire teaching them a lesson.
Yes.
15-7. And Astralis were never in Inferno.
5 rounds in a row to come back on Vertigo. Eternal Fire was looking down the barrel of losing their own map pick versus Astralis. They changed that story. They came back into the game. Courtesy of Calyx at the time, a couple of incredible multi-kills at the end, and now Woxic
got
sort of taking that torch, coming alive on Inferno, and what a position to be in. 15-7, a round away from eliminating Astralis here at Pro League Season 18.
Zentaris still just doing what he does. 24 kills in a 22-round game so far. Astralis pale as ghosts. because the majority of this roster has a gut-wrenching feeling that they have collectively lost this. Peek out into the apartments punished. Calyx, man, 5 deaths. You know, when you think about Calyx's first half, he had like 5 kills by the end of it. And we saw that 3K spray down. We saw everything that they needed to put forth to get to this best position yet. We've got Xantares just sniffing out the arch side, and tell me Astralis don't look like they're about to collapse.
This is weird. They're going back into what they don't know is 2B right now, but Astralis have everyone here.
And
Device is going to get fed
that's
a little
sign.
bit.
That's Device, that's a sign, and this is why you see the reaction.
Go find Buzz.
But
Alone
it's
in the
Buzz.
site, 15 seconds, a couple of kills, and he wins this round. He keeps Astralis in it. Rotate's being cut off, but Buzz is still the hot ticket right now. He has to hold on. They don't check him. Jumping Woxic. And this is done. The Danes demolished, and Device going home as Eternal Fire 2-0 the series. With Xantares, one of the best mechanical players to ever touch this game. A player we don't get to see in these playoffs, but this is a run that Eternal Fire might make.
Season 16, they get grouped. Season 17, they get grouped again with mere rounds between them and playoffs. And now here, Season 18 is one that features Eternal Fire in the playoffs and taking heads.
And look at their next game. Xantares v Big against his former organization. Stories getting made today, and history getting broken. A great Cologne for Astralis, but Malta is not it.
That's the thing. Off of Cologne, we're thinking it's all about the Blame F Device comeback. It's all about these Danes coming together, being greater than their pieces, but not today, folks. Eternal Fire versus Big is happening.
Eternal Fire certainly putting a stamp on that series. We're talking 70 rounds in a row on their opponent's map pick. Even your boy Woxic showing up
He
big
turned
there.
up in emphatic style,
God.
didn't he? What a performance that was. Beautiful from Woxic there. Influential throughout their CT campaign as well, making the picks happen. Xantares, another huge performance, and 3 big names shining up there. It was Calyx joining them towards the end as well. I can't believe they've done it again. Another 2-0 for the Eternal Fire boys.
And another great game from Xantares. Like, you know, I think we have to talk about how well he's been playing.
Yeah.
He came into this series as like I think he was like the 14th highest rated player in all of Pro League. He's defo climbed up after this, right? He's defo kind of risen up through the rankings now. He top frags on both maps, lights out performance from him. The fact that he's in the server versus, you know, the likes of Device, Blame F, folks who have had fantastic tournaments when they play back in their group. I don't know. It was insane seeing Xantares like that.
Excellent. Maja, congratulations.
Thank
First
you
of
very
all,
much.
another 2-0. That must feel good, right?
Yeah, I feel good. Yeah, we feel good. Obviously,
Hello, Woxic.
winning 2-0, it's good score.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That was quite the performance from you on Inferno.
Yeah, I think I was starting to feel the game in the second map. It was a bit late, but finally I found my shape.
Good stuff.
I wanted to ask you, congrats, first of all. A lot of us had, you know, Astralis sort of as the favorites coming into this matchup, but they haven't played for 3 weeks, and you guys are hot, just finished your group. Was it hard to prepare for this game when you sort of know that in that time they would be adding new things and maybe changing stuff?
We had time to prepare this match. Like yesterday night, like I watched 3-4 hours demo of them. I was thinking about maybe picking Vertigo Anubis, and I knew that in Anubis they work Anubis, so they would bring new things. So I stand to my pick Vertigo. I say to myself like maybe I will be in the dark if I go Anubis because they will bring new things. So I stay to Vertigo. Obviously they watch Vertigo because they use mid a lot against us. But I think the match we prepared well the match. Like I knew some things. It was okay.
I have a question about the preparation, because I saw on T side here on Inferno, you guys were really first 2 gun round, just fake it like you're doing default on B, and then apps pop first gun, second gun pop mid. Was this something that was like a little bit Astralis specific, or something that you just see a lot of teams just start 3B all the time?
Astralis specific. I knew Gap was House was Gap. The older of House, they play more contact short and Device more long. So I knew the House would be a Gap. So I tried to use the Gap House first of all, or then after going on B. Like my plan, I had a plan on my mind before starting T side, and it was okay. Yeah, it was.
Chef's kiss, man.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Yeah.
I wanted to ask about Vertigo because obviously you guys, you know, it's 14-10 to Astralis. Then we see Calix with a really, really cheeky push, getting a 3K in there. What was kind of going through your mind just before that happened, Measure? What was kind of, I guess, the mindset of
Like
the team?
this specific round, we knew it. Like I called it when I saw Borup and MOUZ middle, I knew that the Bay player come mid and they play 3A, 2 middle. They are split every time like this. So I say to Calix, like, they going A, just push, but by chance they come back B because they kill me and
they kill me as well.
They say like B clear, come back B, hey guys, and they come back and by chance Calix kill 3 people and I think we come back from this. It was a little lucky, to be honest.
Yeah, the team was kind of shrinking at that point. It felt like you didn't have control of the game. That round, though, reignited everyone, and you were back. It was actually a crazy return. That was amazing.
What are your thoughts on, obviously we spoke about the preparation for you guys, you literally played the final game of the group stage, you had one day to kind of be getting back into shape. For Astralis, it was completely opposite, right? They played in Group A, they had so much time to prepare. We've been talking a lot about this, like, do you feel like, would you prefer to be in a situation where you have that kind of break, a dip down from, the hype of competitive play, or do you think for you guys, it really plays in your favor of, having that momentum coming straight off a game?
I think like we didn't have a day off, like maybe only one day, and we did like 5 hours practice even. Like it's like we were in good shape. That's why we wanted to have like this kind of mood still, because otherwise it will be like cool off from the team. This is much better for us.
Good stuff. Let's bring up our Air Force aim high, because we need to put a specific player under the microscope for this series. And I think we can probably all guess who this is going to be. Of course, it has to be Zach
big man.
Yeah, big man himself.
Oh, what a
It's popping off
performance.
today.
Like, so many great rounds there, so much aggression, so many pixel-perfect headshots as well. And it's closing things out towards the end of Inferno as well. The B bomb side was completely his, just running over them towards those Coffin players. They couldn't do anything because so many precise headshots coming in left and right. Delivered once again by Xantares. Another world-class performance, showing that he is one of the best mechanical players in the game right now.
Yeah, actually, Major, I remember the other night when you were on here, you said that after Xantares kind of left Space Soldiers, he had that time going to big, he had that time of like growth. You said he became a more complete player with like a really good brain for the game. Obviously, they're your next opponent. So how are you kind of feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, for me, it's going to be a normal match, but for him, it's going to be a special match, to be honest, because he spent a lot of time on big. Let's see. I think he is going to be really motivated to beat them.
I like that. I like that.
And with the hot hand, now you guys are going to be playing pretty much every day until you lose, if you end up losing. So let's see how long the streak continues for.
How comfortable are you guys feeling now with this iteration of Eternal Fire? Because I know we've talked about it a lot, like it used to be a little bit of a revolving door of kind of the 5th man you get in. How stable are you guys feeling as a team right now?
I think like if everything is like going in our way and like communication, like individuals and everything, like we're feeling really comfortable because we believe in everybody in the team. Like if someone holding that place, doesn't matter, like he's feeling now, he will just bring the round for us. Like this is kind of mentality we have, and I think he can say the same for us.
Any final questions, gentlemen?
Just for you, Woxig, it seems like your playstyle, you're known as a super aggressive sniper usually. We're seeing you kind of more, not so much passive, but more conservative playstyle. Is this something you've been focusing on to be like just more of an anchor, more than the aggressive in-your-face style?
I try to be like for these games, like every round is important, so I didn't want to do any mistake for overpicking, and it's like more controlling my economy and holding the angle and just helping your teammate with the utilities. And that's why like I'm feeling sometimes really comfortable, but sometimes also I'm thinking like I need to do a move.
Yeah, right. Be a little bit more active.
Like I need to find more balance on it, because I just usually like way before was always like playing aggressive, like from left, right, picking and picking and picking. But more now, I'm focusing on myself to be helping to my teammates and also holding the angles for them.
So you're not necessarily the star of the team anymore, but you're getting much better results. Are you okay with this setup then?
Yes,
yeah?
I can say.
Fair enough. Good stuff.
MOUZ Furia is up next on A stream. Who do you think's going to win? MOUZ and Furia. Who do you think's going to come out on top?
I think MOUZ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah? Right. How come? What do you think?
I don't know.
That's exactly how we do it.
Yeah, that is actually.
Pick it out of the hat. Today it says MOUZ. Okay, gentlemen. Well, there you go. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. See you.
See you guys later. Man, what a crazy result.
I can't believe it. Another 2-0 for the boys. Keeps underestimating them and delivering the goods every single time.
Every damn time.
They're going to be threatening this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they've wrecked some really legit teams' runs now, right? When you kind of go through the like kill list for Eternal Fire, it's brutal. The teams that they've ended up getting rid of here. Astralis now joining the list up there alongside the likes of Cloud9.
Liquid.
Pretty sick. Yeah, Liquid as well.
And maybe the big hits.
And maybe something for Astralis is that first game coming into a tournament, right? Because if we go back to their group, they lost to NIP 2-0, I believe, which no one really expected. We thought that was going to be a more or less straightforward win for Astralis. And sure, they bounced back immediately and won all the other games in their group to come to the playoffs. But when it is single elimination like it is here, when you get to the playoffs, there's no room for those slow starts.
Hey, Chad.
Hi. Yanko, I was going to pass you a note like we were back in school. Did you still want to talk about this round? I got it ready to go on the PC. I think we got the footage potentially as well. Did you want to chat about this?
Yeah, I think it's a cool little thing to dive into.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, should we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Well, do you want to do the EVS one? Well, that's all right. He's already off. He's gone now.
Oh.
Look, he's doing it properly. He's keeping Ollie happy too. Look at this. Ollie's going to be so happy with it.
He's taking the proper route.
Everyone wave.
Bye, Yanko.
We'll just need to, I guess, combine it with EVS, with what we have, because it's two different things.
Which do you want to do first?
EVS.
All right.
Because to focus on what happened in this game.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe we could start rolling that. Yanko had an example of something from Inferno that was being run that he wanted to talk about. So we're whacking that up on screen for you now, Yanko.
Right, so here it's like you see this from the POV of Calyx, and it's just like an easy kill. I'm thinking, like, what's going on? What is Astralis trying to do? Where basically what they were trying to do was hit a timing to walk out AAPS, right? While they're faking the mid default, but it didn't really work out. Calyx was posted up. They get one more kill and they save. And you look at the money for Eternal Fire, this was a reset round. If Astralis was able to win this round, then it would have been massive for them. They would have gone with a lot more rounds on the T side. Now, Chad, this is it's the
round 30. I think I even picked the right round for you. Yeah, I wanted to make it right.
So here I'll be able to show you everything that happens in this round. This was a round from Team Vitality. The game is against G2 in Cologne, upper bracket game, first map. Vitality is coming back. 15-14 for G2. So last round of regulation, you will see two players are just using some utility towards Banana. This is probably the standard opening. And this is what Eternal Fire did too. They just had a smoke around here. One player sort of drawing attention to himself. You can see in the G2 game that's Flames and Spinks who are going towards apartments. And then you have Apex, who's going to be doing the mid utility, right? And you can see them. They're taking the risk here, just walking all the way forward. And you can see Apex now with the smoke towards long, Molly towards short. G2 is going actually for their signature 4 mid setup. And this is where, just on timing, the two players are going to run out with a flash. You can also try to walk out, not much difference, and they get 2 entry kills. Apex dies, but they get the side. They still have utility to cut off long. You can see the 2 players who were playing in B, they come over as well. And this was actually an incredible call from Apex in that game to really get them into overtime, and then they were flawless in overtime to win the first map. So this was what Astralis was aiming for as well, but this round is really based on the correct read, knowing perhaps what the pit player, what his reactions are.
It's pretty hard to call. It's pretty hard to call without any info, right? You're hoping that you've prepped, or you've got some tendency that he isn't going to be playing pit or bike every round, right? That they are going to be doing things like more G2 do. Because every time we watch a G2 game, Yanko, it's like Justin solo under Porch and maybe Hunter or Modesty close by, right? So it's probably something that was easier for Vitality to exploit, but here for Astralis not being able to pull it off against Eternal Fire. So that I'm on it. I'm like Hugo right now with CS2 coming out. I can't bloody believe it.
Yeah,
I can't believe Astralis.
Are you believing Eternal Fire can make a decent dent in this tournament, though?
Well, now that they got Big up next, I think definitely. Why not?
They might be the favourites going into that now after all these heads they've taken.
And then the other team in their bracket, they'd have Na'Vi, right?
Yeah,
so it could go anywhere. But yeah, look, I think Eternal Fire have shown definitely they're now my dark horse.
All right.
They're my dark horse.
The dark
bracket. I like it. I like
we
it.
love that. Do you want to show some stuff from the? That's actually a famous line from Jacob Pimfinicker. I wish he was here to say it. The dark underhorse. Yeah, we tried to get him to draw it as well, and it was
what a dark underhorse looks
just
like.
Awful, terrifying. My sleep paralysis demon on a piece of paper. Yanko, anyway, you brought up some moments also from the T side of Eternal Fire, right? Because that was looking pretty good in terms of them pressuring on the A side. We got round 20 and 21, right?
Yeah, I think this was what I asked him in the interview as well. Now, you can see here, I mean, these are just the endings of the rounds, but you look at the time, it's 1:10, 1:15, and they're just putting a little bit of pressure B, exploding A, right? Because they were expecting Astralis to play a lot of 3B, and then Major said he knew where the gaps were, really, that meaning the weak points in the defense. So this time there was even a third player towards A, but the entry kills were there from BKD, I believe. He got a double.
Yeah, a beautiful double.
You can see even here, right? Again, there's 3 players towards B. Buzz is playing all the way turtle up in the side. Device alone on long, trying to buy time with the utility, with the incendiary, but he wasn't having a great game either. And just, even though this call was a bit strange to run it back towards B, they were still composed. They managed to get the trade kills and win in the post plan.
How do we get Stare activated? I know this has got nothing to do with the type of rounds we just saw, but he had a bit of a rough go.
Yeah, both him and Buzz, I think.
And he's meant to be the 3rd star of this team, or at least he was prophesized to be. Like, he was meant to be the second coming of Danish Counter-Strike.
But just before we dive into that, I love this. I think more teams should play like this on T-side Inferno, because sure, he said this was like Astralis specific, but a lot of teams do what Astralis does. A lot of teams start 3B, and then they're also greedy and play 1-1 on A. So as long as you do something together on A relatively early on, I think you'll find a lot of succce. So
back in the
great
old day.
preparation from him, and he's also a veteran in-game leader. So I think, you know, some shout out to and some praise for Major.
I want us to come back to the Pronax Fnatic days of just pop flashing through the mid smoke more on Inferno. That we had a lot more action then, didn't we? We were just
really
going through
did.
smokes and taking fights.
It wasn't the most beautiful Counter-Strike, but it got the job done. It got us excited.
That's a good risk, though,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
It makes it crazy.
I really thought that we were going to see at least a little bit of a punchback from Astralis, though.
Weak.
Like, yeah, I don't know. They just kind of fell
They're
flat.
just like,
and
in terms of the 1v1 duels especially, you could see it on Vertigo, like they managed to pull it together with the team play, but on Inferno, they're just getting blown through every single round, every single entry. Zantara is mainly being the leading force behind that one.
I reckon, I think that it all changed. The Calix clip you guys showed in the last segment, right, with the Famous, but then he also had that other round where he flanked B with the M4.
Right.
Didn't he get the ace,
He got
or
an
at least
ace
had
there,
4
yeah.
kills, right? So Calix's performance late when things were getting very dire, because I thought Eternal Fire were going to lose map number 1, right? So I think he pulled them into map 2, and then at that point, well, I guess the prep from Magic that you're highlighting here really came into play, because Astralis couldn't do anything. They were floundering.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where maybe some of the younger players on Astralis, maybe there's a level of nervousness still within the game, and you didn't have that. You have to remember, Device had an incredible tournament in Cologne, right? So when he has a sick round, you know, that uplifts everyone else on the team too. And here, where he can't necessarily plug the holes, right, that are left sometimes, then the whole ship starts sinking.
So what does this say, though? Because our conversation at the start of the day was to do with Group A Astralis, hadn't played since the 2nd of September. And Group D for Eternal Fire, who played literally 1 day ago. They played Sunday night, then they had a break day, media day, and then they're straight back in the server. For them, it's like they haven't even skipped a beat of the tournament.
And Woxic said he really liked that. He was
It
like,
must
that
be
actually
nice.
helped him.
Yeah, you know what the
yeah.
setup's like. You're in the same environment. You haven't had to just unpack a bag. Like, everything kind of feels normal for a week and a bit.
Did you hear his explanation about the veto?
What did he say?
I was just ready.
He did.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, he said how, like, because he looked at Anubis, he said he looked at Anubis and Vertigo, but because they had time and they had like the downtime in between and we never got to see Anubis, that they could have worked on it, and he thought that that meant that they would have been working on it. So he went with Vertigo because
of the black box. Yeah, you don't know what's on Anubis, but you know what they have on Vertigo.
Right?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Makes sense.
Very
Makes
clever.
sense.
And yeah, I mean, single elimination now. Astralis
Well, the
are
way
out.
it should have always been.
Yeah. That's kind of sad, though.
Yeah,
They're gone. But
look,
2 maps and you're done.
That's the cut.
I mean,
this is
also,
playoffs, baby. We're not messing
They know what
around
they're getting
anymore.
into.
Yanko
Yeah.
brought this up earlier. He was dead on. Like, when Astralis showed up even in Group A, a group that they did well in and like went on to kind of recover and look good in, they had the opening game versus NIP. They were like NIP's 1 win in the group. Right?
Yeah,
Other
that's
than
true.
that, NIP kind of bombs straight out. So, you know, maybe just a slow start from Astralis.
Yeah,
but there's no
unfortunately.
time for a slow start here.
No
Nope.
excuses.
Straight back on the plane, unfortunately, for the Danes. But before they do get on that big metal bird, let's get a few departing words, courtesy of Blame F.
A tough game for Astralis today. Got a couple of words with Blame after that loss. And Eternal Fire, they showed up in buckets and spades today. What's running through your mind when you replay that game, when you reflect on the result?
Yeah, I just think that obviously they played great and they have shown some good results down here. I think they beat a lot of good teams. But yeah, I think we played very bad today. Don't think the communication was quite there. The individual, it was definitely not there from everyone. And yeah, just a bad feeling. I think we lost like 3 pistols, and then when we then finally win a pistol, then we lose the second round, and just some rough starts, and yeah, it's just a bad feeling now, obviously.
Is there a consideration of that 3-week gap? You know, did you kind of have to decelerate in order to get back into it, whereas these guys just came straight flying out, or is that not something you're considering?
I think there's positive and negatives to both sides. Like, we had time to prepare new stuff. They didn't have time for that. So that would be like a benefit for us, obviously. We had a boot camp, so we were grinding really hard. So this result was definitely tough because we really practiced hard for this one. So yeah, it's just on us, honestly, that we didn't play better.
Okay, well, I appreciate you giving us the insights. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you next in the server.
Thank you, boss.
Cheers, mate. Oh, sorry. Cheers, mate.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
Know the game, no guesses. Know they won't forget us. Form a roll like dominoes, they wanna get that precious. Follow me now, cause I know where to go. All the phones they lit up, look at how they glitter. In a VIP, you know, with me it's always better. Follow me now if you just join the show. Don't need a miracle to change your whole life. I ain't no mystery, sophisticated type. I'm just doing things the way that I like. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think. All the way, no pressure. No, my taste is special. When the light goes, let the night go, light the highs forever. Follow me, cause I know where we're going. Bag your phone, no pictures. Won't forget, won't miss it. On the door, say you know me like Sesame, they'll let you ride in. You can skip all the rules. Don't need a miracle to change your whole life. I ain't no mystery, sophisticated type. I'm just doing things the way that I like. Ooh, I just do my own thing. Ooh, I just do my own thing. I don't care what they think. We don't need no education. We already know how to make it. We just do our own thing.
so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you down. I'll tell you my deepest secrets. I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still even deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, late in bed, could I love instead? Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
MOUZ versus Furia next up on the cards. But first up, Connor, did you see the Danish destruction coming through?
Yeah, I
That
cast
first
it.
one? Yeah?
He was there.
Yeah. I mean, you saw it,
I
but
did
did
see
you
it.
predict it?
No, I very much went in on Astralis making it through probably multiple rounds of the playoffs. So you can consider me on the total opposite end of that last result.
Raise your hand if your fantasy,
Oh, it's
yeah.
done. It's done.
Is it dead?
It's cooked.
Man, must be nice to have Vicaria in your fantasy right now.
Were you sold on him?
You had it.
I do.
him?
I do.
Oh my god.
Have you not been paying attention to the group stage?
Yeah, they just
You're not
played
watching
one
the game.
day ago,
Yeah,
guys,
Freya, you
you
paying
know?
attention?
Yeah, guys, come on.
I guess I wasn't. I guess I put all my eggs in the Zywoo basket and actually bought 3 in-game leaders as well so that I could afford Zywoo.
Bold move.
Something
Bold strategy,
happened.
Cotton.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Vitalia are going to win. Zywoo's going to drop 30 every single map, so I will be saved.
Is that the script? Is that the script?
Can I,
Yeah.
Can I quickly jump in? I've been doing these B-stream updates with Alex throughout the day. Have another one coming at you thick and fast. Vertigo third map between Fnatic and Monty. 10-4 the scoreline with Fnatic getting the pistol and the conversions. Now the 10 rounds is actually to Monty.
What side is Molly on? Are they
CT
CT
side?
Ooh.
Yeah, so this is
looks complicated.
Not looking great. You can check all this action out esl.gg/twitchb. Bardoff and Hawker are casting all this, but it looks like Fnatic Upper Creek without a paddle here. Going to be a difficult game to come back from now.
And Mezzi is struggling a little bit. I mean, I've talked him up a whole lot. I believe in Mezzi a whole lot. Seems to be a bit complicated in this map.
Map 1 was really rough. Like Anubis, it's like 16-9 scoreline in favor of Monty. Dexter was the only one getting. It was a 0-6 start. I think Roy was like 0-9. Then they woke up and I thought, okay, Fnatic are here for map 2. Overpass. They won the T side of their map choice 12-3, and then they let Monty back into the game, still closed it, and here we are getting dominated again. So, Yanko, I thought you predicted Monty, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I also had Astralis, so...
Well, but hey, you can't get them all right.
And then I have Monty beating Complexity too.
Really? Okay. Okay. Well, Complexity aren't a slouch on a map on Vertigo or Anubis either, so it'll be interesting to see what the map pool kind of matches up between those two teams.
I wonder to what extent Monty might be a team that people don't prepare enough for in terms of, the big dogs that you're about to meet. Do you think if we go to leaders, they would be able to tell you exactly what the identity of Monty is, the Counter-Strike they play?
People say with Monty, they're the type of team they're frustrating to play against because they phase through a lot of smokes, or they push through smokes. They also do a lot of set pieces. Like there was one round in that Anubis game where they called themselves into a round victory just by doing a fast A round. Round 19, they just went A, Dexter called 3B, 2 mid, CT defense, get in the site. It was literal unicorn round 5v5. Right? Everybody said, everybody lived on a gun round. So just some of those calls, the fact that Monty is still one of those teams to make those calls, whereas Fnatic are so vanilla. It's so much default.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
so
I think Eternal Fire right there was also a great example of you need to have these rounds.
Yeah.
Like in nowadays Counter-Strike, you can't have 15 defaults where your IGL has to come up with the logical deduction of where to play the last 25 seconds, and it's grimy and it's clutching. Sometimes you need to call your number. You need to go for these strategies. I think they do that from time to time. Maybe I'm just going to take notes.
Every blue moon,
I'm going to take notes of when do they do these set executes from VP and see what numbers we
They're
have.
working their way back into it. You'll see it more in a couple of months' time.
Maniac will keep some receipts on them, I guess.
I'll make sure to see. If I cover a VP game, I'll keep tabs on how many fast rounds they do.
Gentlemen,
and we'll talk about it.
I don't know about you. I'm getting a little bit hungry.
I am actually
this is
hungry.
hard
I
and
am actually
thirsty
hungry
work.
now.
Luckily for you, Chad, somebody's eating good. Jason, What have you got for us?
Yeah, looking a little bit pudgy around the edges there,
What are you
Jason.
trying to say, Fran?
Dad
Come
bod.
on, Jesus.
That's rough.
It's a dad bod. Kids the first year. Give me a break. It's the teams who have been eating well. So I prepared a great game for you guys. It's called What Are the Teams Eating?
What are the teams?
That's the name of the game. You couldn't
Yeah.
think of anything better, Jason?
No, I'm getting fat and dumb in my old age. Yeah,
Don't forget ugly.
Much like your college days.
Cheers,
then.
mate. Freaking mustache over there. Anyways, we do have some receipts going on. I'm gonna give you guys some hints. All the teams that we have receipts of are from groups C and D.
Okay, let me pull up.
And you have to figure out which teams ordered which receipt.
Oh, they're all different.
They're all different.
Somebody's liking some sushi here.
Yeah, this is a sushi team.
All right, first we need to say this isn't like a lot of sushi. Doesn't feel like for a full team.
No, that's
these
only like
are not
two
big eaters.
Wait, are these received for a full team? Is that what we're doing? Is that for a full team?
Yeah, it must be, right?
Is
These
that
are
the
like
rule?
multiple.
But there's only three drinks.
Okay, so there's going to be different prices on different receipts. So some of them are going to be full teams. Some of them are going to be, just
Interesting.
Maybe people are being good and having, still water. Like, you don't need a fizzy
Simple loves
beverage.
Simple loves a good sushi.
That's true.
Correct.
That is true.
Maybe this is just for Simple. It's not even the whole of Navi.
Is this
You're onto
Navi?
something.
Yeah.
It's not Navi.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Well, I really thought we had a
Is this,
hard
Jason,
analysis.
this can't be another one of these whiteboard segments where we guess Furia every time.
I hope not. That's all up to you, Chad.
So it's not Navi.
It's not Navi.
Okay.
It's also not Furia.
Is it ends?
It's not. Oh no, it's not.
They're in
Well,
Group
hold
B.
on, hold on.
They were all
in We know Group it's B. coming up.
If there's sushi, that means it might be connected to fish, which means Norway has an ocean. Could that be Apex?
It's not Apex.
Damn it.
No.
I
Wait,
thought I
wait.
had
Recency
Could it be
bias.
FaZe because rain is Norwegian?
It's not FaZe.
Is it Eternal Fire?
It is not Eternal Fire.
Why
Hey,
would you
listen.
say Eternal?
Well,
You can't just be saying teams'
They
names,
just played.
Connor. That's not how it works.
I'm
You
gonna
need to
change
give
the
us
rules
some
of the game.
reasoning.
Sorry.
I'm gonna change
That
the rules
logo
of this
looks like
game.
a fish.
I'm gonna give you this one right now, real quick.
Okay.
Because you've already had a lot of
An
guesses.
example.
This one is complexity.
Well, now we know why we
That was
made a
my
mistake.
second guess.
I have to say, complexity have come a long way. When I was doing a tournament at Realog a couple of months ago, they were boot camping. There was KFC all over the place.
yeah.
People asleep in their chairs. Now it's higher energy. We're eating sushi. We're living well.
When I did the minor in Monterrey, Mexico, Halzerk was the first person to order at the McDonald's next to the hotel 3 days in a row. He had the bag and the receipt number one. First order of the day in
first
every
cab off the
morning.
rank.
Yes,
Oh,
yes. So
no.
you're right.
That's an exhilarating story. All right, here's another receipt
Navi.
from a place that we cannot name.
No. This
it
is
Starbucks?
liquid. This is liquid.
A place we cannot name.
100%
place we cannot name.
We cannot name.
Oh.
Not
Is it liquid?
Yep.
It is not
on the money.
liquid. It's actually already been guessed. Mania gets it. It's Navi. Right
I
out of the
said
gate.
Navi.
Oh, Chad got it. Yeah.
Because
I was
know-
really on the money on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jason.
You know the
I know
orders.
Simple's coffee order.
How do you know that?
Because he tells me all the things he doesn't like
But
about
who
my house
ordered
and all the
the-
things he does. So the caramel macchiato at the top
See, I passed
And we know you're stocked with
and heard
caramel
he wanted a
macchiatos.
caramel macchiato.
as well.
Yeah, so that's why I thought
Okay.
maybe it was liquid.
All
But
right.
no,
I
mean,
wanted
Simple,
to know who
Nikinder,
from
they're
Navi
close.
orders the coconut thingy. That's just like
That's psychotic.
I reckon it's
disgusting.
bit.
Yeah.
All right, we got a new one for you up here.
It's a Virgin
Holy
Burrito.
hell.
Yep, this is quite the order. Someone really went to town on ESL's credit card.
Is this Italian?
2 pots
It
of
very
tea
much is.
at
You have
least.
a risotto gamberi.
A
It's
virgin
very much
mojito.
Italian.
Can I give you guys something to maybe help speed up and make your guesses more accurate? What
Why
is
are you bored? Like we're having a great time. Like
Okay.
No, please,
so
Jason,
first
help
of all,
us.
with a bill this high. This has to be like a feel-good order.
Is it ends?
This is like qualifying for
Okay.
the
Don't you
playoffs.
start
Big
that,
moment.
Freya.
Sort of an order, right?
Okay.
Okay,
Or
I
we
just
just
see.
lost. We're out of the
You're
tournament.
out, and that's it. There's
So
no
it
coming
narrows
back.
it down to every team in Group C and Group D.
Here's the problem I have. How many Counter-Strike teams would, as a team, all order from the same place? Because I know my little Juzzy Bear, I don't think that'd be a G2 order because he wouldn't, I don't think he would, it'd be hard to find a place Justin's going to eat from where everyone else lives.
Isn't this the worst as a manager when none of your players want to eat the same thing?
Okay,
and you have to
I know
figure
that.
that out.
Sparkling water, fresh fish of the day.
Yeah.
This
I
is
think
a
this is
team that's
mature.
living well. This is like a
Fnatic?
FaZe class.
There's a black
Is it
Angus in
Fnatic?
there.
It's not Fnatic. It's
I
not
was thinking,
FaZe.
they're older, they're a bit more mature, they've got taste.
Yeah.
fish
I like
of
the
day.
logic though.
Would eat risotto.
Is it
that's pretty
sound
fancy.
logic or is it just logic you like?
I think
It's just logic I like.
Can I
Okay.
guess?
Okay.
Yeah, you can guess.
I think it's Cyclone.
No, it is not Cyclone.
Can you tell us the reasoning?
Pots of tea.
Pots of tea.
And I don't know many I have never.
Oh, that's a good
I
angle.
have never in my life
I like that.
seen
Now
anybody
that
order
is some
pasta.
sound logic that I also enjoy.
Virgin Mojito as well.
Yeah.
Is it Apex?
It's not Apex.
Is it?
Can you tell us?
Is it MOUZ?
I can tell you, but Yanko was excited to play this game, so I want to give him as many chances
now he's
to
got
guess
that
as
in there
possible.
forever.
We had our tries. We're out of ideas. Now
Okay.
help
Wait,
us,
is
Jason,
Hold on,
please.
one more. Because you said you like the
Daddy.
logic, is it Lin Vision?
No, it was actually G2. So Chad sold you a bill
Thank
of
you,
goods
Chad.
about old Juzzy
Thanks
Bear
for
over
throwing
there.
us
Is
off
Chad
there.
supposed to be like a double agent in this game?
That's how we organized it. We thought it would be way more fun if I planted a spy on the couch.
Maybe Justin's become easier to deal with now. That must be nice.
Now,
You're
I wanna-
welcome, G2.
I want to give you one extra hint because I did misspeak at the beginning of the game. There's one team that's not from C&D.
Oh.
Okay.
Which is the next one?
Oh, the goalpost.
It's
move.
not this one. I'm going to give you that one as well.
Well, thank you. Now we're all confused.
So the next one is C&D.
Can you tell us which team it is? Like then it's any of the
It
others.
is. It is ENCE.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, is
But
this
not
from,
now.
We know
not
where
this
this
is
is
your
from.
favorite place.
Yeah, we know where
Yeah.
this is from. They do a good bunch of stuff over here.
That's a relatively
I
healthy
actually
order,
ordered the
too.
Chipotle chicken this morning. I wasn't the biggest fan in the world.
Oh, you didn't
Very
enjoy it?
smoothie.
No, it wasn't ideal.
Okay.
Oh, the
Squash
beef
and
the
feta
beef one
fries.
is
Who
the
do we
best.
always see walking around with this?
Alex Machine Richardson.
Not us.
Are these the talent?
I saw. Oh no, I know this.
Freya's
I know
got it.
this. I know
Freya's
this.
got it.
Is
It's
it
coming.
FaZe?
She's cooking.
It is FaZe.
Hey,
Well done.
look at that.
Yes,
Look at
indeed.
that.
I saw it.
We
That's
got one.
magnificent.
Yay.
The segment is saved.
Jason,
We
is that
got
a
one
banana
team.
behind you or are you just happy to see me?
I'm just happy to see you.
Okay.
It's a large fruit, rather.
Banana for scale.
Do we have the
Moving
next
on.
one? Can we cue the next one up really quickly to get me out of this
He's
situation?
loving this.
Okay,
Oh, this
pepperoni
is so
pizza,
British.
spaghetti bolognese, and lasagna, some spaghetti
This
carbonara.
is not tense. They're
basic.
not allowed to eat like this anymore ever
Really?
since
No
the game.
sides either. No sides. Just everyone
This
gets
is
a meal and that's
the most
it.
British thing I've ever seen.
And
What do
Lin
you mean
Vision.
it's the
Afford to
most?
get
What do you mean it's the
spaghetti
most? It's
bolognese.
only Italian
That's the
food.
most
How is that
British.
most
No.
British?
Wait.
Not Lin Vision.
Fanatic.
Hold up. Wait. He said that one of them was not going to be for COD. Is this not from COD?
Yeah, but he said that
But he
team
said
is
the
ends.
team.
This
That
is
team
not
is
ends.
ends.
Is it Fnatic?
It's not Fnatic.
Oh, they're only British.
Is it Harry and
It's
Hugo?
British.
It's not Harry or Hugo.
Okay.
Damn.
Carbonara is a good.
That's
gift.
what I was
Can I-
thinking.
He really does spill that everywhere.
Can I try Apex again?
It's not Apex.
It's never going to be Apex, apparently.
Is it Virtus Pro?
It is not Virtus Pro.
Is it Eternal Fire?
It is not Eternal Fire.
Is it
How many-
Liquid?
It is not Liquid.
How many teams are
Well,
left?
who is it, Jason?
I'm really just going through everybody.
It's 9Z.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well, they kept it very basic. Shout out to 9Z
Yeah,
for
that
not
was
having a
very-
complex order.
Nice and
Respect.
simple.
Respect, 9Z.
I expected more.
Jason, do you want to do
And
more?
not eating,
Yeah, we
not
got
ordering
a couple
200
more. You guys
worth
aren't
of
even
food.
close to done. I've made this an
I think we've already
game.
established that we have no way to actually guess. We can make some guesses, but all our logics have all flown out the window.
Says
That's the
man
fun,
who has
though.
got
But that
the
doesn't mean we're going
You've
to give
tried
up.
with the British angle. that
We're
didn't
We're gonna
work
bring
out.
up the next
I'm the
one,
only one who's got
despite
one correct.
Maniac's objections.
Hey, it's not an objection.
It sounded like an
comment.
Ooh, some
objection.
ramen.
Here we go.
Oh, we know where
Love
this is from as well.
Yeah. I
Hey,
didn't
how do
know
you-
they did ramen.
How do you say the third line? Is it acai? Is that
Acai.
Acai.
Acai?
I've always
Acai.
been afraid to say it wrong. Never admitted it.
Achai.
Acai.
It's unbelievably good.
Is this end?
Say
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, this is it.
Nailed it.
Sorry,
Oh, well, see, you guys are finally getting the grip of it. You
Kind of
guys are
stole your
killing it.
thunder.
Uh,
I would
One
feel like this
more.
is where they're letting them have the club sandwiches
Is this
because
the
it's
last
Pro
one?
League, but
Holy moly,
that's a
red
big
beans
one.
and ravioli.
Holy hell. Is that
oh,
one
I
team?
know who this is.
That's one team.
And I'm not going to say.
Is it because of the no onions, Freya? Is
Wait,
that why
what?
you know? Well, at the top it says
No.
Big Mac, no onions. Oh,
Wow, this is
Great
a lot
choice.
of food. This
but
is
no, I only know because people were so gobsmacked by this.
How did they order all of
McToast
this?
is take 2 patties. I looked this up because I was so curious. Take 2 patties, toast them, and then I think you put like cheese and sausage.
Wait, toast the
Toast
patties?
the patty.
Or you mean the
oh, sorry,
buns?
the buns.
Okay.
Take
Bro,
2 buns.
I'll just say whoever orders single cheeseburgers these days, like that's just a waste.
That's wrong.
That's just
yeah,
bread.
it's a sin. It's a
Double
sin.
has to be the minimum you go.
No,
It's the new standard.
But they're $2.
Who would order this?
But also,
much
this
food?
looks like a
99p
receipt
mayo
for like
chicken.
9 people.
Can't complain.
well, it's
Yeah, that does
definitely
look
Is this
huge.
G2 again?
G2.
management eating well here as well. That's what I can see.
That's a whole lot. Who
Chicken
is
pox.
traveling with a whole lot of
Yeah,
staff?
who's a big camp?
Like, let's find a big camp. You're right. Like
Who
a lot of
maybe had had to have, you know, a sad order after a sad
Wait,
result.
you're talking about me at the end of
Team
every day,
Liquid.
Frank.
There's no way
that
that's
could be
Team
liquid. Could
No,
that be liquid?
this isn't liquid.
It's either a sad order
or a celebratory.
or a very
Yeah.
late night
Yes.
celebratory
Yes.
Yeah.
singer.
That is possible too. And who's a team that always plays late into the evening? Because their games go for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
VP.
Virtus Pro?
Jason.
Oh, that logic is so good, Chad. I love it. It is V.
Yeah. We got there.
Oh, I'm even happier to see you now.
That's great news. And James over there on the couch, he's probably thinking about cheeseburgers right now. Look at him. I can see him from here.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jason.
He was reliving this order. That is the game. That is. Oh, it's called Who Made the Order. Sorry, I got the name wrong.
I like your name
What
better.
are the teams eating? That sounds so much better.
Frozen is currently eating a banana.
Thank you, Jason.
Healthy stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks, Jason.
I can't believe we
That was
nailed
great.
like four of those we found.
Yeah, man.
That's
Three.
way better than I thought. 3? It's
pretty good.
Thank you.
Don't get ahead of
Shutting me down immediately.
What a great segment.
I didn't
Humble
guess
yourself.
correctly, so I had to bring you down.
Thank you.
You had some good logic, though. The T logic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was
It's
wrong,
great.
but that was a good
It was good logic.
We take what we can get.
I'm not letting you go now. You're in my crosshairs.
Oh dear.
Should we?
Guess what they're drinking?
Yeah. Actually, that sounds great. Should we throw it back a few years? 9 years to be exact.
Oh,
Go back to
geez.
2014.
Yes.
Talk about some of our favorite moments. So Yanko won 2013 was when he birthed Nico. That's what we decided from the last segment.
Wide hips on
2014,
Yanko.
I'm bringing up stickers.
Well, you
because,
win immediately.
Yeah. I think they're very popular.
Very
you know?
important.
The
Yeah.
fact that we didn't have them for the first major, kind of crazy.
Yeah, it feels
Obviously
bad, man.
introduced
Sure
for
did.
Cato 2014, and where would we be without them?
Without the
Much
Vox
poorer.
Hollow, Freya, that's where we would be, and everyone would be very sad
The
without
Titan
that.
Hollow.
The
Yeah.
Titan Hollow, the Vox Hollow,
Chad,
the
the iBuy
Power
Hollow.
Chad,
Hollow.
you weren't that Vox Stamina team that had got the
Yeah,
secret?
yeah.
Did you put your hands on a little bit of that money at the time, or did your org also just
All-
psych you out of it?
All of that money went back into funding us to go to the next international event.
Wait, did you fly in a private jet?
Mathieu, I don't know how far you think that money would go coming from Australia, but it doesn't go very far at all.
Fair
That
enough,
basically went down the drain into more economy class flights. So we loved it. We loved our time in economy. But yeah, stickers really important. Very important.
That's a good guess.
Yeah?
Or a
Cool.
good choice.
Yeah,
rather.
yeah.
Not a
I'm not
guess, good
guessing.
choice.
It is actually correct.
You know, remember that had you spent $100 on Cato capsules
great. Here
when
we
they were
go.
25
No, we
cents
don't
a
need to
piece,
know.
that each and every one of us, having played Counter-Strike in 2014, could currently be
Hey guys,
a
there's this
millionaire.
thing called Bitcoin. You
amount
want to
I
try? No,
sold.
it's bullcrap. I don't want to try.
You wouldn't have to be here, Yanko. You could have retired.
I'm doing this for fun.
We all don't get paid.
Looks like
Are you
it.
getting paid?
I'm old money.
We're all here working
That
for
is
free.
true.
Yanko,
stickers.
what was your moment? Do you remember what it was?
No.
Okay,
Can
let's
you
bring it
tell me?
up. Yeah. No, I can't. But we'll bring it.
We're about to find
3,
out, Yanko.
2,
It's
1.
coming right up.
And
The
I
graphics
viewed the wrong
machine.
one.
The
Whose
graphics
is
machine
this?
died again.
Hugo's. Oh, Hugo isn't here, so Connor, take it away.
Well, that's Hugo's moment.
Yeah, okay. Me and Hugo, you know us. Go
No,
hand
but
in hand.
that's NIP. That has to be NIP finally winning the
Yeah.
major.
Yeah, it is.
Yay.
There we go. That's what it is.
That's
that.
exactly what you were going to say, wasn't it, Connor?
Yes, I was
You
getting
were just
there.
leading up to it.
I'm right there for you.
I was
Connor.
getting
Don't worry about it.
I mean, this is important as well.
Still one of the most iconic trophy photos, I think.
Yeah.
The
Get right having a boo.
Chris
Yeah.
by the trophy. Yeah, that one
I'm
is
sure
strong.
we'll get it there.
And I would like to say as well, not only is it iconic for just
Is this just
it,
how
you
they
know,
raise the
nostalgia
trophy?
on
Just
its own?
with Flaren?
Yeah.
Just well, not even everyone is there. He's just I'm just gonna lift this bad boy. I've done it. Thank
Look
you.
at Chris. He's loving life right now. Well, he was.
I can hardly believe
then.
it.
Have you guys seen the side-by-side of obviously Chris sat down on the stage with the confetti and the trophy,
Yeah.
kind of emotional, and then contrasting that to Monacy sitting down next to his Cologne win, 2023.
Yes.
The side-by-side of that image is just one of those moments
Yeah.
where I'm like, wow, Counter-Strike literally has history, and we're on the doorstep of a new generation.
Yeah, yeah.
And the
Gorgeous.
contrast of the venue where it's played, because at the time we were in Gamescom.
Yes.
Yeah,
And we have
Behind a black
drapes,
curtain.
there are black curtains around us because Counter-Strike is -18,
Yeah.
so you cannot show it to kids. It's a smaller venue, and then a
Yeah.
year later we're in Lanxess.
The group stage for
big
that was
boys.
quite rough, Matt. Not the Lanxess one, the 2014. It was like, the way it was set up was, it was basically a back wall, so no one could see the screens of us playing. We were in Gamescom, so people were constantly coming past, and it was these little rows, and then there was a team not playing against us, but in the other game behind us.
Yeah.
So the people we were playing against would be over here, and we'd be here, and you would have about that much room behind your chair to be able to wiggle out. So
it wasn't great.
It's changed a lot. It's come a long way.
And you also had guys like Hiko, Semphis, MBK go to the analyst desk once they get eliminated.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
That was the talent back in the day.
That's how it used to go.
Great choice,
than
Connor.
their own
I can't
choice.
believe you brought that into
Hey,
existence.
I just
You
I
weren't
wanted to
even here.
contribute. I just got
Yeah.
here.
Well,
Great
what,
job,
what a
Connor.
guy. I think Hugo's is actually next.
This was mine, I think.
That was yours.
I think
okay.
yeah, and I
so I think
lifting
you're the right one.
their first major trophy.
This is Hugo's.
Well, I think we mentioned
Yeah,
his
there we go.
name.
It's Mike's live.
Hello.
Hugo. Talk us through it.
Oh, do we not remember this one going
Of course
way
we
back?
do.
I mean, you have
It's-
to present
It's
it.
Dupree through the smoke, and then Hiko with the big 3K1 nothing sticks. It was back at Cologne 14, I want to say, and one of my
correct.
favorite old school clips.
Hugo, is this version of Counter-Strike, are you happy to say goodbye to this one? Because as you see here, it's definitely not as the modern Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's very early days, Chad. It's
Clunky.
it's pre-current Go, but it's still Go,
Pre-current
and we
Go.
love it.
Yeah, no, he's right. It's before things started to look a whole lot nicer, right? The newer models came in, the players were a bit more upright
That was
after
old
this.
school.
We've had
Free
the sounds
Daryl.
change over the years. Free bloody Daryl.
Free Daryl.
Yeah.
And free Daryl.
Yeah, we love Daryl. But look, I think Freya's still winning right now, I'll be
Yeah?
honest.
Yeah, nothing is beating
For now.
stickers. Nothing's
Okay.
beating.
Matthew, should we bring up yours?
Yeah, we're staying in the major conversation, and I
Lovely.
had VP in Katowice, in Spodek.
That's
For-
a good
for
one.
different
Big win.
reasons. For different reasons. The first one is, to me personally, Spodek was the first experience in a large venue. Thousands of people screaming your name, or VP's name
Your
mostly
name?
when they're destroying you. And that's exactly what happened.
Ouch.
And I have to feel for NIP because I was also on the receiving end of that VP train at that event. Not that great. They absolutely destroyed us on the stage.
The Virtus Plow.
They were
is real.
unplayable. Pasha MVP. That was a big moment. And for us, it's Counter-Strike as well in Spodek.
Yeah.
And this was the major before Cologne. So this is NIP, first two majors, you know, the legendary lineup.
Look at
They
this.
lose two finals.
I think this was one of the first time we had such a venue like this.
Yeah. No,
And
but
there
it
is
was-
no,
we
and
were
I just have to
sharing with
say,
League.
There is no
Yeah.
booth. There is no booth. There is no noise cancelling. When you're playing and someone frags you, you can't hear anything. Like it's over. The comms are over. Someone opens the mic, all you hear is, and that's it. You never know. So if players complain about sound, I would like to throw them back in this. Try and play this.
Get a time machine.
This was hard.
Try me. I think we have Jason's next.
Great.
I can't remember exactly what this is.
Something about
but,
America.
What did
Chad, do you
players
want to take
eat?
Jason's?
This was the Olaf boost by the looks of things here, Freya.
yes.
Yeah, the obviously infamous Olaf boost that for a lot of people is a big deal. For me, I look back at this and I go, really?
I still think this. Okay, actually,
Can
I'm
you
going to come.
imagine the impact that had?
I'm going to say
know, but
this
it's
is
like-
this is one of the most culturally impactful moments of CS:GO history, in my opinion, because this was for the first time in my as a viewer. I thought everything I thought that was possible could be challenged, right? The idea that Olaf Meister would have an angle down in like that, everybody else was using a variation of that boost, but for him to take it above and beyond in that high pressure moment, to me, the idea of save it for a major, I mean, that is the
But it has
the
a sour,
gleaming
it has a
example.
sour
Yeah,
ending.
it's
the
more than
ending
that,
is very
yeah.
sour.
Yes,
Essentially,
that's
there was
true.
like an arms race between the two teams of who was going to pull out of the tournament first to avoid the community backlash. Like, it's something that caused huge issues within this event and divided the community. And Fnatic were already seen as villains,
Yeah,
and
that
that
was the
just like
problem.
really galvanized them as villains in the community, right? So, look, I've been through more than enough iterations of CS. I've been through versions where there was bug flashes under boxes of ramp that people would accidentally throw that would completely flush all of ramp room. Like things like that, when I see it, it's like, man, this stuff, especially now, where we're on the doorstep of
I
CS2,
know.
is about to rear its head again. And people
gonna
need to
happen.
strap themselves in because it's going to get bloody wild out there.
I'll say, just remember, if something like that happens again, though, if we get near like a Boostmeister type moment,
Yeah, let's leave the lynchers at home, shall we?
When we look back at it now, I don't think any of us are really that upset about it anymore.
No.
No.
You know?
Well, even at the
So-
time I wasn't.
Talk to
Exactly.
the Fnatic
But
players who
let's,
wanted to retire because of all the
Yes,
backlash they were
exactly.
getting. And this was, the next major was Katowice 2015. That was the one they won. Then Cologne 2015. They win that as well. This could have been the first major
Four-time.
in their cabinet in potentially, right? If it weren't for this whole disaster.
Well, I think like what Fnatic had 2013.
Well, they
before
won
that
13,
one,
yeah, they won
yeah.
13.
But with Olaf and Crims coming across, right, that was when that changed.
I think you're on the money. The fact that we're going to move on eventually to CS2,
Tomorrow.
there's going to be moments. There's going to be moments where
Eventually.
something like that can happen.
And probably
when we
will.
go into a tournament and we're a little bit unclear as to what's allowed or not, authorized or not.
Yeah.
Where is the limit between optimizing the game and using a bug? I didn't like that moment of the game. I didn't like this moment over there.
So let's sharpen our pitchforks.
Yeah,
So
great.
let's get ready to weaponize
Just
our fan
lurking there
base.
in the
Yeah,
shadows.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
like, talking shit.
I just barely see a
Just the
silhouette.
omnipresent Hugo. Always
Put his mic
watching,
open.
always waiting. We have one more. This is Henry's. So
Okay.
let's roll it. Somebody can jump in and take it. if
Oh, we've already
you want.
seen this one. Henry had the same.
Henry had the same.
That's a great pick.
I thought that was a role for that. We couldn't
Yeah,
think
no,
the
it
same
was.
thing.
Did he really not read the message?
Well, maybe.
Well, this is a bit of a different cut, so maybe it's focused more.
Maybe
on,
it's get
more on
right?
get
Yeah,
right.
this is the actual get right moment.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I think that's cheating.
Okay,
Yeah,
you think there's too much overlap
Yeah,
in the
and
moment?
Matthew, I'm going to call you out in
Why?
2023, so be wary of that.
No,
You've done basically the same thing. You've done basically the same thing.
I'm ready. I have the deflect ready. Plus, the reason we're going, we're never going to do 23. So if it's only 14, I'm safe as hell.
I think Henry, I imagine saying, well, for me, that was just a follow, get right. I watched his career and just the emotional more. You could see how much it means to him. Really, he was pouring his heart and soul for years, and now it all encapsulates. It all, this is the eclipse. This is the summit, the peak of that moment. And I just thought it was a wonderful for someone as tenured as Get Right to finally get his major moment.
Is that what Henry would have said or you would have said?
As Henry would have said.
Henry actually would have said that. That's actually a great Henry.
Well done. It was Henry.
Yeah, okay.
Even sound exactly the same. So who wins? 2014, what is the most
you win.
epitomizing
It's the
moment?
stickers.
Yeah?
Still the stickers.
I think that's the most culturally impactful moment.
Think about what it's
Changed the
shaped.
game.
Yeah, completely.
Changed the game.
And teams. It's changed the way that teams can function too, right? The amount of money that these players are able to earn from this, essentially through crowdfunding. People are like, oh, I want tier, I want this. Every major that rolls around, the stickers are crowdfunding, right? The signatures didn't exist in 2014. Signatures came a little bit later, 2015. But the fact that stickers existed, it helped orgs, right? 2015, it came in to help players, right? So Valve are looking at ways to help inject money through their major system, and you can see the effect it's had. These guys are all walking around with Gucci bags,
Definitely.
mate.
And it changed the way you were negotiating with orgs as well when you're trying to get picked up by an org.
True,
Like, okay, maybe less salary, but I want the sticker money. I want to have
Thank
that
you,
stickers money.
stickers, for the Gucci bag. That's exactly
Yeah, that's what
they
they're
wanted.
saying every night when they go to bed around
I
here,
hear
I
that's
think.
exactly what Simple's saying. B-Stream, to talk about,
Yeah, it's over.
Fnatic. It's over for Fnatic, yeah. 2-1 to Monty. 16-6 for Monty.
It's too one-sided for my liking.
Ouchie.
All the maps were one-sided. I think Overpass looks a little bit more because of the Monty comeback, but they lost the CT half 12-3. Right? So when you look at this, I guess for Fnatic, you got blown out on 2 maps in the map. That's not a good look, really. That's a rough go of things. So
not ideal.
Yeah, we wave goodbye to Astralis and Fnatic in our first round of the playoffs.
Damn. But for Monty, they will be progressing onwards and upwards. So let's check in with STY because he had a few words to say to Alex after that win.
Managed to grab SDY for a couple of comments after that one. A 4-3 mapper, convincing in the third. Did that go how you visualized it? Was that about what you expected?
Yeah, actually, yes, it was kind of obvious. We lose Overpass hard. Yeah. We predicted it. Yeah. I don't know, they just unlucky map. But overall, yeah, good game for us.
Yeah, very good game, and it sets you up nicely getting through that first round. You've got Complexity up next. Is that a team you obviously, after you saw the draw just last night, is that a team you're already prepared for? You're already aware of how they play?
Yeah, I can say we play some Prags versus them, not quite long time ago, but I still remember how they play, and I think everybody in the team the same. Also, we will do our normal preparation. Should be fine. Should be fine.
Should be fine. What is the normal preparation? Where does it come from? Is it from your external boys, Krisen?
Yeah, it's from mainly from Krisen, our coach. Krisen do analyze of enemy team. He give us info that what they like to do, timings, things like this, what we can use, and coach doing some pistols. Voro can do it also. Everybody can propose some pistol round, but overall, like it's complex thing of everything of everyone, you know.
Well, did your preparation pay off against Fnatic today? Did some of the things you were warned about come through and help you win?
Yeah, especially on Vertigo. I think we knew everything what they're doing, kind of.
Okay, awesome. Well, I appreciate the insights and congratulations. Good luck tomorrow against Cole. Awesome. That's SDY.
Honestly, it feels like there's like no pressure.
Playoffs start in 2 days. I can't do this without you.
I've already signed 2 stunning players. Young blood, exciting.
Is this how investing works?
I think so.
Is that Netflix? Let's all in Netflix. That's going to be a good idea.
I'm here with Gary ahead of their match against MOUZ. Gary, this is a big one, single elimination. Now you guys had to grind through the lower bracket. How are your players feeling coming into this playoff match?
Yeah, it's an important match. It's our first playoffs together of this team, so it's really important. We are prepared. We need revenge against MOUZ. We lost the last 2 BO3s, so we are confident.
Given the previous results, do you think it's good to have expectations, considering your roster's fairly new with Fallen and Cello added in, or are you just taking it one game at a time?
Yeah, one game at a time, but we know every Brazilian wants us to win whatever we take, so we are going to do our maximum today, 100%, so that's it.
And talking of Fallen, now obviously him and Art, ex-in-game leader, current in-game leader, how has that mesh been for you? Have you had to assist them a lot in finding their, identity inside of the server?
Yeah, we are trying to figure out the best way to mix things. It's not like something that it's done. We are building every day something. I think we have a lot of things to do yet. But it's a beginning. It's not like the best beginning, but it is what it is, and we're taking each tournament as a learning experience.
So was one of the highest rated players of the entire Pro League group stage. What are you feeding him, man?
He's a beast, bro. He always not just ESL Pro League, but every tournament he's like getting better every time. So. Props to him. He really likes to play with us. He know how to play in both styles. So he knows every single grenade. He's a nerd.
Well, best of luck today.
Thanks.
Okay, interesting. We get Nuke, we get Mirage, and we get Ancient. If we do so, need it. Gentlemen, I want to play a game with you. I've given you a green card and a red card, and Bianca, you've got a yellow card. You don't need it. I want you to take a statement out of the bowl, Connor. And you're going to tell me whether green, it is going to happen in this series, or red, it's not going to happen in this series. What's the first one?
Does everybody... Do I react to this as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Raise
All
your...
right. Fallen is the best AWPer in the server.
Ooh.
Matthew's raising a red.
I am raising a red.
I'm going to raise a
Yanko
green.
is really thinking about this. He's really thinking hard.
Yeah.
And a green for Yanko. Red for Connor and green for Hugo.
Well, the deciding
Tell me for
vote for
why. Oh, I don't have enough cards.
What would you
Sorry.
do?
What would you say?
Because I wrote the statements. I don't know.
Wow, no stake in the game.
Impartial,
We can just agree to disagree.
So I'll jump in that one because I was one of the doubters for a very long time. And when Shuhei come as an IGL, and then we hear about these narratives that, it's a matter of IGL styles, and then Torchi's going to be much better. I called BS. At first, I said, I don't buy that statement at all. I think you had multiple chances already with the previous roster to shine. But I have to say, he kind of put the numbers up to make me shut up. He's actually, the numbers are much better now than they were before, past 3 months as well. He's being, in fact, having way more impact than we've been seeing before. So, yeah, my doubts, I kind of have to put them in my behind because he's delivering right now.
I agree and I disagree with you. Yes, the numbers are better.
Well,
yes,
make a choice.
Yes, Cologne was good, but let's see it consistently. Let's see it in a longer time span of more than one
that's
event.
3 months now.
All right, I'll counter that.
Okay.
I want to see the consistency from Fallen too then.
All right.
Because right now, and especially after groups, he is not the reason that they're here. In fact, if it's not Quesarado, there's no reason Furia is still here. So I'm going to say that Torzi is the second win condition after Frozen for MOUZ, is indeed the better AWPer in the server.
I'm going to say neither of these teams have the AWPer as the star. Like, it's the rifles that carry them through. You've got two of the best riflers not on top 10 or top 5 teams in the server today in Frozen and Quesarato. So to me, it doesn't really come down to the AWPs as much.
Y'all want to pick one?
Yeah, here we go. This following statement is... Oh, there we go. Torji will top frag for MOUZ on one map.
You want a green card that?
Listen, I guess.
So rigged.
I kind of have to follow through, I guess.
The next one is Art is the second best AWPer on Furia.
Y'all want to go for another one?
Yeah.
The opening ones are out, I think.
Today? Okay. Art will use the auto sniper.
Ooh.
We saw the veto. I need it again. Did we have Nuke?
We have Nuke first, man.
Then absolutely yes.
Yeah?
I think the veto is interesting as well because both of these teams permaban is Anubis, but they floated it. They both floated it till second. Furia got scared. They banned it out first, and so we don't actually have Anubis. That means MOUZ have at least done the bare minimum preparation on that map. But the fact that Furia floating it is interesting to me as well.
Like both teams did the same in the veto. They both floated it, and they went for an aggressive punish where they removed the other team's best map or in contrast best map. So that was an interesting veto. It doesn't always happen, but this one was cool.
Yeah, and you coming through is nice. What have we got, Yanko?
I think, interestingly enough, MOUZ will win Nuke.
MOUZ will win Nuke.
Topical.
Green flag.
Green card.
Green card.
Green card.
Okay. I'm unsure, actually. I'm going to go.
I hate all of these questions.
Who wrote the
I don't think they're bad.
Freya.
Just I don't know what to say.
Well,
All you got to say is a color, my dude. And
Yeah,
you say
it's
it
kind of
red.
easier.
Yeah,
Tell me
you don't
for
even
why.
have to say it.
I have no idea what to expect from either of these teams. Like first, MOUZ starts off their group by losing to
Here we
MIBR.
go.
Yes.
Then they go down. They beat Heroic.
Set
They
them
beat
off.
MIBR. They beat someone else. Now they're in the playoffs. A bunch of young talents who really haven't done much yet. We expected more by this point. Then you have Furia, who brought a guy to teach them how to play proper CS, but left all the guys who were there when they were playing bad CS. And
It took
now
full
it's like,
statement.
now
They still made
they're
it.
playing sometimes good CS, sometimes bad CS. What will he get today? Who knows? Will Fallen like blow an aneurysm by having to, do all these things, juggle all these plates at the same time? I don't know.
Yanko, thank you so much. That's exactly what I wanted from this segment. And you delivered. Thank
Mission
you,
accomplished.
dude.
And I got
Yeah.
a couple of pictures as well. Maybe as a
Excellent.
moment.
You got it for the camera, for the book.
gram.
I think we can go to a break and then actually dive
Break
into this
time.
one. Nuke, pick a Furia, but maybe, I don't know, these guys think MOUZ will take it. We'll see after this.
2 angles and twists will remain supreme. He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
MOUZ taking on Furia in our second
Here we
playoff
go.
game of the day. I'm Harry, that's Henry, that's Chad. It's the greatest trio ever assembled, the HHC trio.
HHC trio, certainly a potent combination, Harry, I would
Potent,
say. It hasn't
yeah.
been tried out before. We're giving it a roll here in the playoffs. MOUZ taking on Furia. Chad, who have you got as your favorites? Go.
Oh, I'm going to come in with the young bucks of MOUZ here. I think Furia, they have a lot to unleash, but how much have they been able to get ready and raring to go? I love the synopsis of the veto. Both teams floating Anubis, now going for a punish in the first round of picks, and we will find ourselves on Nuke. And the auto sniper conversation started
I like
already.
that.
I hope we see it come out in the hands of Art on the CT side, but guess what? Furia will be starting
He
here
normally
on the attack.
only brings it out in like overtime. Usually would have a massive advantage, but I'm right there with you.
I
Let's
want
see what we can do with
shotguns,
that.
auto snipers.
And there'll be no messing around here, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get stuck in as well, we've got the fan cams going as well. ESL.gg/fancam. If you want to join in the action, show some support, and before the pistol starts, we'll have a look at the buy. Of course, as per tradition, it's going to be Furia with the P250 in the hands of Keserato, looking to cause some damage towards outside. A couple of smokes. A Molotov here, and as Chad said, it is the T start for the Brazilians here. Fallen up on towards the silo and Frozen to patrol the squeaky door. Plenty of players lying in wait.
We considered going down the vent, and he's popped his head back up, so no friction early. Torji to patrol the yard. Keserato with that P250 in hand, looking to lop off ahead, but it's the smoke that'll be deployed first. Covering off towards the main position. The flash as well, and Squeaky bust open. Art busts a brain, and they're in towards A.
Oh, missed shots for Zershan on his dualies, but the recovery is Shui out from heaven. And Yimpat in alongside him, fallen. Out on an island now, alone in the top site, is left to his own devices, and it's just K Serato now. 1v3. Bomb dropped out in the open, and K Serato dead. Pistol round locked in for MOUZ, as Shui and Jimmy offer up the goods.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. 2 opening kills in towards the upper bomb side. They don't even get a plant chat. That is remarkable. What a retake that was. Jimpak getting it done, working with Shui as well. Excellent retake with the USPs here. The smoke down towards main, not a problem. As Jimpak and Shui both coming in from heaven and just mowing them down here.
Yeah, tidy doubles from both of them. I think it shows just how many bodies towards the A site as well available for MOUZ to deal with this. And we will be getting into Furia economical.
Yeah, gonna try and get the bomb down the vent, maybe. It's gonna be desperate. Art is down, but surely there'll be a player towards the ramp to deny the cross because, yeah, Jimpat well aware of this prospect. He's gonna be surrounded towards the ramp, though, so there is a window. The bomb does get planted. Yeah, that's not bad at all. That's actually a bit of a victory in its own right. It will be a MOUZ Sports round, of course, but the fact they've got the bomb planted and maybe a kill or two, it's certainly worth it. So the vent dive successful here.
If they could get a frag with this, Yuri would be doing very well here.
Yeah, 1 kill would be great. Not going to find him.
No, not with the jumping MP9.
You like that?
1 kill would have been sick, though.
Yeah.
He would have loved it. He would have been going off his
Well,
tree.
the thing is, they got 3 kills with the MP19. Now, this begs the question, do you go for it? You spring out the AWP early for this first gun round, Chad?
Look,
I reckon you do it. I think you need the extra firepower.
I don't know. I think that the MP9s are very serviceable. I like the conversation about being around Torji, right? But if somebody had died and he dropped the MP9 and then bought the AWP,
exactly.
maybe.
I think he'd still do it. But you're right. Certainly possible without the AWP here. We're just giving them an extra bit of power going into the first gun round.
It's going to definitely impact their hold on the CT side. So how are they going to operate? Like, where are they going to find themselves across the map here? That's the biggest question. Do they want to be aggressive? Do they want to be heavy ramp? Do they want to turtle up immediately?
There are options, you're right. But this opening pick is obviously going to be indicative as to which direction we're going. Damage exchange and are taking the brunt of it. Down to 22 here. Kick off round number 3.
Can we also keep our eyes smoke wall watch towards yard?
We have to. We have to. They've had time to learn the smokes, have Furia.
You would hope so, at the very least.
So surely they've learned them.
So we have got that opening pick. A bit of aggression there from Zershan, pushing in towards the ramp, trying to find the advantage. A bit of intel at the very least. Gets a lot more than he bargained for, though.
Hold up a second, lads. Take a look at this.
Outside smokes.
Hold up.
Hang on.
Hold up.
I'll throw all the smokes at this point.
Yeah, just one man has to learn them in modern Counter-Strike. Doesn't need to be the whole team. So there's 1 and there's 2.
All right, we'll have a look at the gaps here. Looks tidy. Oh, no, wait. There's a massive.
No.
There's a third?
Look at that.
Okay, we're good.
Round of applause, please, everybody. Standing ovation.
That's what he's here for.
That's fantastic work. They've been able to pull one off successfully. They do head down towards B. We were talking about this Torji potential upgrade into AWPs.
They're walking right now. They're thinking like, my God, we've actually done it. We've crossed in the secret. We're alive in a 5v4 down secret.
Wow.
It's never happened before, but Furia, they've done it. Fallen put the time in.
Should be the round as well.
Yeah.
Got this advantage.
Torshi should be screwed. He has kind of threaded the needle here. Low HP on Art. That one's free, but the team are already down, and so he will get shot in the back.
Yeah, CTs with no presence down towards lower whatsoever here. So once the bomb's planted, you can't imagine a world where MOUZ Sports even go for this one. Probably hold on to the rifles. 4 versus 3. Have got a kit, but looks like their days are numbered here. Round number 3 has fallen apart. Bear in mind that the SMGs are going to have AWPs and more rifles going forward.
I'm just saying, if I'm Jimmy and Shui, I'm probably looking for an upgrade away from the Famases, right? See if you can get yourself a kill into an AK and scoop it up. But apparently they don't want to play any silly games right now, so understandable. We've already lost Astralis and Fnatic, 2 teams. Rocked up, back to Pro League, gone already.
First round.
That's the campaign. You come a few weeks ago, you play your group stage, you have a bunch of matches. Both of those came 3rd in their respective groups.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
What a way to go out as well. Absolutely mauled. As it is Cello and co working down towards lower, managing to find the important trades there. CTs didn't fancy the retake. 3 will survive for MOUZ Sports, of course, but bear in mind, full buy, full investment here. Torji AWP, Zershan on towards the M4A1S as well, so they still have residual cash. It was the correct call if you ask me. Furia will be truly tested now Windows have an EMP9s running into their crosshair to kick things off round 4. And bear in mind, this is the pick of Furia. So a nice early round to post here. Can they start posting consecutive rounds? So we've seen the outside wall of smoke. We know it's in their arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, memes aside, probably will make their nuke way better. The fact that they were able to compete here without reliably nailing the outside wall of smokes is kind of mind-blowing. So, yeah.
We did have a similar problem for 9Z, who are playing on the B stream against VP, but VP banned nuke, so they won't have to worry about landing the wall of smokes. It's all good.
So they didn't even have to learn any. They just have dodged it all together.
But they did lose to VP back in Argentina about 2 months ago, and this is when Kickit was standing in for Norbert because Norbert was injured. And I think they got about 16-6, 16-7. They got absolutely slammed. So for 9Z on the B stream, it's probably not going to be a very good day at the office.
I think that's a fair guess.
I think they're the weakest team in the playoffs.
Well, Furia, this is a slower round by their standards. Just biding their time, allowing them to work towards outside, but it's Frozen that strikes first from the garage. All that time they took to find
the smokes. Look, the smokes have been deployed, right? There was a smoke for Warehouse, there was one for Unbreakable, so they've taken the fight before the smokes have landed, causing some issues. Art was looking for space, but now held back.
And it wasn't even the AWP that took them down. 2 clean rifle kills from Frozen here. They smoke out a squeaky door. Exertion in a passive position towards CT vent. 35 seconds. A contact play from Squeaky to be the port of call here for Furia, but one more kill will secure the round for MOUZ Sports, just biding their time, making sure they whittle down the clock. Xertion's going to strike at any second now, going to find a couple of kills potentially, forcing them down the fence. There'll be a frag and return from Keserato, something to work with here. Cello scrambling to get that plant down now, but presumably Jimfat should be able to take him down. One more shot will do it, and he's going to find it. There it is, MOUZ Sports bouncing back. Beautiful round there. 4 players survive as well, all off the back of the Frozen peak from Garage. You're right, Chad, peeking before the smoke goes down. Kind of feels like the round was thrown away.
I think it goes back to what you were saying. It felt late round. You see the smokes, or at least fight, came in about a minute, so not expecting Frozen to be swinging from red pole side all the way, very brave, bold-faced to front of Warehouse. They're taking those jewels. Probably not the weapon they're expecting for the job, and they will be able to cobble together a buy here, Furia, but for 4 Fallen, it's just going to be the CZ75, so still limping.
It's an old-school pistol for an old-school player. We'll see if he can make it work on the T side. It's going to be Frozen, though, feeling that confidence. It will be Shuey through the smoke to find the first frag. Keserato drops.
Just quickly, Harold, do you want to get what you were just showing me up on the PC? Maybe we can show the viewers, because we might have an eco coming up next, especially with Frozen now contributing as well. So a 2-man disadvantage. I don't know if we will be able to bring this up during the cast, but at least you'll be able to see this as well, Henry.
Oh, what's that? There's been a change.
Yes.
All right.
So we will find out. We'll keep tabs on this for a moment, but the big news is Frozen continues to smash heads.
I guess we can announce it now, Chad.
We could.
I think we could do it. So there's a new header on the CS2 Twitter page. Chad.
Yeah, there is. And now at the top of the page, it no longer says, what are you doing next Wednesday? Now it says dawn of the final day.
Dawn of the final day.
So take that, Hugo. Yeah. That's just for Hugo. He keeps questioning whether or not it's actually the final day. It's the final day.
Dawn of the final day.
The final day is dawning upon us.
So this is it then.
Today is the final day of CSGO.
It's never going to come back.
Starting from tomorrow, Pro League will be played on CS2.
That is not true. I repeat, that is not true.
Actually confirmed.
Oh, well, this one left by the wayside as the round comes up in favor of MOUZ. We might get that eco that you promised us.
Oh yes, I think
we can actually, that's kind of sick.
All right, we're excited.
Now that it's on the header, if it's on the header, it's happening.
That's true. When have they ever lied to us before?
They've kind of
there it is.
their eyes, crossed
there.
There we go. Look, there's the tweet. Hang on, look. I'll bring it up big.
You could even see my business email.
Yes, your business email is available.
If people want to send me a business email, there's my business email.
Dawn of the final day. There it is.
I'm excited. I think everyone is. I think it's a fair statement considering 10 years of CSGO finally coming to an end here. And like Harry said, it's a full eco, not really much to report. Should be an open shut case.
Harry, what was your favorite memory of CSGO?
Of all time?
I mean, there's like memories on different layers. Like for me personally, the one
it is this cast, like the HHC.
Yeah.
HHC plus.
Probably this cast. And then second of that would be, I guess, like the Major in Antwerp, the Phase Spirit game.
Was a great game.
Was
a
unreal.
very good game.
And one of the coolest things I've ever got to watch. In front of everyone, which is cool.
That's the way I feel about the Cologne final with FaZe and Na'Vi.
Yeah, right? Okay.
Henry, you got a moment? Anyone sticking
I
out
guess
for you?
my first major, Cologne 2015.
Okay, but you were in the bit of a, there was a bit of a fight going on around you at that time.
Was there?
Anders and D-Man were, they were wrestling.
They were, but we managed to break it up before the
They
grand
were
final.
oiled.
So that was my first major, and indeed cast the final as well. So it was a baptism by fire. But yeah, here we are, 10 years later, Chad, pretty much. And,
Still going.
Still going, and Counter-Strike is in the strongest place it's ever been.
And we'll see all of you in the servers. If you come up against a Hellboy.
And
Harry, what are you going by
Anime
these days?
enjoyer right now.
Anime enjoyer.
I just have a
Anime
bunch of
enjoyer.
Qs at the moment.
Why is that? I did see that.
I just wanted to be a little bit more anonymous.
Okay.
That was also the night where I said Q, and then I went AFK, and then you changed your name. When I came back to Q.
Well, that taught you a lesson, didn't it?
Yeah.
He did, yeah. Okay, first tactical timeout here. 5-1 in favor of MOUZ. We're back into the good stuff with the guns about to come through. No fallen AWP, not the end of the world on the T side of the nuke.
But the scoreline getting a little bit out of hand on their pick. We need to see something a bit more convincing from Furia. They had that third round win, the gun round, but bear in mind that's against MP9s for masses and aggression from MOUZ. Since they've stabilized, got themselves a full buy, they have looked rock solid here, especially towards outside. And Furia aren't really fragging. We've got Fallen 0-5, K, Serato, Cello, Yuri, all 1-5, and Art a couple of kills more. He's 3-6, and no one's really turned up to the server as of yet. We'll see what they can make of round number 7. Going to need something a little bit more convincing. Torji with the AWP heads towards Ram. Looks like he's going for an aggressive pick, potentially. Lots of damage towards main. Zershan trying to scramble towards the hut as Fallen potentially sets up an upper execution here.
But it wouldn't be a terrible call, considering Frozen has actually gone down towards the lower deck, but this ramp push, Harry, this could be deadly. They're in towards the top side. Art's dead.
Yeah, and here's that lobby flank coming in. Yimpat with a good timing through the back line. 2 kills from it. The bomb gets away from Furia, and it's only Yuri left standing. 1-on-3, and he is alone.
What a reaction that was, Chad. Pushing in towards the ramp just as they committed to the execution as well. Double kill, bomb down, and Yuri. Surely nothing he can do with this one. Plenty of time, sure. The bomb down towards lobby, 3 CTs to get through, and look at all the utility they have as well. As soon as they know where he is, they can just completely lock him out. It won't even come to that. Jimpat will post 3 kills, massive kills from the ramp room.
And we have another young gun to talk about, right? So the whole concept of this MOUZ roster is the academy players, and most of that goes to the Shuis of the world. Right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Torji, we're talking about Exertion, those 3 playing together once upon a time on MOUZ NXT, but the hottest prospect has to be Jimmy, right? Mr. Jimpat, the Finnish cold-blooded killer, brother of Sergey.
Brother of Sergey.
So, and he's mechanically looking like a bit of a beast. And
super
he hasn't died yet. He's 9-0. Oh, this is a top go. Here we go.
Off to the races.
Straight in, Yuri leads the charge, but that just gets him to the right to be the first man to die as Zershan and Frozen make quick work of the hut play. It is an all-in lockout at the top site. 7-1 to MOUZ, and yeah, you know, this you're dead on, Chad, about Jimmy. I've really enjoyed watching him. Obviously, he was kind of... It's interesting, because like you said, when you think like MOUZ NXT, you do think of the old like core, the kind of established player base on MOUZ.
Rest in pepperoni, JDC.
But, you know, Jimpat was like the kind of next in line to the throne of MOUZ NXT. He moved in when this team got promoted in the first place. Then he came through with a similar look to the original squad that moved up to MOUZ. So yeah, there's all history on NXT for this MOUZ team. Well, with the exception of Frozen, obviously, who is the young veteran.
Furia could be history in
There's
Pro
the
League if they keep this up. There's an opening pick. You're right. That's from the silo. Fallen leading with an opening kill here. Presumably a reaction from the CTs will come through. Need to get some presence down towards lower. Exertion makes noise as he drops down the vents here. Outside wall is deployed. Furia need to get through. Just one solo
2 down.
play out. Oh, it's 2 now.
Yeah,
there we
so
go.
1 decon side, 1 stairs. As who's taking first contact? Looks like Zershan. Frozen. That must have been some shot.
Okay. Fallen will get his second of the round, though. 4 versus 3. They know 2's down towards lower at this stage. Towards upper we go. It is the correct call. Jimpat yet to die. Presumably not towards upper, though.
Well, they know he's the ramp player, so this is Furia who should be looking to take some space right now. Oh, the timing on this. The timing on this. Fallen just
Walk out forward. Oh, just leaves the angle. And that's when Zershan moves in. Cello going back into the lobby. Is about to face off against the Impact. Man who's yet to die in this game. And is that going to change as he moves into the lobby. It's a good position at least for Cello.
Oh, he might reposition now. Cello can't sit here and wait. He's going to get flushed into Jimpat, but he's been spotted. Jimpat still takes him down. This one's on.
10-0 on Jimpat. And a 2v3 now for Furia to try and get through. Yuri and Keserato trapped in the bomb site. One man out through the heavens. Yuri wins that. Jimpat's finally dead. Nade rained in for Frozen, and he lights them up. Just enough time to grab this defuse, and a 1v2 to keep this scoreline real pretty for MOUZ, all on the back of Frozen.
That is wild, Harry. The fact they were in such an uncomfortable position, their backs to the wall in every sense of the expression. It's a great HE grenade, forces the swing, they line up for him, and Frozen continues to streak here. The money is getting out of control on the CT side. Frozen will have close to $16,000 after the reinvestment here. Got AK-47s and just so many resources going forward here. There are the fan cams. You can see the URL at the bottom if you want to get stuck in. ESL.gg/fancam. Come support your favorite team and show us how much you love CSGO. Last day.
Well, yeah, man. Hopefully the memories for you are as strong as they are for us.
Exactly.
But this is a memory that Furia, I think, would rather forget so far. It has been a drubbing. 8-1. There's still a chance for them to try and claw this closer, but we haven't really seen too many signs of life. Yeah. Fallen getting 2 kills on the AWP. The timing going against it with that smoke push, the fact they braved it was huge. They had to make a maneuver in the number disadvantage situation. The smoke then towards Squeaky Door to isolate Cello. He then steps out into the open, gets owned by Jimpat. You love it.
You wear it.
31 kills on MOUZ, 11 for Furia.
Quick math.
So, you know, that never bodes well. 8-1.
Yeah.
These are a bunch of ugly numbers, and this is Furia's map pick.
Oh, there's an opening kill, though. Keserato has been activated the last couple of rounds here. Down the vents he goes.
He's going out
just
main.
What?
That's kind of wild.
This is an Art maneuver, right? You see Art do this from time to time, but traditionally not Keserato. So curious by him, undetected for now, and might be able to grab another kill. Is Frozen aware, so seemingly knowing what Furia are up to.
Jimmy, gotta do it. And Jimmy's rustled them. Torshi comes in to lend a helping hand, and he'll knock out the remaining 2. Furia are getting bodied right now. This is wild. They're not even making a dent, man. Keserato goes out, gets a 5v4, gets all the way to main, is held from the back of garage. Everyone else dies going wrap to one guy, and the support AWP rotating in from hell.
He's so ready for it as well. It's so well read. They've got 2 players there. He's just dropped the smoke down. Jimpat gets 2 massive kills. Torchi running the gauntlet through the flames, and it's 9-1 on the board. Mousesports, they can't even believe it. Running away with this first half. Furia down to departure by once again. Another 5v4 squandered as they try their luck towards the Squeaky Door here. More pace applied towards the upper bomb side, but Frozen continues to mow them down. The execution keeps on coming. Is there anything that can be done here? They're scrambling, trying to get down the vents, and it will be Cello. CZ in hand. Another pick found, 4-4. Something to work with here. The chaos subsides.
The lower side, at least. So something to work with for Furia, but they need to try and get this bomb punched in. Fallen's found another frag, but immediately traded, and now in towards the lower side. Frozen, are you ready for this? The P250 is going to blindside him. Art, he's picked up a rifle. This one's on.
Can't believe this is the round where they actually have the advantage now. Pistols across the board, bomb planted. Retake definitely still on here. Jimpat towards ramp. AK-47 in hand, waiting for a mistake, a swing from a potential T-side player, but no one giving anything away.
Art might be a bit screwed here. No one can really help him, so he's probably dead, just trying to get out with 1. Jimpat should be able to walk this kill in for free.
They have a smoke.
They can get on this bomb still. Smoke goes on it over it at the Astralis plant spot. Jimpat gets on it. Shui holds the door. Yuri! No! The AWP to try and stop this, and he can't! So the 2v3 is stolen right from under their noses. And Furia,
couldn't have been a
familiar feeling descends upon Furia here. Another round that slipped away from them. That one, though, that one had a lot more riding on it for the Furia squad. That looked like it was going to be maybe their momentum break round on the pistols to kind of bring them back in.
Oh, a little bit too tentative. They weren't playing off each other at all, just waiting for the tap of the bomb, but the round had already collapsed. And the AWP, you get one chance to deny the 5-second defuse. It doesn't connect. Furia at least get the bomb planted. They're 10-1 down, still a few rounds to be played.
Look at this from MOUZ. They're throwing the Tetris smoke, and this will deny the top hut molly. It means Exertion can stay top hut ready for the fight. Oh, with the timing, they're out, and they should have been able to get that kill. Shu and Exertion both with frags. This is just ragdolling right now. Curb stomping, absolutely dismantling Furia right in front of our very eyes.
Well, Fallen's been the only one finding these opening picks. We'll have to find a lot more than that to recover this one. Round 12, 5-on-3. They've lost Keserato and Art en route towards upper, now just discussing their options. What can they really do with this? Fallen's on an island. He's there alone, down towards lower. His teammates have to go ramp, presumably. They hold up, see what he can do.
Good luck with that.
I've got to cross over towards his AWP, unfortunately. So where do they head? Squeaky door would work out, I suppose, but Jimfat's got that on lockdown as well.
It's awkward because to even react to the AWP being posted in Hut, they first have to learn about it. And so, there you go. There's the lesson. Cello.
Oh, bomb down.
He now says in a rather deflated voice, AWP pushed Hut. And, and so now they know. They know where the AWP is. And there is some weirdness with this movement down the vent. But in a 2v5
what does
with
this smell
25
like, guys?
seconds left,
what does this smell
like? It's a save. I recognize that scent anywhere.
It's everyone's favorite smell. Yeah, it just lingers, doesn't it?
And
you can taste
that's
it.
They know Fallen's down towards lower. They're having a look for him, Chad. They're not going to let him get away scot-free here. He'll have to hit 2 bangers to survive. The first one probably no problem. Now he's in a lot of trouble here. They know exactly where he is.
After
he's got
time.
5
Do him
seconds.
after time. Do him after time.
They have to, yeah.
Oh, they all want to. And Fallen can hear this.
Fallen, you're in trouble, my friend.
He knows they want to deal with him. He knows they want him. Oh, but Fallen gets out.
They didn't really throw. Look at how much money they have. Come on, MOUZ. Throw your stats on the line,
they
boys.
want the AK-47s, Chad, to be fair.
But Henry, you win an 11-1.
You are.
Yeah, but
You
come
are.
on, dude. Jimmy's 13-1. You don't want to lose that if you're him.
Well, good point, Harry. This is the
stats matter more than the victory, obviously. That's what.
Well, no, but come on. I don't think they're really worried about the victory either, if I'm honest with you. Like, at 11-1, you know, I don't think they're sat there going, well, not getting that off out of the round has probably meant we're going to lose.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Mentally, Harry, what feels worse than dying after time? On the T side with no loss
literally
as you're losing 11-1.
Yeah.
It was already bad. Imagine how much worse it would feel.
Also, I want to say, because you mentioned it, I love the Tetris smoke on the top side. I've been doing this for months.
Oh, here
right?
we go.
And it's actually lit. Listen to this, right? It gives you not only does it deny the top hot molly, but it also gives you a one-way into the door fight. Don't get me wrong, they still can spam the smoke and kill you. But if you back up and play like towards the back of the hut, it's actually a one-way to main.
Oh,
as
that's
well.
cool.
So you get like 2 one-ways from one smoke and molly denial.
All right.
So love that from MOUZ.
We are going to be back into the action. That AWP is saved into the follow-up round here. But speaking of AWPs, Borgi, he's had enough. Oversteps the mark there after finding 2 insane opening frags there. It's a 4 versus 3. A lot of damage inflicted elsewhere to Furia. They've done very well at getting down the vent, so give them that. But it's just doing anything with it. It's been the problem, to be honest with you.
If only that was how the scores were tallied, right?
That's a round. That's a point. Fair enough. You've got to play it down the vents. We had no idea.
We will concede.
They are doing a great job in that facet of the game. Every other part of the approach, though, hasn't been great. Outside smokes were working.
Yeah, that's true. They have improved
Vent
upon
drops
that.
has been working.
Keserato does have a kill here as well. Jimmy's dead.
Presumably, he has a kill.
No, definitely. 100%.
Does he overcook the pooch, though?
Don't.
Well, the pooch is currently being cooked. Is it overcooked? Let's find out. No.
Overpooch.
Overpooch. No, that's well cooked, Henry. That is well cooked.
Well, this is actually a solid chance of a round, but Xerxion's at the scene of the crime here. Smoked off at least. 35 seconds remaining. Looks like a nice open plan will be coming through. Xerxion doesn't want to give up his position. We'll call for the cavalry to arrive towards the window room. Shui will join him and Frozen descends from the ladder of the vents as well. So they'll definitely be going for this. They've got an incendiary and an HE, and the first interaction towards Decon will be very, very important. Keserato gives them the man advantage.
2v3 now. Shui making the next move out through double, but he feeds himself to Art, tucked in at dark. And for Xerxion, might be the same fate over here in Decon. 1 kill on his way out of the round. It's Furia finally breaking the mold and getting a second on the board after a 9-round streak. So maybe Chad was right. MOUZ should have removed that AWP. They kept it in play, and they win the round immediately.
Well, at least you've retracted all of your statements.
I have.
Thank you.
He did say maybe, though.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, he's got a cursory maybe.
That was an opening 5-on-3 as well, bear in mind. So, I don't know, Chad, you've got to give it to Torchy. You've got to fall back after 2 opening kills, surely at that point.
Yeah, but I think at this point, Shui's going, all right, boys. It's sort of, you know,
Yeah, you get a little looser, right?
That's how you lose rounds.
No, I know, exactly. Yeah, that is how you lose. It's like Stage
Like,
one
if they end up getting
is
4 rounds and team start
developing
you.
so much confidence that you just kind of give them the way back in. Oh God, it's
we go.
happening.
We're off to the
Shui
races,
fights.
ladies and gentlemen.
Gonna try his hand at it. It's far cleaner, far nicer. And returns the advantage to MOUZ. Yimpat's even taken the lobby away.
So brave.
Oh, Frozen melts out in the yard.
Oh, I see what he did there. His name's Frozen. He died to fire, so he melted.
He melted like
that's
how
they do
Frozen
it.
things would.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's actually pretty cool.
Oh, but Yimpat.
Oh, he considered it. Probably a good decision not to. You can see where Yuri's playing up on the roof. What would happen to him, Harry, if he got left outside?
If you leave a Jimmy out in the sun,
might get a bit sunburned.
It degrades.
It degrades. The structural integrity withers away.
A ripped Jimmy is no good for anyone. All right.
Good advice, actually. Yeah. Very, very important to know. 2-on-2, though, boys.
And 2 players from MOUZ gambling towards the upper side.
That's both.
That is both.
So more than happy to give up the lower deck. And actually, they might get a pleasant surprise. If they just waltz on out through hut, it would be perfect. Thanks, guys. Come on in. The water's warm.
Oh, dear. Yeah, you're onto something here. It doesn't look like there's a chance unless they find a timing.
Oh, no, exertion. He's just
getting
dropped
weird.
down lower. He just went down the vent. Oh, dear. Straight back up, but Yuri deletes him. And so Furia, 2 in a row.
Oh, dear.
This could be the turning point.
Like I said, 11-4. It's not a great half, but you've recovered an 11-1 scoreline there, and it was a 5-on-3 to get the wheels in motion. Furia will have everything they need for this final round, and it's up. Cracking things open. The team's starting to be activated here. We're starting to see some impressive sequences. Fallen hitting his shots. Fury, that's a lovely one to close the round out as well. And MOUZ, yeah, they give up the setup.
I don't know why they gave up the setup. If you were committed that long in the round, why don't you just stay committed?
I guess you heard nothing at the 15-second mark before someone should get down lower, I suppose. It was the worst possible timing. They had everything covered. And it's Torji outside with the AWP up against Fallen once again. Defensive angle, watching for the cross towards T-Red. And the first fight should be coming in. Jumping across, Fallen avoids the bullet.
Art's made it up on top of main. And Frozen is now starting to drop down lower, trying to get ahead of some of these moves being made outside. Oh, Shui, this one's his 100%.
Don't like this.
I feel like now the push is currently overcooking. But will it be well done for Shui?
Oh, how long is he going to hold on to it for?
Come on, man.
Oh, it's giving me so much anxiety,
you,
man.
you know
I know, like, you've kind of let this build up too much now.
But he has a player in lobby entrance, right? That's why K-Sora thinks he's clear. There's a player to Shui's left who's meant to be covering this the whole time. And that was Cello. Cello now realizing Shui slipped the net, pressure on, and well, kills just keep coming. So could be the 12-3 after all.
Cello's getting yelled at now. Torshi dead in the hut, but Yuri can't win this one 1v4. And so MOUZ go forward. They get 12 in their first half of Furia's nuke.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After 4 weeks of play, the group stages are over. We're here for day one of the playoffs, and MOUZ putting their best foot forward in the first half. A furious pick. It's 12-3. Everyone considered this one done. I'm still a believer though, Chad. I think Furia can bounce back, and it all starts with this pistol round.
Oh, damn straight it does. The Brazilians, Malta being their second home. Let's see if they can make this map.
That's true.
Yeah, feel a whole lot more
They're doing
homely,
this for the island of Malta.
as it is their pick. You don't want to be getting blown out of the water in this fashion.
No, certainly not. Harry, it's going to be a fast-paced round in towards MOUZ running away with it. My God! Smokes down, Molotov deployed, both CTs retaken from heaven. They're sent to their grave instead. It will be Fallen remaining, and what a convincing rush that is from MOUZ. Pitch perfect. Round of Counter-Strike.
All right, should we move on to map number 2?
Yeah, I
Come
think
on
we
now.
probably should
Give Furia a chance in the force fight.
Well, we just did.
That was the chance.
Give him a chance in the force fight.
That was
another chance.
We have one more chance, is all I have.
Well, it is Pro League after all.
Here, aren't we? Yeah.
Just one more chance. CZs are coming out,
Like
let me
a
tell you.
bootleg game of Monopoly.
All right, not this round. Next round is our final chance. This is not a chance. This is 14-3.
Are you sure, though,
One
Henry?
more chance.
After
this chance, they've literally got one more chance. And that's when I'm going to say it might be done. This game is still
How very
on.
bold, brave.
This one is still on for me.
Okay.
I've seen
Well,
some
then let's treat it like as such. So look, we got
What,
the CZ
this
for
round?
our-
Harry, you want to treat this round here?
That's what Henry's trying to, Henry's a big believer. He's seen what Yuri can do.
No, he's a big believer.
I am. That's something that's not out there in the public domain. Big Justin Bieber fan.
We're bringing him back.
Did he go?
I don't know. I mean, he's kind of just like fallen out of discussion really, in the same way.
Yeah, I guess that's
I think
a good
his
point.
wife gets
That's
more
a whole discussion in
than
itself.
I think
really.
his wife gets more discussion than he does these days. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the...
No, dude, I know. People are always just tweeting obscene things, aren't they? There's just things everywhere on the internet.
I think you'll find
You're always getting like
posting things on X.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it is that. But no one calls it X.
What's Jimmy aiming at? He's aiming at the crouch peak.
Yeah, that's pre-firing Jimmy for you.
Pre-firing Jimmy.
Oh, he gets it.
Yeah, headshot Jimmy. I would love to talk to Jimmy's parents.
Yeah, we'll ask
you've
first
got-
question.
How is it having two sons who at different times were professional Counter-Strike
Yeah, it's
players?
actually a very good question.
I'd say we never really considered it, Chad, but now you've asked the question. It feels pretty good. They've had relatively successful careers. They've not really blown the server out of the water, but they've made a living for themselves, which is all we can ask for, really. I think would be the response.
Okay, thank
What would
you.
be your next
This is
question?
right. This is good. It's like artist's interpretation of how the interview might look.
How do you feel? The support of a team like MOUZ is for such a young individual like Jimmy, who is 16 years young.
Well, Chad, of course, they're
Or
not
is he
one of
17
the
now?
they're
Maybe
not one of the
17 now.
absolute biggest orgs, but they're a staple of Counter-Strike. They've always had money in the game. They've always had a decent squad kicking around, and focusing on the youngsters, which is what we love for our children here. They want to have opportunities, a chance at the big stage, and this is something we've been looking forward to. Now, seeing our youngest deliver.
He is 17 now, just
17,
and to round 18 we go. The last chance, I believe it was.
This is the actual last chance. We've had all the last chance brackets throughout the 4 weeks for Furia on this map at least. If they don't win this round, you can say it's done. I'll allow it. And we've even got an AUG as well, which is my favorite gun right now. So look out for that. It's not an auto sniper. It's the next best thing.
Do you just say things, or is this real? I don't think I've ever seen you look at an AUG. Here we go. Oh, a TK in there. Torshi. Torshi's defecting. He's joined Furia. Here we are out towards ramp. Frozen and Torshi will kind of rein it in. And so the last chance for Furia
Round's not done yet.
is still in play. K Serato and Cello.
Wait.
Can they do it? 2v4, everything is resting on this round.
Keep going.
Cello watches on from the heavens, leaving no box unturned.
All the boxes turned over for now. Like it's...
guys, I'm sorry to everybody at home. I hope that this game is more entertaining for you, because this is an absolute smashing.
Chad, whoa, Chad.
It's great to see. It's great to see.
On, bro. Respect underdog, Chad.
They haven't even planted yet.
Well, guys.
Wait.
It's his
Oh
teammate.
my god. Okay, you're right. Okay. Oh wow. A chance, an opportunity, another team kill perhaps.
I just saw the org and for a moment I forgot, you know.
You saw your favorite.
And it was Torshi again, you know, like he's already killed the MOUZ player in this.
Exactly.
In fact, actually, the only damage done to MOUZ in this round was Torshi.
Yeah.
Where do you think Queserado's going, guys?
For the retake.
Oh, Cello, he's on your screen. Cello, he's 100% on your screen.
And now that Xertion's dead.
But more importantly, there's a case right away. So there you go. There'll be one last chance.
One final last chance here for Furia. One final go at it.
We're going to keep the wheels on. Hopefully it is absolute.
When I'm the one trying to be the most serious, you know there's a problem.
No, I was trying to create a storyline. I was trying to create a bit of drama, some tension in the arena. This game hasn't delivered. I was hoping that something would happen, some divine intervention, but unfortunately Furia not delivering the goods. It is going to be map points. A very underwhelming start on their choice of arena as well. Nuke has just slipped by the wayside. Fallen's got double digits. No one else really fragging, though. He's had a couple of opening picks. That's about it.
Can you remind everyone whose map choice this was, Henry?
This was Furia's map pick, I believe.
Okay.
But the Orc's gone over to the T side now. You don't see that too often.
Yeah,
that's a talking point, I suppose.
the shift of power now.
The shift of the Orc. Now maybe this is kind of like Sauron getting his eyes back, his hands back on the One Ring. Sauron has his eyes back. And we're ready to go.
Orcs are in Group A.
Who's Sauron? Just
Lord of the Rings.
Why does that get so many shout-outs on his broadcast? Every reference from Lord of the Rings. Like, it's not that good. It's a fine film. I'll give you that.
It's not that good. That can't be the official stance on it.
Let's not open the can
Right,
of worms.
look, take a look at this.
Here it is.
This is a modern-day Lord of the Rings type tale out in the yard. Exertion. He's almost the Aragorn, the Gimli, and the Frodo rolled into one.
Oh, okay.
Frozen, meanwhile, that's a Samwise Gamgee right there. Queserato, dead on the steps of Mount Doom. Exertion and Torshi both fall outside. Fallen gives them a run for their money. Furia, this last final chance might actually yield some results for them here.
Hold up. If Frozen stays alive, Shui's down the vent undetected. Art should be a dead man. Frozen just needed to live. This flank from Shui will come into play. Art had the knife in the hand. Prepared for it. Art. Fantastic work from him. A double up from Fallen and Art, both of which now in the double digis. As Jimmy...
He wouldn't, would he?
Well, he likes rustling a thing or two.
Oh, but he's dead from heaven. He's dead from heaven. Surely. Cello, come on now. This one's free, and Cello's going to collect.
Well, there we
so
have it.
Furia.
They're still alive.
Earned themselves another chance.
Yeah, actually true. Like, there are no more chances, but that one was converted.
Fallen here is saying, "You shall not pass." That might be a scene from the movie.
Shall not
yeah,
pass.
you've seen that one.
I've seen that one.
Yeah.
That's from the first
So that was
one, right?
Fallen doing that whole thing.
Yeah.
But also, Henry, I'm not a massive... I don't think I've seen all three movies in their entirety.
Yeah, I've only seen the first one.
It bores me.
It's just too long.
Is
Like, why are
happening?
films
Why
long? Why make a film
Why
long?
are films long? What's happening, man?
Hold up, Harry, talk about this.
All right, Yuri gone deep out in the yard. This is a big play from Yuri. Wrestling on the AK. He gets out with two. There's one more man behind Red. He knows about that. Teammate is dead around him. Just got picked off around the smoke. Torshi still floating around Red with the AWP. Undeterred by the fact that Yuri was going on this reign of terror out in the yard. And a 3v4 now breaks out with MOUZ grinding to a bit of a halt here. They're waiting to see if Furia give them anything else.
Might as well. Plenty of time on the clock. They do have a couple of smokes remaining. Torji, 13 points of health, but still, one more pick and even the battlefield out here. Flashbang considered, but Shui just going to use brute force. Doesn't work out. Bomb goes down, unfortunately. That should be the round.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. Torji probably considering a save, but with so much time, it would be ill-advised to just run back to spawn and try and hunker down. It's also being searched out by Fallen. So space being taken. Furia sucking all this up, and a chance for them to slowly get back into this game. Now, sure, it feels more than unlikely considering the circumstances, but for me, it's more about warming into the series.
Absolutely.
Right? At this point, this is as we know, we're in the playoff bracket. It's single elimination. You lose, you're out. You're going home. You want to make sure you at least have your individuals. And when we say individuals, we're looking more for your K-Seratos, your Yuris, your Cellos, that rifling trio who are going to be needed as we move forward.
Even if you only get, like, let's say, 8-9 rounds, you'll have time to digest this loss, understand what's happened, know it's a best of 3. It happens, doesn't really matter what the scoreline is. But yeah, just getting warmed up and shaking this defeat off. And it'll be frustrating for your opposition as well. Instead of getting that lovely 16-4 scoreline, is getting them out of there. They're going to have to grind for this a bit more now. And their money should be broken.
Beautiful blue eyes.
I didn't see that.
Oh.
How blue were they?
They were very blue.
Sapphire blue?
Yeah, like the turquoise color of the sea, just like in Malta.
Just like Malta. The beautiful Mediterranean here.
I heard you guys were out on the beautiful turquoise sea last night.
We did.
Yeah,
we went for a little boat ride.
Yeah, it was nice.
Was it as rough as this game?
To be fair, we went out at about 8 p.m., which is not advised for a boat trip.
That's why I was
We also went out on like one of the only stormy nights I've ever seen.
Like we went out in full storm.
Basically, in like peak don't sail weather was when we went sailing,
which was exciting.
It certainly added a kind of fun adrenaline element to it.
They're trying to do a smoke wall yard to fake secret, so they are getting control, but you can see here they've had to throw a smoke on the fly because of an unforced error. Actually, no, it was a forced error, not unforced, as Art does take down Torji. That's the AWP in the dirt, under pressure. Multiple bodies jumping his way, and Art continuing to deliver. It is really just him and Fallen in these multi-kills.
Yeah, the double AWP setup is out, and looking quite comfortable here. It could fall apart if a couple of frags arrive here, down towards lower. There's the second, the third, not converted just yet, but they know exactly where K-Serato is. Isolated behind the lower bomb side silo here. Jimpa spotting the barrel, finds the third kill, equalizes things to a 2-on-2, and the bomb should be planted. Where are the CTs? They're still towards upper. They've got plenty of time to reposition, set up the crossfire here. Frozen was just a Tech 9, but seems to be close towards ramp.
This is terrifying for Furia.
Oh, he's zoned up.
The chances are about to run dry. Frozen, locking in that kill. It's all left on to Cello, and Cello's been having a real rough game. He's looked out of it in the best of moments of Furia. Asking in a 1v2, it's asking a hell of a lot. 1 HP left, and Yimpat swings him, locking in the win for MOUZ, who steal away Furia's pick of nuke, and now sit a map up.
be a problem for Stewie. Burning, he's got to get the pod.
Oh, he's a madman. We see the consistent aggression. Art with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's the collateral. Zephyr and Leaf taking in one shot. Art is nuts.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
Well, that was quite something, I guess. Furia almost couldn't have started off any colder, and MOUZ, they took full advantage of that. 16-5 is how this one ends up, and Yanko, yeah, pretty rough start for the Brazilians.
Rough start, but I have to say, though, I don't think they were necessarily making massive mistakes in this series. There was a couple of minor ones. I think it's just one of those games where everything goes right for MOUZ, right? In a lot of the important rounds, like sure, you look to the first reset round and they need to peak before the smokes bloom, but they also didn't have really any contact. From that point on, the next couple of gun rounds, MOUZ gets 2 entry kills through the smoke, just spamming completely. You're in a 3v5. After that, you're in a 3v3, but just as they let go of ramp to go inside and plant the bomb, that's where Yimpat shows up, gets 2 kills in the back. Those are some unfortunate timings, and that happened on a couple of occasions. All of a sudden, it's 8-1, 9-1, and it's a completely different game at that point. If you don't win the second pistol and get sort of rolling in the second half, I mean, it's just a stomp.
Rough, real rough for Furia. I think Yanko is pretty forgiving. I would say forgiving, unusually forgiving. You know,
Yeah.
that's a beat down, and we're here talking about a couple of details. I just think we had this conversation in a previous matchup where we said in Counter-Strike nowadays it's important to have a couple of like diamond strategies you can use from the spawn, which gives you a free round. I think Furia don't have that currently. I think they don't have the ability to pick up the pace and win an easy round. Whenever they try and do that, Xerxen inside destroyed them, Frozen destroyed them, Yimpat destroyed them. So you end up playing late round scenarios, and the few moments they could have outside control and they punish Torzi maybe twice, 3 times at best. And then we got into a late round that was towards the very end of this first half. Other than that, it was just very, very easy for MOUZ. And yeah, you have to commend him. Like, individually, that was strong as hell.
Yeah, for me, that's the most reassuring part, maybe, Impact, because we saw him when he joined this team, especially on this map, a very hard position playing ramp on you. We saw some uncomfortable games from him where, you know, the individual skill was there. He was certainly mechanically gifted. You can see why MOUZ moved him from the academy up to this main roster, but maybe the decision making, you know, there are a couple of times where he didn't know what to do, didn't know the rotations to make, were caught with nades out as well. None of that today. He was flanking, he was up in their face, he was getting multi-kills on ramp, and when you're getting just destroyed by the 17-year-old academy prospect, and you've got the brain power of Furia, Fallen and Art combined, like, it's not a good look for Furia, and they're probably going to get 2-0 Freya.
Yeah, probably, almost definitely, I would say. You mentioned Frozen as well, Yanko. Again, him showing up really, really strong in this first map.
Yeah, he had this was the reset round, right? And he's just in garage. There you go, two fights, 5v3. Following round, another buy round. Kills are through the smoke. Shui got another kill indoor. You know, he was just really well positioned a lot of the times. The frags were coming his way. He was on point with his aim, just first bulleting a lot of people. This was also big in a 1v2. They sort of line up for him.
Pull the complexity, as we call it.
Yeah, and that's why I say when, I mean, things weren't really going Furia's way. Even when they would find an opening, things were happening in the mid-round where MOUZ was able to pull it back, and just individually no one was really stepping up in a way where, you know, they would just swing, find a couple of kills, make it easy for Furia to maybe get into a round or close out a round, something along those lines, while you had everyone on MOUZ on point.
Yeah, sadly, I think that's all we kind of need to say about that first map. I think we summarized that pretty well.
I'd like to say, as this next map is about to begin, right?
Yes.
If we get another iteration of what we just had, that level of domination out of Frozen over K-Serato, I think that there's this interesting conversation around K-Serato and Frozen as top 5 riflers in the world. And I think that right now, Frozen is somebody who's actually putting up another performance when it matters versus somebody who is right there with him in that
You can't
talk.
put 2 players in the top 5 that haven't like been in the semifinal of a big tournament. Like they're playing well, but they don't play the biggest games. They're probably the 2 best players alongside with Blame who are not, whose teams are not contenders or they don't get to play the big games.
This goes back to a conversation we had about Furia like towards the end or the beginning of this year and like end of last year was, is Furia wasting K-Serato's like peak, right? Like how well he was playing for like a 6-month stretch there and being
We're
like,
way
how is-
past that deadline, bro.
That just touches that a little bit and is just like, well, here we are, and he's not top fragging for you anymore, and he's not able to be that badass rifler game in, game out.
Yeah.
And you have nothing to fall back on.
Now he's out of the conversation, I think. Like what you're saying is they don't make those runs. Well, like,
No, I think it's like hard to, for me, it's hard to put someone in the top 5 when they're not in a position really to contend for trophies, because that automatically means you don't have to play a Vitality in the semifinal on the big stage, right? You might be farming some guys in groups sometimes, which is elevating your stats.
MOUZ made a good solid run in Dallas towards the end of last year. I mean,
you're making my point for me.
Okay, it was the same Frozen who just last week versus Heroic dropped a 1.3 rating and took that map away from them.
Here's a question on that conversation. Sure, I like the point of K-Serato, like the prime years have been wasted or are being wasted, but here's the flip question for MOUZ. Is this MOUZ, with Shui back in, with the impact in, is this a team that we will see maybe make those deep runs, Janko, and in those competitions, and therefore, you know, set
That's
Frozen
kinda
up
what I'm going for. If we
as
get
a top
another
5
one of those,
rifler to be
if
proven?
Frozen
Like, do
does
you
that
think this
twice.
is a roster that could make runs?
With CS2 coming tonight, Hugo, I'm
when
sorry.
I heard it's out
I'm
tomorrow,
sorry,
actually. Yeah,
but-
it's tomorrow night.
But depending on the time zone. But I think they might have an edge over some of the other teams with the new game around the corner. Still, maybe will be needing an op upgrade in the future. But yeah, I could see them contend.
But I mean,
they just haven't been contenders so far.
more than Furia.
More importantly, are we going to address Connor's facial hair? Or we're just not going to do that?
I'm physically representing. No, see, I'm physically
It's just
representing.
everyone's taking it in stride.
Yeah, I'm physically representing the
Abraham
maturing MOUZ that we just witnessed in front of us. Okay, that was not a bunch of boys in the server, man. That was a manhandling of Furia, a how many hundreds of $1,000 project, as they are now setting themselves up, Ranko, for what could be an amazing run. You go versus Furia, 16-5, 16-5, get them out. Then you play versus FaZe, who has recently lost the VP.
Imagine that.
Is also on the
Frozen
rock.
beating
Then you take
FaZe.
them out. Boom! Now that's 2 big wins for MOUZ. By the way, already Heroic, best of 3, win in their back pocket. Wasn't even a challenge. And then it's G2. If this MOUZ goes, bomb, Furia, boop, onto FaZe, and then a bada bing for the G2 guys, bro.
Bing.
Now we're talking about somebody who
Not
has
bada bing.
statistics to sit down at a top 5
You sold me
rifler
with
of
the bam,
2023.
with the boom, the bada bing. That's a step too far, Connor.
I'm just saying, this we could be watching the first map of the run that puts MOUZ back into top 5, top 10, and enters Frozen into the conversation of being ranked incredibly high in the 2023 HLTV
Or they
rankings.
could also lose the series still.
Connor, imagine if you made...
That's not what these sideburns are for, though.
Imagine if you made your bet only 12 months later. Think you'd be in the money?
Yeah.
Yeah?
With Pim?
Yeah.
I've got another bet with him that I'm about to win anyway.
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. What have you got? What's going on?
It's a fantasy-based
Whoever
one.
finishes higher this season of
fantasy.
fantasy.
And you are...
Quick to dismiss. Ask a question, being rude about it.
I'm
Up there? He's
trending
down,
down.
there. Oh,
Bad.
yeah,
I'm
but
trending
he's
down, but not
probably
that far.
also
Yeah,
trending
yeah,
down. So it's a safe bet. It's a safe bet. Should we talk about the next map? Mirage, MOUZ's pick. I don't really see a world where Furia come back into this after that start.
I mean, I think the first point of the conversation is you have to have individual performances at least at like some kind of a baseline to contend with what Yimpao was coming up with Frozen and all that. Like you didn't even have any of that on the first map. So you hope they wake up in a similar fashion what we saw out of some of the first series, out of someone like Woxic who had a quiet first map and had a good second map. You want them to wake up, but even if they do, would you expect them to take down MOUZ? Because I wouldn't.
No, it looks very grim. No pun intended here. I was just thinking, Cello has been having a really hard time.
Different team, bro.
MOUZ player.
That's not how it
There you
runs,
go.
man.
That's exactly how it works. Don't worry about it. Cello was so good with his previous roster before he was picked up by Furia. And I'm just trying to think, is it just the role that he's playing now that makes it?
Or just Furia destroys talent.
Is that what's happening?
You come to Furia to rot.
You have to imagine too, like for someone like him who's coming in as kind of like the least experienced, when you have like the I guess philosophical disorganization between Art and Fallen, like that as that fifth player, you have to imagine it's like, really hard to find your own personal comfort.
No, it's great. You don't understand, Jason. When he can just focus on being the opening fragger and do his own moves, like that's when Fallen can really unlock it. And they combine the best of both worlds, and it's going to be the best thing you've ever seen in Counter-Strike. They're going to reinvent the game.
Yeah, how's that going?
That didn't go.
That's what they were selling you on. But
yeah, well, no, I don't think any of us are buying that one.
No, but just remember how explosive Cello was in Imperial, right?
Yeah.
How explosive he was. How many times we'd see him go through smoke, be aggressive. And now he plays in Furia, and he's the inside anchor on the T side waiting for pushes to come his way. That's not the same Counter-Strike. You're just not playing. You're not playing the same Counter-Strike at all. It's completely different.
Who's the guy doing like all those smoke pushing and stuff?
I mean, Art would probably take that role.
Oh well, no way Cello can do it better than that guy.
I think we need to do another session on the couch. I see there's a lot to be open.
We don't want to get rid of that guy. I mean, he's invaluable to us.
Yang is feeling a lot more free now that he at least believes that Furia will be out of the building and the venue within the next 60 minutes.
I don't care. They're not going to win the tournament.
Matthew, I think you need to book in a session, which can actually happen right now because we can go to a break. When we're back, maybe, hopefully, possibly time for Furia to redeem themselves. Probably not, though. It's MOUZ's pick and Mirage.
They're coming back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready? Makes it look too clean.
Dear Mom, I finally have some time to write home to you. It took me some time to dry all our clothes and some tears, because a storm greeted us on the first day of summer camp. Our tent soaked through, our sleeping bags ruined, our win-loss record 0-1. Those Brazilians completely washed us out. But by the end of the week, we came prepared. Umbrellas, raincoats, and most importantly, some sick individual form. 6-0 in the mid-bracket, and the beers were out. I mean the hot chocolate. You know I don't like beer anyway. Either way, what I wanted to say is we are ready. We are on fire. Not literally, just in a good mood, you know what I mean. Talk to you soon, your Torji.
And you know what the best part about that is, Harry? You finally learned how to pronounce his nickname. He said it himself.
I missed it. How does he say it?
Harry?
I missed it too. I wasn't listening.
That's guys.
I tuned out when he said about the hot chocolate.
It was your...
The hot chocolate's a huge call to be fair.
Oh, hang on.
What?
Water.
It is Torji, right? Have I got it wrong as well? Torji?
Torji.
All right, absolute last chance here for Furia. I can't stress that enough now. This is really the last opportunity.
The last
to
chance.
take us forward into the third map. It is going to be the CT start for them. This is MOUZ Sports' pick, if you can believe it or not. It was 16-5 to kick things off. Nuke was an absolute disaster, a meltdown, if you will, for the Brazilians. And they're going to have to bounce back here in the pistol to stand a chance. I would say MOUZ with 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and an A execution is upon us. Nice and old school off the bat, and we've got a close-range CT Fallen with Julies. Ready and waiting, Harry.
Fallen might be up for the task here. Dual Berettas up close. This is the best position for him. Let's go. Fallen, 1 kill. And that's the end of the line. Jimpat will trade him, and now they're in A. Furia starting to rotate around. They will be retaking here. That plant is available for MOUZ. There's nothing that Furia can hope to do about it. They try to flash through Con, but it ends up looking ugly. Cello just gets sacrificed, and now even jungle getting taken away. An aggro move out of Shui, who leaps and bounds over Keserato.
Been so wrecked in this pistol round, I cannot even begin to stress. It's that jump around as well. Shui should be a dead man. I don't know how he survives jumping across jungle, but he gets the job done, and that second smoke towards Connect is just a death sentence for Furia. 3 versus 2, no chance of the retake. Yuri holding, waiting for a frag if possible, but I don't think we'll be finding much more. MOUZ Sports continue their streak, and it will be the pistol going in their favor. Messy one there, Yanko.
Yeah, I think Fallen really needs to get more than 1 in that situation. I think Cello is... it looked like he maybe brushed the edge of the wall, which slowed him down a little bit. You could see that the flash play was there, but he was just a little bit too slow. The flash passed, and you guys talked about how he had a slow game on Nuke and not off to a good start here on Mirage.
Really not the best.
Dude, if Furia fans need any comfort, I think Furia has no idea what their map pool is even.
Sure.
You know, like, so for them to lose their own map pick isn't as tragic as maybe it might be for some other teams.
Well, the 4 spies here in the second round. Definitely an opportunity to bounce back, but it's more of the same. It's the full set piece once again. MOUZ Sports have a player committed. Exertion with the MAC-10 leading the way. What a flashbang that is, courtesy of Torji. A couple of kills available, both of them converted. And that's going to be the third as well. Things go from bad to worse here for Furia. They've got the double scout set up. You don't see that too often, do you?
No.
You really don't. Sign of the times.
Probably not too helpful in a 2v5 retake either.
Well, with that said, we'll see what they can do with it, Harry. There's an opening kill, maybe a chance of a second as well.
Fallen got his.
There's the tag.
Art's still in this. Art's still in with a chance.
What chance exactly?
His last chance at 31 points of health, Henry.
To prove that he's as good enough as Fallen is.
More damage from Fallen. He's got him beat right now. 170 damage done from Fallen in this round.
This is huge. It's
compared to the measly 81 from Art. And it looks like the scouts are going to get out, so Furia have a chance to put them to work in the next.
And double scout might have been okay against a default round for MOUZ, but against an execute, there's not really much they can do.
Yeah, pretty much pitch perfect as well there. Everything smoked off.
Cello
Out of position. They just could do nothing about it. 3 quick kills, and scouts can be problematic. With pistols around them as well, looking for those tags, obviously. Maybe a bit of aggression is on the cards here with the scouts providing covering fire, but they don't invest too much as you might expect. An HE available, a smoke as well, and it doesn't seem to be the set piece off the bat once more. We are going to have Fallen challenge towards the ARAM. Xerxion's there again. Torji will join him, but it's the MAC-10. It's going to do so much work. See, Caterata, though, can be baited in by the scouts, trying to force a swing out of MOUZ Sports here.
Yeah, the play over the stairs is wild for one of those scouts, throwing into the fray. And Art gets a tag off. There's 2 low players for him to find on this scout. But it doesn't look like he's destined to see either of them. Full blind and forced off the angle back at CT. His part to play in the round is probably over.
Probably.
Probably.
That's a fair assessment, Harry.
I do think that's fair.
Totally fair. Justified almost.
There's a real danger here for Furia that they just get overrun by the momentum from MOUZ.
Sure.
Coming, you know,
they didn't have those rounds there, like, oh, we got 3 or 4 towards the end. We made it complicated or at least uncomfortable for them. There's none of that.
Yeah, especially even in the second half, it was smooth sailing for MOUZ, and now it just continues, right? And you're feeling good, the energy is high, everyone's communicating, everyone's playing with confidence, so you're coming into the fights, you're swinging with confidence, and then you're more probable to win those set fights. Well, it's the exact opposite for Furia, especially considering, you know, this iteration of the lineup hasn't been amazing. They're figuring a lot of things out, so confidence isn't high to begin with.
They didn't even have like one player popping off. There wasn't like a single contribution that it was worth.
No, I mean, I guess like the closest thing you had to that was Fallen had some nice rounds in there, like kind of. And even then it was more so just like getting an opener.
Oh, here we go, a chance, an opportunity. Oh, it's getting a little bit messy, but
all right, that's actually good, honestly. That's nice. The fact that he's gotten out in the 5v4 and then Fallen covers him, they made that work. So Furia, good start to the round here. And a chance to maybe even sweeten the deal. Yimpat full blind, Art tries pushing him.
How has he maintained control of that situation? He knew he was there, but completely blind. The Glock has to finish him off. It's a 4 versus 3 at this point. Bomb down in T-spawn. Still plenty of time on the clock as well. 1 minute 15. CT's done to reposition here. Not feeling necessarily comfortable. Falling towards CT spawn the AWP. Torji top of middle with his. He'll have to collect the bomb first. Linchpin in his operation might have to be frozen from the palace. See if he can work a pick. It's got Jimfat towards the underpass as well. In terms of utility, they have 1 smoke, couple of flashes, and 2 Molotovs. CT's desperate for a bit of intel. Will at least claim some territory towards the A ramp.
Torshi and Jimmy grouping over in mid. The push in at ramp could catch this bomb as it crosses. Frozen isn't really destined to learn about the second ramp player.
True.
It's the fact that they're pushed up with 2 that could be weird for MOUZ.
Well, they're going through the motions here. MOUZ Sports certainly aware of the prospect of potential players being towards that ramp position. As we said, Frozen will have to be the one to do most of the heavy lifting here to try and get their way in towards the bomb site itself. Torji to cover, now down to Frozen, but it's Caterata with a key all-important frag here. How's the round falling apart, though?
They've actually pulled it back to a 2v1 in seconds. Like, Frozen kept holding. He just kept waiting, knowing that that peak was going to come out from somewhere else. And so they dispatched Torshi to deal with that orb.
No nades,
or
no
to deal with the push. Yeah, nothing in this for Fallen. Not even really a big reason to believe in him here. As they've backed off to play around the bomb, they've got it planted for CT. It's wide open. They're both there waiting on it. No kit, no util for Fallen. He can't really justify going for this. And so that round for Furia, a round that looks so promising, that starts in a 5v3, ends up crumbling and getting away from them in seconds. Like, Furia didn't even have time to realize that they'd lost that round. It just sort of happened. That's crazy.
Great awareness, though. MOUZ Sports understanding the situation, knowing there'll be 2 players towards that ramp. I want to see the shots. It all started here, bear in mind. In fact, completely blind, pulls out that Glock. Had to find the opening frag, and then it's Torji, combative AWPing, to say the very least. Little quick scope there to confirm the kill towards the A ramp, and everything collapsed for Furia. 4-0 after finding a 5-on-3 advantage around number 4 here. This is a nightmare. An implosion of sorts now. Furia will have enough to buy going forward. They've got maximum loss bonus at this point. They'll save the AWP of Fallen, but it's still weak otherwise. Bare bones utility, no kits once again. One of these players need to step up and start having some impact.
Oh, over in Con, Exertion opens the round with a kill onto Art, who tries to play around this Con smoke. Exertion's now making a play around it. Fallen tucked in at the stairs. He's going to have to do some combat AWPing here. Smoke falls his way. When you see this smoke, you know someone wants to try creep up with it, and so Fallen collects one for free. Even finds that second onto Shui up the short side. Serato wins one from the back of B as Yimpat tries to move in ahead of the rest of the pack. And now Fallen rotates over on that AWP. This might be a round.
Oh, he's leaving now.
Fallen and Serato save for Furia as a second kill rings out from the B side anchor. Serato does not let them in. And they even know that Torshi's here. So Furia have got all the info. No reason to lose this one. It's all Fallen and Serato.
So it is Fallen stepping up for this squad. 3 massive kills there for the in-game leader. They keep 3 alive as well, recover some AK-47s, and finally a round has been posted. The advantage not squandered this time. Execution not working out for MOUZ Sports. Back in towards B they went, but Fallen at the scene of the crime, ready to shut it down. Round 6. Need to find consecutive rounds here. Post a couple together. Can't afford the reset at this point. They've now got a full buy. AKs in hand and going towards the underpass. Great grenade towards the top of middle. Exertion's in a lot of trouble here. Molotov follow-up as well, and he's getting flashed off. We'll have to give up the angle. Set piece. And in we go, Harry.
Yeah, util exchange. AWP Fallen smoked off back in spawn. Exertion finds his way up through the connector. Yuri's going to be able to trade that at least, and now plays behind these smokes, looking through the gap. Both Fallen and Yuri doing the same thing, searching around these smokes for anything to tip the scales in Furia's favor. But Yuri ends up extending a little bit too far, and now Shui's taken away the spawn. Furia lose real estate here, and it's on to Cello to try to regain this control over towards CT. As he creeps up, one man holding the angle, going to try and face this from default, but that swing is awkward. Shui ended up walking into the stream of bullets and essentially gave that double kill away. He tried to help his teammate, he tried to help Yimpat, but now it's all left onto Frozen. 1v2, one man from the con side. Frozen flicks back to him, and now just the 1v1. Cello will swing wide and deal with Frozen, but he doesn't have time. Kit's dropped at the stairs, and so it's not a round for Furia, even though they find all the kills. It's MOUZ to take a 5th.
Oh, the CT spawn setup as well. A missed shot from the AWP, a double spray down comes through for Cello. You'd think that might be enough there, but no kit, as Yanko mentioned. They had to go retrieve it from the steps, and even coming out on top in the 1 versus 1, the time had expired. Frozen does incredibly well just to stay alive and long enough there to make sure they convert the round, but it still was very uncomfortable. Furia go down 5-1. They'll have a buy available, but there'll be a tactical timeout first. We didn't see many of those in the first map, to be fair.
I think what you see early on is Art obviously more than willing to fight in middle, and he had a great play in the first gun round. You know, I think a teammate threw a smoke from spawn to pop on shore, so he has a one-way when he jumps, and he did a great job there early on, but after that he just gives up the entry, sort of getting, you know, either overly aggressive with that bad CT smoke in con, and now just getting caught off guard. And for that connector position, you need a little bit of nuance, really, and understanding the timings and all this lurking around the smokes and sitting in the smoke and trying to jump on top of it.
Well, shout out to 9Z. Somehow in the lead against VP on the B stream. You've got a secondary monitor, chuck it on, why not? Keep up with all the Counter-Strike action. First day here of playoffs. Yeah, absolutely. Why not have 2 games at once? And we are going to see MOUZ, a really nice read from Shui here. Mac 10's out, looking to mow down any close-range players who potentially don't have helmets.
I know Furia lost that round, but I hope that that can be a bit of a rebuild round for Cello, who I think has looked very out of this series. He at least got all the kills in the clutch, right? And I know he lost it to time, but that's one where you can at least justify it to yourself at the end of the round, right? You go like, yeah, we just didn't have money. We didn't have the kit. The kit was somewhere else. I didn't have time to win the round. But he got all the kills. And other than that, his like individual moments have looked very, very shaky. You know what I mean? Like how when you're watching someone, you can just tell they ain't feeling good today. Like he's kind of walking into stuff. He's shaking his mouse around out of frustration.
Is this just your love letter to Cello? Well,
yeah.
That was a fight.
I think Cello might be about to turn it around. That was actually like the better looking moment from him in this series. And I know it was a lost 1v3, but like I say, 3 kills ain't bad.
Not bad at all. Exertion will need a lot more than that to make this round work in his favor. Cello locking him in towards the B apartment should be the end of Exertion's run here in round number 7.
If there is a silver lining for Furia, it's that some of these rounds have been really close. So the money isn't really there for MOUZ, and once they win this round, you know, obviously the loss bonus is at 1400 since they've been winning most of the rounds. So they will have a couple of quote-unquote easier rounds for Furia coming up to really build some momentum, but more than anything else, build a little bit of confidence. And that's a great kill in the end. Pick up the AK as well. And, you know, while Harry was expressing his love to Cello and hope that he can come back stronger, what MOUZ tried to do was sort of fake B pressure and just walk out ramp through the smoke as well, kind of as it's fading, but you know, that doesn't feel like a call when you're out of money. No. You know, if you lose it, that's too risky, I feel like, for this moment in time. I would have rather, they had a lot of success just executing, you know, sort of default a little bit, maybe, or maybe not take some map control and then execute, but ballsy call and it doesn't pay off, and now Furia a chance to string some rounds together.
Well, we've got an execution here for you, Yanko, in round number 8. We'll see if it's enough, as MOUZ will have 4 players ready and waiting to pounce on towards the A side here. Utility deployed, and it's Shui leading the charge. How does he not get the frag, though? Frozen will be the first one to strike. Fallen goes down with the AWP, and Dink for Xertion as well.
Happening?
Furia, you can't give this round up. They'll pull a frag back, but the bomb is planted now.
This is so weird. Like, in the back of your mind, if you're Furia, you don't even really know how deep MOUZ have gotten. They saw Shui, they saw him, they know, and they're going to get that kill. K Serato tips the scales back into a 4v3. It almost looked like Furia was saving up until that moment there. But that one kill has baited them back around, wanting to give this a go. 3v3 with Yimpat winning the first. He holds back in jungle. He feels this one going the way of MOUZ just on the time alone. So much real estate taken by the MOUZ squad that Furia can't even attempt it.
Yeah, this was a really crucial round, Harry, and it's completely squandered. Unfortunately, Furia even lucky to get away with the opening interaction. It was Frozen with the P250 to find the first frag, but way too much space granted over. Smoked out towards that connector once again. This is not.
Why is no one watching A site? Like, why are you? Like, there's 2 players in connector there, Fallen, then, you know, sort of. I don't want to say panicking, but like taking too wide of an angle because they're getting all this space, trying to deny them some of that over peaks. They were even on the mid ramp, you know, there was no one mid. Yuri was in lower B. It's like,
well, at least
why isn't anyone just holding A?
Actually that's
so wild.
So I just went back and checked this. Art actually throws like a molly at like the bottom of the stairs. So like he knows they're running at him as well, which makes his decision to like turn away from the imminent danger even wilder.
They wanted to retake, and he wanted to give it to them and just play behind. But that's also a bad call against Pistols to give them up that much space.
Absolutely. Like you're kind of playing into their hand at that point. You're letting them get close range and then behind enemy lines potentially jump through a smoke with the flash. And yeah, this is just brutal. MOUZ Sports were crumbling at this point. They had no money. It was the force buy, bottom of the barrel force buy as well. That was $1,400 per player. A mixture of Tech 9s, P250s, and very basic utility has led them to a round victory. But Furia do have resources going forward. A double AWP setup now. Art and Fallen, quite a potent combo. And it will be Art given the task of holding towards the B-bomb side. But Yuri will retreat. A little bit of an excursion towards the A ramp. Gets information at least that it's clear, but elsewhere we're going in towards B. Bear in mind there's an AWP and Cello ready and lying in wait with the M4 in hand. This shot.
Shui's now real close up through short, ready to collapse in upon the B site. Art full blind, gets out with one. Cello's got to keep his head on a swivel, and as Fallen moves over, this B site is held. Now, they never saw Frozen make it in. He comes as a bit of a surprise. One kill goes his way. Oh, God. Frozen, he can feel this one. Over the boxes, they're trying to find him. They're trying to locate him here inside of the site. But Frozen's got that bomb on his back and a whole minute to play with. He wants to get weird with this. He's pulled the 1v4 down to a 1v2. And Frozen is not done with this round yet. The play back into A late is going to leave him with a bomb plant in the 1v2.
He can win this sort of round. Some remarkable shots, a great understanding of their setup as well. It's an open plant. He's in towards CT spawn. No further utility for Frozen, but boatloads of talent. A good understanding of the scenario as well. Needs a bit of intel. Spots one. Doesn't know they're both here, but it's willing to take the duel. They line up for him. Had the potential there for a massive 1v4, but he gets the bomb planted, Yanko, gets a couple of kills, made the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was winnable in the end from a 1v4. And I was just about to say, you see, for Furia, when they just play it sort of basic, don't overthink it, right? Let the round develop at least a little bit. The game becomes easier. And then Frozen proceed. You know, Cello is alive this whole time, and his teammates are dying around him, and he's still just hanging out
I wonder
in the
because
side.
he was on the boosted box, he didn't want to make a sound cue and drop off and confirm.
Yeah,
dude,
you 100% believe that, like, once Frozen's 2 kills deep, you don't want to be the guy that drops off the boost to give him the third, like, you know.
Well, at that point, sure, but if your teammates are coming out to help you, why don't you all just peek together? That's also an option.
Well, Furia at least have the advantage going into round number 10 here. They're 6-3 down. A map has already slipped away, but for this particular round, it's just the Tech 9s. A couple of Deagles, some Galils here. Full B execution once again. MOUZ trying to luck on this side of the map once more. It's still the double AWP setup. Serato joining Cello this time. Fallen rotating in late.
Ooh. But Furia this time are trying the strat where they actually hold the choke point. So maybe this will work out better for them on the B play. I think it should. They're actually watching, well, kind of. You know, now they're watching it from back at short. Backside player dies in case Serato. Cello trying to battle from range is spammed out by Frozen. And so this should be a MOUZ round. They give away 1 kill to Fallen. That's maybe actually enough to bring Furia back in.
It might be. There's a compelling...
Even now that they're kind of doting on it, it doesn't feel worth it. It doesn't feel safe. Not with the double AWPs in the retake.
Yeah, they're peeling off. They're calling the round over. It is the B execution from MOUZ. It was a bit of a double fake there as well. We saw Shui suggesting that they'd faked B, ran him back in towards A. He drops like a one-man execution on that side of the map and at least keeps the players in towards A, but that wasn't really the key factor. Furia didn't take the bait. They had players ready and waiting. Just got blown out the water by the Desert Eagle. That must have been an amazing shot. And then unable to confirm. Multiple kills, just Fallen getting 1. He'll fall back with the AWP, play the percentages, keep the money strong here. But still, another 4-spy victory with not very much to speak of. MOUZ Sports converts. And that was the opening kill there. So, okay, Serato, yeah, sometimes it happens.
But it did just enough. The nades from A did just enough for Cello to start going towards Cat. And he heard them running back to B, but he wasn't close enough to Serato to establish a crossfire. He had an HE that he didn't end up having, you know, an opportunity to use. It's just been too many opportunities missed, it feels like, at this point in time for Furia.
Especially like the way the first map went down. Now you're on the CT side, it's collapsing, and you're just hoping they win a few rounds just to give us a compelling half. It's not a great look. Furia are shrinking here.
It's like everything they're trying is so cursed. Even now, they tried to fast boost Fallen for the pick, but they messed the jump up. And so then he did the jump late, but now he's on the angle late, and so Xerxin gets given a fight that he's already holding. That made the kill way easier. If Fallen was fast boosted there, Xerxin isn't already holding that, and so it's a way stronger fight for Fallen. It's kind of mad and probably comes from like a place of desperation that you so willingly threw himself into the apartments fight, but you know, he's got to believe he can do it with the AWP. Oh, that's so rough,
He hits
man.
the shot, right? Like, it's just unlucky. It happens, I suppose. Like, if you get taken down like that, of course, you're probably going to lose the round. They had 4 players ready and waiting. It all came down to that duel. You'd expect the AWP to pick it up, but unfortunately just hits through the wall instead. They're going to lose multiple players here. No. Shui's got a knife. Oh, hang on. He's going to... This is so sick. You have no idea. That's so well played. Not going for the knife. He wants to take everyone down with him. And bear in mind, they've been saving a lot. These double AWPs have been strong. But Shui is stronger. That is beautiful. Takes down all 3. Recovers a double AWP setup on the T side, guys. And yeah, Furia left with absolutely nothing. Keep the AWPs going. Why not?
Put the fork in them.
They're done.
They are done. They are done.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And somehow Fallen tags him there. I guess he hits him through the edge of the wall instead of hitting his body.
Yeah, exactly.
Or maybe that little edge of the door.
It's so unfortunate. That's a different round completely. If he gets that opening kill, drops off, they probably don't commit, of course.
You've seen this by Henry?
Oh dear. What have we got?
This is the Furia special.
The Furia.
Oh yeah,
one-man army.
Done a lot with that M4.
It is. They're not the only team doing it, to be fair, but yes, it doesn't look particularly good in this round. The money is now broken for Arts. The hero M4 not living up to his name.
It's fine, he'll get an MP9 next round.
Yeah. Cheeky
and push underpass.
Why not? Get stuck in.
I think you mean Cello will get an MC9 next round.
Exactly.
Art will actually be fine, probably.
But this is just, at this point, I was saying how on Nuke, it was a little bit unfortunate for them, but here on Mirage, they had plenty of opportunities. They just either don't connect on some of the shots or just make some questionable decisions, and some of the errors are forced by good play from MOUZ.
Fallen. That's the M4 being juggled around.
On for the ace now is Torshi.
A nice shooting gallery presented.
Go on, get it, Yuri. Yuri's facing him. Oh, Torshi, go! Who's trying to steal it? Everyone's trying to steal it right now.
Let him have it. Oh, that was your chance.
Torshi, come on, baby, come on now.
Last chance now.
Right up into the window,
chance.
here he is. Kill number 5
for him.
The ace for Torshi, right around the corner. He saw his feet. He's seen his feet again. Come on, man.
Reload.
Come on, Torshi. Gets the reload off. He's looked at his feet so many times. Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, there we go. Torshi's nailed it.
There's the ace. The highlight of this first half is Furia slowly but surely stepping out of EPL playoffs, it seems. They're just not turning up to this playoff bracket, and they do have money to work with, but as mentioned, the Hero M4 is going to leave some concessions going forward. Torji with all 5 kills in the round. Bear in mind they were Rico, but still an impressive sequence, and he does close things out with a lovely foot shot, Harry. Got to respect that.
Yeah.
He's laughing.
I mean, he's having a great time, right? Like, you just watched them juggle an M4 around in mid, and you killed the guy who was carrying it every time. It's crazy. Rounds don't happen like that.
Well, there's certainly no double AWP setup to speak of now for Furia. Rifles across the board, no helmets, no kits, 2 players without grenades. It's pretty grim out there. And Fallen, he might be tested to kick things off. He's actually by the A ramp, by the smoke right now, posturing for control. It's towards you with the first shot. Doesn't quite connect though. Got to reset the round, take the bomb elsewhere. Jimfat patrolling towards that underpass position. We've got Exertion top of middle. Bomb's still towards the A side of the map. 3 players there as well. CT's working with very little at this point. They don't have much information. Utility's been drained away. They're going to have to hunt for a bit of territory, I would say.
Well, Exertion's just going to watch the pixel gap in mid. But Furia have just up and left middle, right as MOUZ are moving back in. So because Xertion's been looking through that, he knows that no one's probing mid deep. He's going to be allowed to just smoke off the window, give Yimpat this route out through dark. And now they're in position to wrap the A site, which means for Furia, you've got to hope that Art, Fallen and Yuri have got it up their sleeve to pull this one back. Xertion's already out through Con. He's been loud on the approach, so they know about this player. Frozen and Shui open up. Yuri dead back in jungle, and it's another dominant round here for MOUZ that Furia are just locked out of, no contest.
Yeah, they're just going through the motions. And bear in mind that Furia has had nothing. You could see the desperation towards the mid stages of that round. Sure, they've got rifles, but they've sacrificed all the utility. They don't have the fuse kits. As soon as that bomb planted, you're not even considering it. Even on a 4-on-4, it wasn't even that. So Liverpool went for some mid information. Mid push, got nothing for it. A execution comes in once again, and it's getting blown out of the water now. Like, there's nothing they can even do to respond. They don't have enough time, not enough rounds, and they'll have to save with just the 2 M4s once again. It's not looking good.
It's not looking good at all, Henry.
Yeah, this is
the writing is on the wall.
I think you might be right. In terms of loss bonus, at least, they get maximum. So that's going to be $3,400 per player. On top of the M4s, that's if they save both of them. The hunt is on, though, an important one. Even 1 kill would make things incredibly difficult once again. Still no signs of the AWP, as we will have MOUZ Sports up to double digits, 10-3. If you're just joining us, the first map of Nuke, the pick of Furia was completely destroyed by MOUZ Sports, 16-5, an absolute mauling. And Furia not doing much better here on the CT side of Mirage either. A tactical timeout, not even sure what you'd say, Yanko. What would be the advice at this stage? I said, well, try and get the last 2 rounds, I suppose.
I think it's mostly like, listen, let's just try our best to win the last 2, right? Let's not give up, guys.
This is more like this. We're throw caution to the wind. Like the setups aren't working, right? Let's go for a push. Let's just start having some of that flair again. Let's be annoying. Let's just get stuck in. And at least they got some B apartments control, but it will be Cello to get dropped. I was actually liking the look of this push, but They have lost one player.
Well, also
already.
now, of course, when they do it, there's no one in B apps that they can catch off guard. No one in lower B. They're actually doing a fast mid-take down ramp, so they're already waiting for you by the time you want to come back to mid.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. And I guess maybe well read by MOUZ Sports there, expecting a desperate play. And now confirming that A ramp is clear, at least for now. The bomb will be scooped up and spawn. CTs continue to probe. I think got the P2000, right?
I feel like the worrying thing here is as Shui just
it makes me so nervous when he does this. But he's played it to perfection.
Is that... Yeah, that you see, like they're completely unaware what's going on the map, sort of. And we've seen Furia mess up so many different aspects of the CT side. You know, like sometimes it was a good opening or whatnot, but then with the advantage, not really understanding where the gaps are or how to handle the advantage round. When we had the 4v3, when we had Xerado and Yuri close ramp, right? Like that was in the first gun round. Actually, I feel like, or in the reset round that they ended up losing. Then we've had a couple of buys where they don't have a lot of utility, but they have the guns where they're just too static and don't understand that they need to either take a risk, to, you know, stack a site, and if they don't come, then you save the guns, or go for some push in the mid round, try to gather information.
Well, they went for the all-out aggression in this one. Obviously didn't work out for them. A few M4s, but slowly but surely cut down the size.
A couple of times not understanding against which type of a buy they're playing and not realizing the aggression coming their way, or what's the most likely thing that MOUZ will throw at them.
Just caught up in the headlights a few of those rounds, unaware of the possibility of aggression, unaware of that boost, Harry. What a beautiful play. What a pick from Torgy.
Yeah, man, like you finally think they're going to have something. Fallen's deep peeking mid, and now MOUZ bring out the top mid boost to get over the top of the scope.
That's wild.
Furia is playing checkers and MOUZ is playing chess.
Yeah, I think that's fair. They are going to see the double orb, though. Bear in mind, it's an opening pick for MOUZ Sports, but they don't pounce on the opportunity to close out the round. There's still plenty of round 15 here. Yeah, that is right, round 15. Another blowout scoreline here for MOUZ Sports. And they've got to take something under their remit. There'll be a B Apartments push from the CTs, an execution towards A. Elsewhere, this is a nightmare. They've got two players in towards B, and a nice shot, fortunate shot there from R. Blind will take down Frozen.
What's wild to me as well is like, why isn't R the B anchor? You know, why is he the connector player? Who's the connector player on G2?
Yeah, I mean,
who's the connector player on Vitality?
Yeah, no.
Who's the one guy you wouldn't put in connector in this lineup? Or the last guy you would put there?
It is, you know, it is a very important position, one where you can't stomach taking too many an L. You need to have someone who's very pliable there. And yeah, I see what you're saying. Art has had his issues here. Cello dead. It's just Serato with that scavenged orb in a 1v3. And 12 rounds loom for MOUZ as they look to add on a second competitive scoreline, or dominant scoreline rather, in this series. They've got a chance to do that right now, and a chance to 2-0 Furia. Let's find out if they can do it in just a moment.
Last chance now.
Little bit of a B stream update for you. VP taking on 9Z over on that other stream, and it just ended with 9Z taking a 16-14 victory. Dominant CT sides, both teams. VP didn't really get started, so they were down 10-14. They waste 30 kills from Jame, just lost like that. First map done in the books. 9Z with an upset win. Next up is Inferno. They got a chance to knock VP out.
Thank you very much, Jason. A day of surprises here. VP giving the first map to 9Z. We're in the second map, though, of this playoff game. And it's more of the same, though, I'm afraid. MOUZ Sports completely destroying Furia in the first half, 12-3. Really, it's got to be the last chance here, Harry. There's got to be no way Furia can bounce back from this one.
No, and I mean, there literally are no more chances, right? They've kind of used them all up. It's left hinging on this pistol round. And if they don't grab this final chance by the horns, it's gonna run them down.
No utility for MOUZ. Kevlar across the board on the CT side, I should say. And in terms of Furia, they've got themselves a couple of smokes, 3 flashes, and presumably a P250, yes, for Cello. He'll be working towards the Palace position right now, trying to find that opening kill. All the meanwhile, his teammates are ready to pounce on the B bomb side. So if he gets a pick and survive, that's like the dream outcome right now, coming out of the Palace. But we'll see if he can do anything with this. Apparently not.
Oh, well, no. That's really rage-inducing. Yeah. He's turned the guy back in spawn, tried to back up to take the shot, and ends up going right in to the crosshair of Exertion. The Impact is left alone over towards B as Exertion was smoked off on the short side. So that has given way to a 4v4 with the bomb planted here. Furia, there's something they could look to do in this pistol. Let's find out if they can realize their dreams here and now. Shui first in, out through the market door. Looking for this player at bench, but nothing being offered yet. There's that first kill. Ready for the bench re-swing, but Yuri still gets the better of him. Any more from Yuri?
No kit, remember.
On the angle. Yeah, is that lack of kit, so they've got to deal with Fallen promptly. They've got to deal with him now, and they will run him down. Yikes. Final kill found from Frozen, and MOUZ secure another pistol here, taking the lead at 13-3.
Never in doubt, really. Furia did well to get the bomb down. There was a moment when they had the post plant set up that they might be able to cause a crossfire. That'd be difficult, especially without the kits there. But the bait and switch didn't work out for them. But a great retake once again from MOUZ Sports, giving nothing away. A 10-second defuse, no problem with 2 players covering the van position. Fallen could do nothing. 13-3, boys, and it has to be the force by now. 3 Galils, an AK-47 and a Scout. It's not too bad. It looks pretty strong on paper right now.
This is fine. This is workable.
No grenades, basically, but we'll see what they can do.
MOUZ are looking for the swift KO. And if you're a MOUZ fan, you're watching on, you're feeling very, very good about this. About the form that they've come into the playoffs with.
5v4.
If you're a Furia fan, savor every remaining moment, because there's not going to be many more.
Oh, they gave up the AK as well. That was the AK play.
Yeah.
So yes, the AK is now lost in the apartments.
For nothing,
that is, that one was given the Impact.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
It's an M4 here if they wanted to make the noise cue, but they don't. They need the element of surprise, so they've got to sneak up Con. Walk past the upgrade. Exertion has just left jungle, right as ramp's been taken. We actually saw a similar round play out here in the first half, where MOUZ were the ones aggressing into this double ramp setup. And it was the presence of a second player that betrayed MOUZ there in that first half. Let's see if Furia are ready for it. Cello certainly looks to be. He spots that player in a ramp in case Serato deals with Exertion over on short. Now the bomb, now we're playing a weird game. As they've got that kill over towards short, they go back in the mid-round and try to hit up B. The Impact can't survive the rotate as Cello holds it down from the window. And so Frozen left out of position in the 1v3. Can't attempt this retake, surely.
Oh, you say that, Harry. He'll definitely have
I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
Come on, let's have a look. Let him have one peek.
Let him look.
A cheeky peek.
Yeah, cheeky peek.
If you get a couple of kills in towards the apartments, you never know.
All right, I'm not entertaining this unless it gets to like 13-11.
Okay.
Then we can start having a conversation about. So until that happens, we can just have fun, Harry.
Nice. Okay, that's good.
Got any fun for us available?
Nothing just like off the top of my dome. Nothing like off the rip.
Nothing available.
You can push through a smoke in a 5v4. That's having fun.
That is having fun. That's having good old fun, just like they used to have.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, where like plays like that were fully viable.
They don't look that dejected on Furia's side, I'll say that much. Look, their heads are still in the game. No one's slouched down. We've got
Yeah, no one's like
around.
visibly crying or anything. Like, it seems maybe actually everything's going to be okay.
So, presumably the force buy in response here. MOUZ Sports looking to answer back after giving up round number 2 here. And we will see an M4 for Frozen, Scout for Torji, Pistols otherwise. But still a difficult round to put to bed if you're Furia. Got a couple of kills on their side of the server. Bomb and T-spawn for now as they confirm mid-control. No pushes from the CT side. And there's that scout in towards the B apartments.
You have to say the one thing I dislike from MOUZ is spending all their money. I think with such a big lead, you can leave sort of 500, 600, maybe a little bit more on the offer, so that when the buy comes in, if you don't win this force,
they can find the bomb.
It's a good buy.
They're going T-spawn.
They could find the bomb. That's surely a way that this gets a little weirder.
Oh no.
That does add a kind of X-factor element to this round, doesn't it?
Oh god.
And now Shui's going to flank. Oh, but hang on, he might get spotted. He might get spotted.
He won't. He's
no,
perfect.
he's just found the gap. Okay, so that bomb, Frozen, gonna try and play off of it, but they're ready for him.
Okay, at least they know that they know.
And now they know, the MOUZ know, the Furia know.
Exactly.
So it's a knowing battle here, right?
Everyone
4v4,
knows.
everyone
Harry.
knows what's up.
You're trying to hide it every morning, but everyone knows. Free chat can tell.
Here we go, Shui. Everyone can tell. It's all in the eyes here. Shui up close towards the connector. Exertion in with the backstab, and that Khalil finds the opener. Now that was one of the options available to Shui, but it will end up betraying him. Art gets that trade in with the backstab. Yimpa deals with Art up the connector. It's all left on a Yuri, lost, and they're closing in on him.
Oh dear.
It's a done deal. MOUZ clamp down on the A play.
Well, them finding the bomb wasn't really the problem towards the end. It's going to be MOUZ Sports with the force buy victory. It's a little bit clumsy to allow it to happen, to give CTs that much control when you're not really doing anything elsewhere. The fact they can push a ramp and find the C4 in that manner and make things uncomfortable for you, that is obviously problematic.
That's been like the essence for me of like where a lot of these rounds have gone wrong. Is like I feel like MOUZ are getting given so much of the map, and that was like an issue in the first half. There was that round even where we had like pistols in for MOUZ on a low buy, and Furia gave them all the space, right? Like, I don't know. You seem to get a lot of room against Furia, which is concerning.
Down the first player goes. That's also concerning. We're playing for series points here. And this force buy will be continuing in a 5-on-4 manner. There's spots another. That's Cello who just froze himself in. It's an execution in towards B, but what's left? How do they break through? There's a crossfire ready and waiting. Zersh and Jimfat ready to take on the remaining Furia players. They do pull one back, but that's the bomb confirmed. Everyone can join the party now as they desperately try and do something with it. I'm not going to get that excited because it's already done.
Dude,
it's going to be series point 15-4 for MOUZ.
Even that one feels weird. It's like, in my mind, if the intention was always to rush B, let's at least just all go together, kind of all at once type vibe. You know, like the two 1v1s that take place first. I think it was Art swinging early, like gave over that initial fight. Then you had Cello try his hand at the trade. Then the remaining 3 came in. But I felt like all the first 2 players facing did was like give the warning to MOUZ of, hey, we're rushing B, by the way.
Has anyone turned up a Furia in this map?
This is just a bit sad.
It can't be Fallen. Both maps are saying, oh, Fallen had a couple of good moments. It can't
Well,
be.
Fallen has had a couple of good moments
well, that's
here.
fair,
Henry.
Harry. Yeah, I guess we should explore that a little bit further just to see if this will go any longer, though. It's Furia with a desperate attempt in towards the A-bomb side. Surely it's all said and done as they lose the first kill.
Yeah, looking to put a bow on it. A MOUZ cleanly done for Frozen, kind of, as he burns inside of the site. It's only Yuri left standing, 1v3, and he is a dead man. Furia's time in the Pro League playoffs is over, and for MOUZ, the battle is just beginning. They will now keep on fighting through, moving into the next round. For MOUZ, this was sick. This was a great day in the office. They show up a clean 2-0. There was never a moment where it was even resembling a competitive BO3. MOUZ were the favorites, were the better team from start to finish.
Yeah, and in that second half, it looked like there was some signs of life there. The second round forced by victory, couldn't hold on to it. It all collapses, and that's the end of the playoff run for Furia. Barely turned up on the server today. 16-5, and what was that? 16-5 again?
16-4.
16-4, even worse. It actually got worse in the second map.
Not really much to show for after 3 months of being together, but hey, CS2 is just around the corner. coming
As we
up
always say here.
tomorrow. Perhaps that will give them the boost necessary, you know, coming up with the new tactics.
Yeah.
There's new physics involved with the game, and let's see what Jason Moses O'Toole thinks about this game.
Well, it was an absolute spanking.
What?
Would you agree?
Welcome to the couch, boys. Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that had to have felt good.
Felt good, yeah. I think we're in the control over the game, and I think, yeah, we just came what we came to do. Or we did what we came to do.
Yeah.
Did it feel as easy as it looked from the outset? Like, was there actually any pressure at any point in that game for you?
I think there was some chaotic rounds.
Okay.
But I think we just kept it very calm. Even like I think we won almost every mid round in that game.
Yeah.
And yeah, even maybe there was some chaotic rounds, but I think we're in the control.
Nice. Well, I mean, this has got to be a great start to your playoff campaign. This is your return to the team, and you've already got some incredible results under your belt.
Yeah, I think this was one of our best games so far, and I'm happy to see it. We're just progressing day by day. So from my perspective as a captain, it's really nice to see.
Have things fallen into place quite kind of the way you envisioned when you came back into the lineup? Were you like, this is kind of how I imagined all this work, and this is how it plays out in my head?
Yeah, I think from day one it clicked instantly, which is nice to see, the chemistry and the atmosphere. It was really nice, and yeah, it's evolving and developing just like I wanted to, so yeah.
Does much preparation go into a game like this, or is this more just, you know, you're still trying to find your place inside of this roster and build it up? Did you come in well-versed knowing what Furia were going to do? Obviously, you guys just shot better today as well. That helps.
I think in our case, it's more about preparing for ourselves whenever we come to the game, and not too much about the opponent. We're a very young team. We still need to work a lot on a lot of factors, and one of them is just coming into the game and making sure we perform as individuals. That's very important for us, and we're working on it.
Does that change when you go up against like a bigger opponent? Obviously, your next game is FaZe. How much are you going to be thinking about them, or is it still just very self-centered on your
there's
performance?
always going to be a little bit of preparation for the opponent, but like I said, most of it just comes down to us showing up on the day.
Yeah.
It's really important.
And how do you feel about the one Frozen? Obviously, going up against FaZe now, Carrigan at the helm. You excited for that matchup?
I'm excited. I think last time we played them was at RMR, and we came out on top. And yeah, I think it's always fun to play Finn again, you know. So looking forward.
What do you guys kind of think about this run you've got yourself set up on? Because I think that some of us, me, I was painting this as this is an excellent moment for you guys to have what's going to be like a seriously cementing run in an event. If you can go Furia, and the way you dispatched them as well, right? 2-16, 16-5, 16-4.
Yeah.
Now you do it to FaZe. FaZe, obviously, a little rocky. You guys have already taken down Heroic, a team that looked kind of sketchy as of late. You know, it's like, it feels like this could be a moment where everything shifts to the new Shui.
You want to jinx us?
No pressure.
No, I just want you to, I'm trying to cement
He's in your
that
corner.
as like, this is the run for you guys.
Frozen,
right? Because
Scrawny had you as a top 5 rifler.
Did you?
Of the year, yeah.
My man.
Well, so I think a run like this is either you prove me right.
I hope I will.
In this run, right? Or it's going to be kind of like, sorry, that scared
Careful
me.
with your sword,
I hope I won't disappoint.
Yeah, okay, good. Because I've always wondered, Shu, do you feel like this was a delayed situation with you coming back to the MOUZ team? And because obviously we saw the other guys get pulled up from NXT. We've been casting you for so long, okay? I remember we were out there in Kyiv. Right, I remember the hangout afterwards, and just thinking that you guys were just so much more professional than all the other teams. It just felt like you guys were destined to be on what was going to be a top 10 team in the world, and then they all left without you, bro. But now you came, okay? You've come, you've conquered, and you've got a chance to really cement, I think, everybody as being at the top, dude. This is it. This is the run right now. Pro League, Malta. Do you realize this?
Again, no pressure.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's a cool story.
Don't lose.
I mean, everything happens for a reason. I'm happy to be back. And since day one, it was something special that we had in NXT with the players. And now we're doing the same thing with this guy right here.
I'm new Shane of the team.
Yeah.
And Yimfat as well. He had quite the series. Coincidentally, we'll bring him up on our Air Force Aim High. Definitely the MVP of that best of 3, which happened incredibly quickly. From your perspective, Shui, from Yimfat, joining the team, it's mind-blowing how young he is. But then, I mean, you look at this whole team and you're all a team of young guns. How much influence have you been able to have over him in terms of his kind of game style, the way he likes to play?
The most important thing that you have to look out for in a player like that is just let him develop himself. We cannot show him too much ways, or we cannot teach him things that that we learned already, in a way. I think he needs to learn his own ways into Tier 1. That's going to be the easiest for him. We can obviously guide him how to do it, get comfortable with us, but the main part is that he himself needs to work on it, and we're just helping him in the background.
That's actually really good to hear. Where do you feel like he's leaning at the moment in terms of his strengths then, in terms of stuff that he likes to do, he's focusing on developing himself?
I'm not sure. I think he's the main focus would be for him to be comfortable in game, because he already showed that he's really good. He is a really good high peak and individual level. So now it's just a matter of him showing it on a server and him being comfortable whenever you could see, for example, before the game, he's doing breathing exercises and things like this. So he's working on it, and yeah.
Frozen, you guys got FaZe up next, so you're meeting up with your old boy Kerrigan, who brought you some of your first biggest trophies in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. There's got to be some special significance there where you feel like this is a match that it would be nice to win.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, last time we faced them was at RMR, and I think that was even more high-pressure situation than this was.
Sure.
And we came on top. So, I mean, as I said, I'm looking forward to play Finn. I think it's always great to play them. I mean, FaZe is a great team.
Yeah.
And I think as well for us as a group, I think it's going to be a great test for us to, you know, like be the big dogs.
Where do you kind of rate where FaZe is at right now? Because we've now entered this like prolonged period where there's something preventing them from getting to that like top level, that top barrier. Like, where do you guys kind of have them listed? Like, I know on our like tier list board, we put them as a team who, if they peak, they can upset and take the trophy, but they're obviously not looking super clean right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I see it the same way. I think, I mean, they obviously have crazy high peak, and any moment I feel like in the tournament they can, you know, come back to the old FaZe they were. So yeah, I think on a good day they can easily be dangerous. Even though I mean they are dangerous probably on any day, but
right.
You know, on a good day they can be way more dangerous. But yeah, I think I agree what you said. I think they're maybe a little like I don't know what's the good word for it, but
shaky.
Yeah, they're a little shaky now, but it's FaZe after all. And with those players, you know, that you can pop out anytime. I feel like.
I mean, you say you agree with them, bro, but look where they put you guys. They put you as Knights beneath FaZe. So do you really think that Jason knows what he's talking about, or?
Look at that whole board. That whole board might be perfect. I'm just going to throw it out there. Like,
what's the one thing you guys disagree with that board immediately?
Production's like, oh, we can't see the board. Shit, move the boom. What have you got?
Nothing with perfect.
No idea. I guess it must be perfect.
I think it looks very good, actually.
Yeah, all right.
Nice.
Nailed it. Well done, Jason.
How about them apples, Scrawny?
All right.
You try to throw me under the bus.
No, I'll shut up.
Apart from Astralis, because they're obviously eliminated. But we'll ignore that. We'll ignore that. I don't know, sometimes Knights and Princes have to go back home, right?
Yeah.
Not all Knights live in Malta.
Correct.
Some live in Denmark.
Earlier today, I was casting the first game of the day, and the two of you guys were sat over there. But then, as you were leaving, I heard one of you start casting like me. Which of you was it?
Kind of both, I think.
Both, okay, it was that.
Give us a line. Give us a Scrawny line.
I know what you said. I think it was something like they're gonna do something.
Perfect.
Yeah,
and then I in the background I just heard perfect. And I looked around and then the two of you just ran out the door. I saw you run away. We made eye contact and you skittled off.
Oh my God, he
bro.
heard me.
Yeah. Yeah, threw me off my. Next time you're in a clutch, bro, I'm just lean over your monitor. Okay?
No problem.
Sound
Who's
good?
a bigger? This is so cute. Who's a bigger fan here? You're a fan of them. They're a fan of you at all. This is so sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of MOUZ.
Yeah.
Cost me 500 euros last season, but I still, you know, I still believe in the dream.
It's fine. You're betting in full. Shui, what's it like having someone like Frozen as a player on your team? Right, like one of the best talents right now, who's not in a
top five rifler.
Top five rifler.
Scrawny 2023.
Right. Some debate that you guys haven't made those deep runs since Dallas. That's been your deepest run this year. What's it like playing with such a crazy firepower player? Does it make your life easy?
I mean, it's very nice. Yeah, it makes your life easier whenever you know you can trust him and doing his own thing. He's also very experienced, so all of the little details in game that we need in Tier 1, he's showing it to us. He's basically just showing us the way, especially to Jimmy as well. We're all learning from him, and it's good to have a figure like that in the team where we can learn from. So yeah, it's just been enjoyable, and yeah, behind the scenes, you still need to get to know this guy because
he's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, most important question. What's happening tomorrow? Is it happening tomorrow? It's Wednesday tomorrow.
They're so focused.
It's Wednesday.
They are so focused.
They can think about, man.
It's going to happen on Wednesday.
Oh, the CS2.
Yeah. Is it happening? Or is it just an announcement of an announcement? That's what I think.
I mean,
maybe they just announce the date of when it's happening.
I'm thinking the same way.
An announcement of an
That's
announcement.
so esports.
Classic.
It's so esports.
I say it's a bait.
Yeah, I believe.
Oh yeah.
The thing would be, like, I think it would be a little bit too obvious.
Nah,
to
it's
tweet
common,
out.
baby.
Yeah, they never do it
common,
that
baby.
obvious.
You guys fell for it.
Will you
fell for it.
guys miss go, or are you ready for change?
Oh, I want to stay and go.
There we go. I'm not alone. People are clowning on me on the green room. People are saying I'm crazy. That I need to get with the times.
Hugo, it has nothing to do with your
Shut up,
CS:GO
Chad.
beliefs.
This game's perfect, man. See, let this guy talk.
CS2 will get there. Give him a chance.
Yeah, we'll get there, but it's not there now, Jason. That's my key. That's my key. I'm not anti-CS2. I'm just
boomers,
pro
man.
CS:GO.
It's the same picture.
Yeah. I got one last serious question for you guys. You guys played all the way back in Group B. What's it like, the lag time in terms of? I mean, you guys came out swinging. We saw Astralis, who played in Group A, look really flat today. What is it during that time off? Like, how did you guys keep yourself like ready to go and ready to fight as soon as you came in? Is there anything special you did, or was it just kind of like, no? We're just good.
Should I start with all the sickness, wisdom tooth extraction, everything?
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, just, a few days off at home.
Yeah.
Sick, having a wisdom tooth removed. Not being able to talk. Just, I think that was the preparation for me.
Okay.
It works wonders, clearly.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend, but yeah.
You should get it more often.
How many did they take?
Thank God it was only one, but it was like very, it was
How many gun injections?
How many injections?
Yeah.
I think it was like 6 at least.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was like 6 injections.
Man down.
Did you find that the day of practice with nonverbal communication helped you non-verbally perform here today?
CS.
I actually told them in before that this is gonna happen. Like, I think we were supposed to have a qualifier, and like I said, probably I'm not gonna be able to talk, so coach better be talking instead of me.
Well, if that's all you guys have,
that's all I
maybe we let these gentlemen
We'll see them tomorrow after they do
Yeah.
phase, right? Right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
We'll work on it.
Oh.
He's
cooking.
Connor, was the sword gonna?
Oh, I was gonna give this to one of
It's
you
just
guys
fun?
because you slayed the beast this evening.
We are knights
in very convincing fashion.
Nice.
Excalibur.
That's how we did it.
Yeah,
Thank you
it
very
worked
much.
out.
Excellent stuff. Well, now you have a sword, and you have a win, and you have a game against FaZe tomorrow.
Give
so,
it to me.
yeah.
I give it to.
I wouldn't
Excellent
trust
stuff.
you with this. Boink. Okay.
Perfect sound effect. You guys can take off.
Yeah,
You guys
yeah.
can go.
Have a good evening.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for your time.
See you, boys.
Good game. Yeah, sure, dude.
Hey, is it sound man?
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Cheers,
Wow.
guys. Thank you. Have a good night.
Running the gauntlet.
Traded a sword for 2 microphones.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
all
you're the
about me.
winner.
I'll switch.
Wow, Jason, what did I do? Do I smell or?
No, it just feels lopsided, you know?
Yeah, this feels better. Symmetry is important. I guess RIP Furia, which is sad.
They went out with a whimper today.
Yeah, for real.
This loss began in the player break. When they missed an opportunity
go on.
to have a true Brazilian shuffle.
Yes.
Oh,
they
go on.
missed the chances.
Yeah.
The 2 people who could
Yeah.
have saved them sat on a lineup that had just 2 players on it for months on end.
But Jason, the buyouts, Jason.
The buyouts.
The buyouts, Jason.
I know.
Pain Gaming, Jason.
They could have bought 2 players for the price of Fallen's buyout, I assume. I'm making
That's an
allegedly.
assumption.
That's
Math
Skulls
sounds right.
and Big Uzera over at Pain. Just chilling, biding their time. Beast and Pain
Where are they
Gaming
now?
that they've been. In-game leader, star player combination, could have come in, bolstered the ranks, brought in a fresh new perspective and play style. And I think, I said it at the time, the Brazilian team really screwed up a great chance for a shuffle that probably could have made 2 competitive Brazilian rosters. And now we're sitting here with this. 0 competitive Brazilian
I
rosters.
thought I had hindsight Harry over here with me, but great to see
Chad,
that.
you know I called it at the time.
Well, look,
we've been on podcasts.
I don't know,
I'm on
Jason.
record.
go find some receipts.
I only
Jason.
hear you saying it right now, not months ago. So
And if it did happen months ago, Jason, where's the proof?
All right, I'll find it tonight.
You find the proof, you bring
It's
it
out
tomorrow.
there.
Chad, how
I'll
do you
bring
feel
it
about
tomorrow.
Chewy saying that Go is fine and we don't need to swap yet?
Well, he's
But, like, no one's
you.
saying
He's like
that-
you. He's
Yeah,
never been through the
intelligent.
transition. He has never
Exactly.
had to. This is something that we
don't
have
know.
to do. It's
That's
a
a
rite
pretty
of
boomer
passage.
take. Like, oh, I had to do it, so why do you get it off?
Listen to this guy.
I had to
The
pay
thing
for
I don't
college.
get
Why
is
do they get free
when
college?
we end the show, Hugo's going to go, I don't know why you guys even kept bringing it up, man. And it's like, it's you! It's you! Also,
I regret
Hugo.
nothing.
This will be my 4th Counter-Strike transition.
Yeah.
That's
Damn.
sick.
What do you want to
You've
talk to
seen
Hugo
some
about,
shit.
Harry?
Yeah, Harry?
I don't remember.
No, he's surfing over here. But I wanted to bring us some
Of course he is.
tweets to close out the day for everybody.
Oh, that sounds
So I
nice.
had some
Nice
bits and
bedtime
bobs.
story.
Here's one from Crims. This is
so
to
sad.
bring it down.
No, don't.
Now,
that's
Crims has
sad, isn't
tweeted,
it?
just realized that was probably my last CSGO match.
It's in the heart.
don't.
Right in the heart.
Now, I'm sure we spoke to Crims during the group stage. He said he was going to play CS2, but yes, that will most likely be his
He's
last.
got so many good CSGO matches to look back on, though.
Well, what about this, Jason? You might like this one a whole lot over
Okay.
here. Check this one out. This is one from Ellie Giggle. Crims is a top 5 rifler for all of CSGO for me and has got to be in the convo for it too. Guy's been insane for years and his consistency is just crazy. No bold bias, by the way.
And then Elise is replying in
That's-
Portuguese. Look at him go.
That's
Doing it
a
all.
really bold statement.
Wow. Did you think of that one yourself, Jason, or did it just come to you?
That just... Actually, I didn't even notice I did it, to be honest. No, but that is actually a very bold
keep
statement.
zooming.
Would you put him in your top 5 of all time?
Well, he'd
Zoom
be...
in. A little bit closer.
Yeah.
Closer.
Would you say it's
look at that
Put the
shine.
glare in the shot.
You say it's a barefaced lie, Jason, or
I've got some more. I've got some more goods. This is from Rops. Live footage of EPL teams voting for CS:GO. So this is a funny one of
Chad,
Loba.
I will say this is a great one. I will say
Is
at
that
this
a penis
point,
tattoo on his forearm?
It is.
Okay.
at this point, I would be down to swap to CS2 mid-pro league just for the chaos.
whose side are you
Just for
on?
the chaos.
We
For the
love
chaos.
He doesn't
If we're gonna
know.
do it, let's
CS2
do
isn't
it.
ready. Fuck it. Let's put it on now.
Well, we already had the last CS:GO event and the last CS:GO major, and this is the last probably CS:GO event in Malta this year.
It will be.
Putting the probably in there, like
The
tomorrow.
probably.
It's not all ended.
And the maybes. Now, look, we've got another one here. This is obviously, we brought this up earlier, Harry, but this is the new head of
Yeah.
change
Oh,
on
did
the
you
Twitter sphere.
did you see the lore behind this?
No, what's the
chat?
lore? Tell me
so
what's
this
the
is
lore.
actually a frame, a still from, I think it was Zelda, if I remember
Okay.
right. And
I hate it
there's
already.
actually, in the next frame
Majora's Mask?
after this, it
Yep.
says underneath 24 hours remain. In the next frame underneath this little bit of text, it says
Oh, okay.
24 hours
Interesting.
remain.
So
So
if anybody-
4 p.m.-ish tomorrow.
Yeah, when did they tweet this?
I
What
don't
Yeah,
know
about
what
4 or
time
5
this
o'clock.
was changed.
Or when did they change
Someone
it?
Oh, no,
would have
no, a
caught
bit
it
later, a bit
immediately,
later.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
So this is probably
Allegedly.
going to take, I guess, priority on tomorrow's conversations, but just some other fun stuff before we finish with my little Twitter sphere. Is Eternal Fire have gone out for food after their
Well, yeah, all right.
So they're out celebrating.
Well done.
Hell yeah.
What are they
This was before their match. They tweeted this right here, which a falling star make a wish.
Ooh, I like that. That's
That's
some good shit talk right there. That's some real.
Yeah.
Not too bad. And Harry, do I put you on the spot right now? Should I do it?
Yes.
Do it.
Oh, it might be funny. It might go on.
It might be funny.
Let's see.
Well, Harry, do you have anything that you'd like to say? Because there's accusations
No,
that you and
bro.
Hugo thrown around, and Hugo's even. Hugo's even
Dude, I
made
feel
the
like they
mix.
call me blinking in this image. Like, come on.
I don't think that's not a bad Hugo picture.
No, it's because you're smiling, Hugo,
Yeah.
so your cheeks are higher up. You know, you do have a high cheekbone. That one's.
That's
I feel like
that's
I've
a
had.
Tinder
smiling.
profile.
I feel like I've had great energy.
That's-
I've been high energy for 5 weeks.
Well, that's the problem, Hugo. I think.
High energy, nice one. Look, no, actually, look, I'm not going to comment
Well,
on
look.
anyone else. I don't know what they're up to.
Harry,
My defense is simple as this. With CS2 about to release, yeah, I've been hitting the smokes hard. I've been trying to get up to speed, and that's just how it is, you know? But it's all going to be worth it in a couple of months' time when I'm the best.
all right. Well, that's okay. Great responses from the two of you. Glad that we could hear on what you had to say about this. But that's all I wanted to interject with, guys. I hope it added some flavour to the end of the show.
That
Yes.
was great.
That tasted of something.
Yeah.
Not sure whether I wanted it, but I got it. Yeah, I guess from a falling star to a fallen star, maybe we should check in with Fallen because, yeah, he's eliminated.
High change.
A tough one for Furia. I got Fallen here for a couple of words after that loss. Of course, your exit here. But making it to playoffs, you know, a lot of things and pieces changing, roles changing. What are your takeaways from this game, from this performance?
In my opinion, it couldn't be worse. So for that match, you know, everything went wrong. There were so many specific situations on the T side, mainly the first map where the timings were just not in your favor. Some of the set strategies that we created for this specific moment, like we run them 6-7 times, always every time it was working pretty well, and then we go do it, they kill 2 guys into the smoke, and then it's gone, you know. So, you know, one of those days where the opponent is playing well, they're not doing anything too different than what they're doing in the previous game, so we kind of had an idea on what they're doing. But either way, they're just shooting better, and the timers were working in their favor, and we lost a couple clutches that could have gone our way, and then it was very heavy favor towards them the whole time, so it was super difficult.
Yeah, it kind of leaves you feeling quite powerless in the game. You've done your homework and it just wasn't being rewarded in game. How much of that can you just dismiss as, you know, a bad day? I'm surely there's a amount of that you can just dismiss and say we had a bad day, they had a good one.
Yeah, honestly, on Nuke, it's pretty easy to just put that map away because of the way things went on the T side. But for Mirage, definitely we didn't play our best here. Could have done much more rounds on the CT side. I think we're getting a little bit caught off guard on things that we knew that could happen. And I mean, it's props to them as well. They were able to convert and get some important kills that bring them so many rounds. And let's see what they can do on the next rounds. I think they can do well. So they play super well here. Have to congratulations to them. And we're going to go back to the drawing board and a couple more competitions coming in soon.
Fallen, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that like Crim's tweet just put it into context for me. That also props Connor for just keeping that going.
Thank you.
Which one is
They
on?
probably cut 2 of them off,
Nobody
to be honest,
knows.
at this point.
So that was Crim's probably last CSGO match. That was Fallen's probably last CSGO match. That was Device's probably last CSGO match. Like, holy crap! I'm kind of crying right now. Yeah.
I'm not. Don't.
No.
The
Why?
future's so bright.
Yeah. That's true.
The future's
it's
bright.
the
In
end
fact,
of
there
an
has
era.
never been. That's okay. Everything has to end.
It's not goodbye. It's see you later.
Exactly. Well, no, it's goodbye. It's very much goodbye.
It's most definitely a goodbye.
It's going. It's not coming back. We're
want it
switching
to
over.
go.
Just remember that you know this is when I find solace in guys like you, Jason. You know,
Yeah.
the experienced gentlemen of the space who are around to reassure new, fresh faces like the 3 of us. I personally have never gone through a transition of Counter-Strike from
Me
one
neither.
version to another, and I've heard stories. I've heard horror stories about the times of yesteryear when the switch was horrendous.
Oh, it was bad, Connor.
And then the party was split, and the player base nearly
That's
disintegrated,
horrifying.
and the prize pools disappeared, and the cold winter fell upon. That's not this, man. We've got what will be the smoothest transition of any Counter-Strike addition to a new version that we have ever seen. And guess what? All those other transitions that were probably even scarier than the one that we have on our hands tomorrow, well, those were worse. And we're still here.
Way worse.
A decade of CSGO, when it started, it felt like it was already dead. So with CS2 tomorrow, don't cry, Freya.
It might be dead tomorrow.
Don't cry.
But a
Smile
year from
because it
now,
happened.
4 years from now,
What's the saying? I rather would
gonna
have
be great.
loved and lost than never have loved at all. But I would like to continue loving. You know what I mean?
you'll continue
I'll
loving.
work that out later.
Yeah.
Hugo will too.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna go play.
I'll work that out
I'm gonna go play a
later.
CS:GO game and maybe have a cry, and then we'll figure it out.
That's okay.
And then
Express your
yeah,
emotions.
yeah, get it out. Get
in
it out
a
of my
healthy
system.
manner. Apart from none of these guys are actually going to join you to play CS:GO,
Oh, I
so it
don't
will
want
be a
them.
solo
I
queue
don't
for your
want them.
last ever
Yeah,
CS:GO
what could
match.
go wrong? I'm sure I'll run into
Good
some
luck.
really
Have
reasonable
fun.
teammates.
There is actually another game going on right now, though, if you'd rather watch that than actually play Counter-Strike.
not?
So, Machine, what's going on over on the B-Stream side of things?
Yeah, well, considering the A-Stream has it's been a quick day in the office for the teams picking up those dubs. Over here, it's a bit of a different story, though. Actually, Virtus Pro for survival need a reverse sweep up against 9Z, losing that first map. And, I mean, 9Z, they actually won the pistol here on Inferno as well, so that's something to be said. It does look like VP are in control of this T side right now, and if you wanted to continue the adventure, you can do so over on the B-Stream. But the A-Stream's done for now. We're going to chill out, relax. Hugo's going to play CSGO. I'm probably going to play some CS2, and you guys can go and check out that B-Stream over at esl.gg/twitchb. That's it for us here on the main stream. We're going to leave you with some highlights of today's play, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the same. Catch ya.
twist remains supreme. He can still sing it. He can sing it. Oh no, MOUZ, they've done it. Absolutely rocked. Bulldog steel.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.